Texas, the wholesome all-American state where things are bigger. It's the home of delicious barbecue, national parks, state fairs, where you can feel that sense of collectiveness and independence. It's where NASA trains its astronauts and holds famous historical locations like the Alamo. If you were to take a trip with your friends through the countryside of Texas, you would find that many memorable and exciting moments would await you. Take a look at the beautiful American landscapes, bask within the bright southern weather, mingle with the locals. They may seem a little strange, but only because they embrace living within the countryside, doing things a bit more simply than the city folk. Like picking up some roadkill, slaughtering cows the old-fashioned way with a sledge, owning a gas station with no gas but plenty of barbecue meat that's potentially made from human victims that were cut and hacked into pieces by a chainsaw-wielding madman who wears masks made from human skin that he's recently slaughtered alongside his entire morbid inbred family that get their rocks off by abducting, torturing, and killing innocent young teens that happen to pass by the area, putting them on meat hooks and treating human beings the same way that you would treat animals in a slaughterhouse, gleefully laughing at your misery while they do it, and all out in the middle of nowhere so that nobody can hear you scream.
Stop!
This is the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, one of the most infamous and macabre horror franchises that to this day has haunted and traumatized viewers to the point where even thinking about a chainsaw immediately brings people back to these movies, remembering the terrifying image of a giant man in a bloody apron and a flesh mask coming towards you within the woods, creating, maybe without exaggeration, the most iconic horror film of all time. The original Texas Chainsaw Massacre remains a timeless movie that still holds up all these years later and gives you this immersion into a realism that no sequel or imitator has ever truly been able to recapture. It's a movie that's been talked about, analyzed, and praised for the past 50 years, and it's not going away anytime soon. It is the template. It is the grandfather of the modern horror world, and it remains to this day as the crown jewel of what low-budget filmmaking is capable of and what can accurately be defined as horror. In the wake of its creation, an entire franchise was born, for better or worse, sprouting at this point 8 other films within the Texas Chainsaw banner that run the gamut in between tone, continuity, gore, and absurdity. In perhaps one of the most straightforward ideas ever, a maniac family that kills people, the Texas Chainsaw film franchise has to be one of the most unnecessarily convoluted and strange horror series out there, and I say that as a massive Evil Dead and Halloween fan. Nevertheless, each one of them does have their own place in horror history, and we are going to give them all a little bit of attention here. Welcome to the Texas Chainsaw Massacre Retrospective, a deep dive look into the entire franchise, starting from its humble beginnings and then going into whatever the hell this was meant to be.
Try anything and you're canceled, bro.
So sit back, grab some head cheese, bring out your grandpa, and get ready to descend into absolute madness as I attempt to tackle the Texas Chainsaw movie series. Even with all the strangeness of the franchise as a whole, it's managed to stand the test of time, and I think there's a few specific reasons for that. It puts you into an unimaginable setting of being trapped not just in the countryside, miles away from civilization, but with other human beings who you cannot reason with, and plays on the true human fear that not many of the other slasher films dare to dip into. It's a sense of realism. There are no supernatural entities, no dream demons bent on revenge, no zombified hulking beasts in the forest, no alien monsters, and no voodoo-possessed dolls. But real flesh and blood psychopaths that are mentally deranged enough to be able to chop up and eat another human being without a second thought, playing on the idea of bringing into the forefront the fear of real-life serial killers. So many people these days seem to be obsessed with true crime documentaries and Netflix specials about famous serial killers. It's a fascination that we have with the darker side of life that we dare not enter into in the real world, but can experience through stories and movies based upon these events. The original Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and partially its sequels, almost play out like some recounting of a true crime story. Unlike many of the other horror icons, we know that serial killers actually exist within our real world, and we hear stories of their deranged activities that don't just involve the killings themselves, but what they do with the bodies afterwards. We try to get into their minds and figure out what could possibly compel another human being to do these things, and the deeper that we go into discovering it, the more deranged it becomes. In many ways, I've always thought that horror movies in general provide us an outlet to experience the darker sides of life in a safe environment, getting out our curiosities in the realm of fantasy, and also having a catharsis of the protagonist overcoming the killers or whatever obstacle is in their way. But in horror movies like Texas Chainsaw, especially with the gritty look to it, its lack of a traditional score, and its documentary-like feeling, it often becomes too real, and it blurs that line between fantasy and reality, along with the thought that things like this do happen in our real world. And how does it make you feel knowing that maybe if you took the wrong turn somewhere in an area that you're not familiar with, that this, theoretically, could happen to you? I think it's also important to understand the time frame of when the Texas Chainsaw Massacre came out and how it relates to real life and true crime horror experiences. For many years, horror movies usually focused on something supernatural or fantasy-driven. The Universal monster films ruled the early days of cinema, vampires, werewolves, the dead being brought back to life. A lot of these kind of things were the most popular at those times. Now, yes, there were some films with human killers, but a lot of the early 30s and 40s horror films focused on the fantastical or the psychological aspect of it. And to their credit, they also did emphasize human madness here and there, but it was usually with a scientist performing strange experiments, like in Island of Lost Souls, turning animals into bizarre, mutilated people, or something else that wasn't particularly so grounded in realism. Then there was a shift into more of a sci-fi element in the 1950s. Some say this was in reaction to the creation of the atomic bomb in our real world, so in horror movies it felt like it leaned more towards the fallout of radiation, creating giant monsters or more strange science experiments, along with our advancement of technology and our understanding of space, trying to get to the moon and all that. At the time, sci-fi and horror took a massive leap, with many iconic films like the original Thing from Another World, but with a very heavy sci-fi element. But into the 1960s, and especially into the 1970s, horror took a massive shift, becoming much darker, more realistic, and more experimental than ever before. It's no exaggeration that Alfred Hitchcock's Psycho changed the game entirely, and some attribute this to be the first ever example of a slasher movie, and it also had a huge cultural impact and inspired many of the upcoming horror filmmakers into the next decade. Psycho came out way back in 1960 and subverted all expectations by not only having the famous shower scene that killed off its main protagonist halfway through the film, but introducing us to a killer that was not a monster or a ghost or an alien or a vampire, but just a deeply psychologically damaged human named Norman Bates with a split personality imitating his dead mother and killing whoever would come between Norman and his mother. As a further example of how different and dark horror movies were becoming through this decade, Night of the Living Dead was released in 1968, and although this does have a fantasy aspect to it, it was the shock that the audience felt with its vivid depiction of the undead come to life and eating human flesh on screen. It was raw, unrelenting, and claustrophobic with a group of characters that were trapped in a farmhouse surrounded by their attackers, and this was something incredibly new and terrifying for audiences at the time. Night of the Living Dead is one of those no turning back kind of movies. After you experience a film like this, it's hard to go back and find previous things scary. And this was a tradition that continued throughout the 70s. Of course, a year before the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, The Exorcist was released in 1973, that still, to most people, is considered to be the scariest movie ever made. And perhaps not similar to Texas Chainsaw in its subject matter, it is similar within its tone. It's that this is a film with almost no levity whatsoever, where you are forced to endure long segments of terror without any kind of break. You can't look away from the screen, and its uncomfortable imagery and its atmosphere sticks with you long after you've seen it. If anything solidified a new wave of horror movies, it could certainly be The Exorcist, and only 1 year later that bar would be pushed just a little bit further and made even more terrifying with the gritty realism of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. A large amount of that realism was inspired by a few different true events and murders, but not the least of which is the infamous serial killer Ed Gein. A crowning example of how insidious and devoid of empathy and ration a person could be. This is not fantasy, but a real-life event, and at a time where murders like this were practically unheard of. Ed Gein and his actions and grotesque creations are partially responsible for many horror movie inspirations, not the least of which were Texas Chainsaw, Silence of the Lambs, and the original Psycho novel that the film was based on. Ed Gein was a man living in Plainfield, Wisconsin that is responsible for a slew of murders and grave robbing that happened between the 1940s and 50s. Growing up with the kind of dysfunctional family that you would expect, filled with an alcoholic abusive father and a deeply judgmental religious mother, strict, verbally abusive, and yet still idolized by Ed himself, corrupting his mind from an early age about how the outside world was filled with evil sinners, especially when it came to women. Now, I'm no expert in this case, but most information points to Ed Gein being extremely sheltered and attached to his mother until her eventual death, which left him alone, never having developed much of a relationship with anybody else or even an understanding of women in general. But whether it was only due to how his mother had presented women or Ed just suppressing his sexual desires for so long and his thoughts about them, things quickly turned into the most uncomfortable direction that you could imagine. He began robbing graves of various women, removing particular body parts, such as the genitals, and bringing that back home, eventually leading to him taking full bodies and then performing taxidermy with them. Also to note, where a lot of the inspiration for Psycho was obviously due to the relation between Ed Gein and his mother, when it comes to Texas Chainsaw, it is largely about what Ed did with these bodies, as in cutting off their faces, making masks, covering furniture with skin and bone, turning skulls into bowls, having boxes of random body parts, displaying body parts on his walls, and even making clothing and belts out of these human parts. About any disgusting thing that you can possibly imagine done with the human body, Ed Gein experimented with. And remember, this was real and in the 1940s and 50s. But of course, it didn't end with only grave robbing. It eventually moved on to real-life murder. Now, there's only 2 confirmed murders from Ed Gein, but much more are suspected. He was finally caught on November 16, 1957, where he admitted to the murders, and his most recent victim, Bernice Warden's body, was found hung upside down, mutilated similar to the way that you would open a deer carcass. The grisly showcase within Ed's home, littered with body parts and the odd constructions he made of them, were enough to not only traumatize the officers that witnessed it, but also many people over the years that would hear the story. How could anybody still be afraid of Dracula when real-life human beings like Ed exist? But when it comes to the Texas Chainsaw Massacre film, it's not a film about Ed Gein, nor is it a true story like the opening crawl says. But it's important to understand the changing tides and what people found to be horrific during this time frame. Not only were movies becoming more intense and disturbing, but our real world was also showcasing these horrors that were far beyond what we even saw in these movies. But the true creative mastermind behind the original Chainsaw film, and why it managed to work as well as it did, was because of director and co-writer Tobe Hooper. Tobe was born in Austin, Texas, and went to college at the University of Texas. Also, I had no idea about this before researching this video, but he was actually present at college during the famous Texas Tower sniper incident in 1966, speaking of real-life horrors. This is when a guy named Charles Whitman climbed to the top of the university clock tower and began firing a rifle at random people, wounding over 30 and killing 16, all before being shot dead by the police. Wild stuff. Now, Tobe always had an interest in filmmaking and attempted to make his first low-budget independent film in 1969 called Eggshells. Admittedly, I will say that I have never seen this movie, but the synopsis tells of a group of hippies that move into an old house, becoming aware of something strange within the basement. It's actually posted in its entirety on YouTube, oddly enough. I clicked on it and skipped to a random scene, and I saw a guy get naked and blow up a car. So, I don't know, it might be good. But little did Tobe know that his second attempt at making a movie would end up being the crown jewel of all horror cinema. He knew he wanted to make a horror film, and of course the Ed Gein story played into it for inspiration, but he also noted that there was a case where a man named Elmer Wayne Henley was convicted in Houston, Texas for contributing in serial murders through the decade, and when he was caught, he admitted to them fully and confidently in a way that Tobe found interesting. Sort of a confliction where somebody could live most of his life like a regular person, be coherent and talkative, but also contribute to the macabre that he did behind the scenes. He also wanted to make a movie about being isolated within the woods or the countryside, which is a concept that he also found to be terrifying. And I'm sure growing up in Texas, there were also a lot of commentaries that he wanted to make about the deep rural countryside and maybe some of the strange people that live there. I've never been to Texas myself, but I do live near rural Pennsylvania, and I can imagine it's kind of similar, because you have these country people that live out in the middle of nowhere, sometimes with huge houses, surrounded by nothing, and from the outside looking in, you wonder what kind of stuff is happening in that house. It's so far from town, there's no cops to be seen, no cops are coming out here, no one is out here to hear you. There could maybe be murders happening and you would never know it. Now, I'm sure most of these people are good, solid civilians, but what if they're not? Some, even in my experience, have been extremely standoffish and very easily agitated. Those private property signs are to be taken seriously, as I doubt half these people would care about shooting you on sight if you were trespassing, and they own so much property, they would probably have plenty of places to hide your body that nobody would ever know about. And that fear, on top of someone like Ed Gein, who would just decide to make furniture and clothing out of all your body parts, and then add in characters that are physically bigger and stronger than you, that all kill and gut and cook animals on a daily basis, and at the end of the day, is there much difference between hunting a deer and hunting a human to them? All I'm saying is I've met some very strange people that live in the countryside that only come down from the mountain once in a while with long beards and an armory of weapons that speak with this cold, dead look in their eye like they've seen horrors beyond imagination of everyday townsfolk. Maybe there's something to the fear that Texas Chainsaw presents with them. Anyway, Tobe Hooper also noted that the idea for a chainsaw in the forefront came to him when he was stuck in a store surrounded by people, spotted a chainsaw, and thought, that would be a good way to cut through all these people and get where I need to go. And honestly, as somebody who hates crowds and being in public, I get that. But funny story aside, it can't be understated that this film's dark subject matter is a direct response to the darkness of the real world in the changing times, and no matter how big or small these horrors are, they just keep happening. Our own governments and media were lying to us, and nothing was going to be the same as it once was. A lot of people note that the commentary of the first film directly references this with its opening crawl, saying that this is a true story when it's not, only based on some true events. The same kind of warning was put into the beginning of The Last House on the Left, which was directorial debut for Wes Craven.
Keep repeating to yourself, it's only a movie.
This came out only a few years earlier in 1972, but was also about real-life killers that abduct two girls, take them out into the woods, and, well, you can imagine the rest. That movie was deemed highly shocking and offensive at the time, and it is a pretty intense movie. And then you also have to think about all these movies coming out one after another. Last House on the Left, The Exorcist, The Texas Chainsaw Massacre. The 70s was a huge decade for horror and the shift in tone that it had. Tobe Hooper and co-writer Kim Henkel managed to convince investors who would take a 50% gross of the profits, but they did manage to get them a $60,000 budget to make the film, which is actually quite a lot for an indie movie, and if you calculate for inflation, that would be about $400,000 today. So if anyone wants to help me finance a movie that I want to make, that would be dope. I mean, hell, just give me the $60,000. I'll come up with something. Anyway, there is another thing I need to talk about before I get into my review of the first Texas Chainsaw movie. So it's easy now in 2024 to look back on Texas Chainsaw as a film series and call it a slasher movie. A lot of people even put its titular character, Leatherface, among the most iconic slashers. But I may have a bit of a controversial opinion here, and as mostly a newbie to the franchise, having only really experienced the first two films and the remake before making this video, even though there is no doubt that the slasher tropes within the Texas Chainsaw Massacre franchise are here, I don't completely view, especially the first movie, as a slasher film. My reason for this is that at the time of the movie's development and creation, slashers were not yet as much of a thing as we know them as today. Put simply, a slasher film is usually a movie where there is one killer who takes out a group of characters one by one, racking up a body count until there is usually one survivor, usually female, at the very end, facing the killer one-on-one. Some people do consider Psycho to be the first slasher, and other people consider it to be Texas Chainsaw. In other words, Texas Chainsaw wasn't exactly trying to be a slasher movie. It just kind of set the template of what slashers would become, having a cast of young, attractive teens, killing them off one by one, having a final female survivor. All of that is here, but its development was unique and original for its time. It predates all those tropes, just as it predates all of the famous slasher killers. This is before Freddy Krueger, before Jason Voorhees, before Michael Myers. And it actually came out the same year as Black Christmas, which some people also consider to be the first traditional slasher movie. But I think the biggest difference it has with all the others is actually with its main killer, Leatherface. All the other big slasher properties have a killer that works independently for their own reasons, whether it's for revenge, or that they're territorial, or they have specific groups of people they want to kill. They are the inciting force that causes the story to happen. Those killers act with personal motives that move things along. But Leatherface is only one piece of the Texas Chainsaw puzzle. And this can get complicated because in the entire franchise, Leatherface isn't even just one character. Depending on the timeline, he has a different name, different backstories, and even different personalities and mannerisms. Unlike the others, Leatherface is legitimately not the same character from film to film, and he's also not the driving force of the narratives. But to keep it simple for now, let's just look at the first film. There are 3 main antagonists of the first film, or 4 if you want to count Grandpa, but Leatherface, given the name because he wears other people's faces as masks, seems to have the least amount of agency and is ordered around by the others. Someone who was raised by this family of psychopaths and does as they instruct him to do. He's clearly deformed in some way and mentally slow, forced to do the grunt work for the family and potentially adopting different personalities as he does so. He has a mask for when he's cutting up the bodies, another one for when he's cooking, that's kind of like a grandma or nurturing figure, and a woman mask that he wears during dinner that he does makeup for. It's not explicitly stated if an entire new identity takes over his mind when he puts on each mask or if he's imitating people that aren't there anymore, but it does suggest that he has a mask for every occasion of what he needs to be doing. But ultimately, he's a silent character that takes orders from his authority figures within the family. He doesn't have any personal grudges against the victims. He's just doing what's expected of him. In the first movie itself, he doesn't even know what's going on. Random people just start walking into his house, and then he takes care of them. So the fact that he doesn't go out and stalk these people, that he takes orders from his family, and that he's just simply a mentally damaged human with no supernatural elements, I think that vastly separates him from the other well-known slasher villains. A lot of people have sympathy for Jason Voorhees because he was a child that was bullied, but I imagine Leatherface in most of the canons is really just a product of his environment that was bullied by his family, raised this way, never achieving the mental capacity to understand that he was even doing anything wrong. And outside the first film, as I mentioned, every Leatherface interpretation seems to be radically different. Even though Jason's design would change the films, or Freddy got a bit sillier, or Michael Myers' origins and bloodline would change over time, the characters themselves were mostly consistent, but I don't feel the same way with Leatherface. In the first movie, he's kind of like frightened yet obedient at times. In part 2, he has a much more perverted maniac vibe to him. In part 4, he's basically a woman, at least in terms of personality. And he even has different names depending on which movie it is. Early on, he's referred to as Bubba with the last name of Sawyer. He's referred to as Junior in part 3. In the remake timeline, his name is completely changed to Thomas Hewitt. In the 2017 prequel Leatherface movie, his name is Jedediah. And so I can only infer that each movie, there is a completely different, completely new take on the character that never stays consistent. Even more apparent than that is that there's a different actor playing him in each movie, and the only actor to play him twice was in the remake movies. As well, it stays consistent that in each movie there is an entire new family of antagonists that Leatherface is only one part of, and he is usually just obeying them. In some movies, he seems to have a little bit more agency than others, but it's mostly consistent that he's doing as he's told. Now, that doesn't take anything away from how scary Leatherface is. This is a man, a human being that is perfectly fine chopping people up with chainsaws and suspending them on meat hooks without a second thought. And in a way, It's a direct result of his lower intellect and unwavering loyalty to his family that makes him so scary. You can't have a conversation or reason with him, and in pretty much all iterations, it shows him as a huge, gigantic, strong person that it would be highly unlikely you would even be able to injure in a fight unless you had some incredible firepower with you. Or, dual-wielding chainsaws, maybe. Anyway, I bring all this up to say, because of the killer's portrayal and how fresh the idea was at the time, I don't think of the original Texas Chainsaw movie as a slasher movie. I think of it as its own entity that did something that few movies were ever able to live up to. Everything from its presentation to how it handles its kills to its deeply traumatic dinner scene, it's truly the stuff of nightmares that I feel just makes it stand out from the rest. I don't know, maybe that makes it the best slasher film, but I feel it's just on a level that can't really be considered with them. But the sequels, alright, I'll give you that. They're slasher movies. Shooting the movie itself was also a bit of a nightmare, casting unknown actors and taking the cast and crew into the countryside of Texas in the middle of this hot summer. The shooting of this movie was just as grueling as it looks on film, with some classic fun facts being that the dinner scene was filmed all together in a nearly 27-hour shoot, and how they had no spare costumes, so the actors needed to wear the same clothes day after day. And notably, Gunnar Hansen, the actor that played Leatherface, was inside multiple layers of clothing and the mask, sweating profusely and needing to put the clothes back on day after day, not being able to clean them, and eventually him and the other actors began to smell so horribly that it was actually making it more difficult to act. The stunts were of course done by the actors themselves. The scene where Sally's finger is cut is supposedly done for real, and Gunnar swinging around an actual live chainsaw for the famous final scene, which no professional shoot would ever allow their actors to do, but that's the charm and wonder of indie filmmaking. Almost anything goes, and we do what we need to do to get the shot. It's as scary as it is inspiring when it comes to wanting to make movies. Now, normally what I do before I start the first review is I take you over to something that I like to call the timeline board. This is what it looks like. But with Texas Chainsaw and its continuity, or lack thereof, I have a lot to say about the timeline, and in truth, this is something that I need to admit to you all. Before I embarked on making this video, I had only ever seen the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Part 2, the 2003 remake, and I've seen pieces of Part 4 with Matthew McConaughey, but I don't think I saw the whole thing. So unlike the other retrospectives that I have done, this one was mostly new territory for me. I'm experiencing most of these movies for the first time, and I didn't not see them because I have anything against the franchise. I guess for me, I always was just okay with the original being a one and done kind of film. Kind of like the Jaws franchise or something, where you have one masterclass, amazing first movie, and the sequels are just kind of there. I did like the 2003 remake and I saw it when it came out, but after that, I just kind of lost touch with the franchise and I didn't pay any attention to the movies that came out afterwards. And I figured, they must all make some kind of sense. It can't be as complicated as the Halloween timeline, right? Oh no, it's actually much worse. The Texas Chainsaw timeline is more batshit than the actual movies themselves, and I am at a loss on how to put this all together, but I shall attempt to. But before I do that, and before I take us to the timeline board, I do want us to appreciate the good times. That's why this time I am going to review the original film before we even get to talking about the timelines of the franchise. So let's start this off right and imagine ourselves as unsuspecting victims back in 1974. We hear a movie called The Texas Chainsaw Massacre is playing at the theater. That alluring and provocative title draws us in, and what horrors await us on the outskirts of the Texas countryside are yet to be seen. The opening of the film begins with a text crawl preparing the audience for what's to come and introducing the movie as if it was based on a real American crime. But as the changing times were showing, there's nothing particularly unbelievable about this film. We get the date of August 18th, 1973, which would be on a Saturday if anybody cares. And the opening credits may be my favorite of almost any horror movie. Right away, the atmosphere is dark, creepy, uncomfortable, and for so many reasons. I guess I'll talk about it now so I don't interrupt the rest of this review just constantly praising it, but Tobe Hooper's decision of what kind of score he used in this movie was beyond brilliant and something that I wish more horror movies would utilize, or at least utilize well. Instead of traditional instruments or music being used, the backdrop score of the movie is composed of industrial-sounding grinding, wires, clicking and booming like you're inside of some kind of giant slaughterhouse with it echoing, faint, distorted sounds of chainsaws and other working equipment, the crunching, grinding sounds, cymbals being hit, maybe pots and pans in there too, I don't know. And of course, it has that iconic sound of the flashing camera light. A sound so simplistic and forever synonymous with this movie. Whenever you hear this sound, you think of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. The whole movie has this bizarre, eerie soundtrack that helps amplify its gritty hopelessness, and it's definitely a less is more approach, which winds up being extremely memorable despite there being no actual music. Each flash of the camera shows a different part of a decaying corpse. Then they slowly introduce an overdub of somebody on the radio talking about recent grave robbings happening in the nearby area. Then we cut to a supposedly real human corpse, or at least a real human skeleton done up with special effects makeup, and it looks terrifying. But then we pull back to see the desecrated grave with this corpse displayed like some kind of twisted artwork for all to see, backdropped within the setting sun. It's just such an awkward image to look at while the sounds of the police report still roll over the soundtrack. And right away, this movie shows you that it's going to be something terrifying and something probably unforgettable. So much to praise, and this is only the opening of the movie. Then we get to meet our characters, traveling in the most 70s-looking green van that you could possibly imagine. We have 5 main characters in total, Sally and Franklin Hardesty, Sally ending up being our true main character and final girl. Her brother Franklin is bound to a wheelchair, and his introduction shows some of the awkward accommodations that are needed to be made for him, and him attempting to pee in a can before the chair slides down a hill with him along with it. Normally, seeing a handicapped character would give the audience extra sympathy, but most people tend to hate Franklin, as he's a bit obnoxious to everybody that's around him and whines quite a bit of the movie. Now, I never really hated him. I mean, he's in a pretty awkward position if you think about it, not only being handicapped, but also being the 5th wheel on this trip, considering the other characters are couples. I think a lot of his annoying tendencies may be justified, if not a bit overboard at times. We have Kirk and Pam, who are also a couple. Kirk seems to maybe be the leader of the group in a way, and Pam just a fun-loving person. I feel like the least amount of characterization is given to Jerry. He's just driving the van. He's also Sally's boyfriend, but he's absolutely the most forgettable of the bunch. Maybe he's just more of the strong stoic type with not much to say, but he really doesn't say much the whole movie. They travel through the Texas countryside to visit the cemetery where Sally and Franklin's grandfather was buried at to check to see if it was part of the recent grave robbings. Thankfully, no, and while they're there, they decide to go check out the old abandoned house that their family owned that they spent some time at when they were kids. And really, that's all the setup that you need. Their first mistake along the way is picking up this hitchhiker.
We usually don't pick up hitchhikers, but I'm gonna go with my instinct on this one.
The hitchhiker is not named in this movie, but he's their first encounter with the Sawyer family. The scene works so well because the scene subtly changes from, oh, this is just kind of a kooky, weird guy from the countryside, to watching him take out a knife and cut Franklin's arm. See, Franklin is justified in his annoyances. A lot of interesting things are talked about in this conversation. They mention slaughterhouse workers, and the hitchhiker attests that killing a cow with a sledgehammer is much better than the more humane ways that they're coming up with. There's also a conversation about head cheese.
See, they make head cheese.
I've never had head cheese, but it's some kind of cold cut meat jelly that you slice up. Head cheese was actually going to be the original title of this movie before Texas Chainsaw Massacre. And could you imagine 50 years later, I'm making a head cheese retrospective? That in an alternate timeline, there could be a Head Cheese 3D or Head Cheese the Beginning. I wonder if it would have had the same legacy. Anyway, the hitchhiker scene is great and darkly comedic in a way. It introduces the camera that takes the pictures with the sound effect that we hear. He shows them pictures of mutilated cows. He takes Franklin's knife, cutting his own hand open, and then finally cuts Franklin himself. And at that point, I think it's time to kick him out of the van. Which they do, but he is able to smear some of his blood on the van, potentially as a mark for the next family member to see. Now, we're not supposed to know this yet on first viewing, but their next stop is at a small gas station where we meet the next Sawyer. He's named Drayton in the next movie, but in this movie he's called either the cook or the old man. Now, I used to always think, because of his age, that he was the father of the family, but he's actually just the eldest brother of the hitchhiker and Leatherface. He also has no gas at his gas station. The situation is ominous, but the actor does a pretty good job because, unlike the hitchhiker, he seems like he could be a pretty average person, maybe just a little bit odd. He's the most capable of blending in with society. After that, we get some scenes of the main characters getting to the old abandoned house location and just exploring it. Not much to say here, but it's pretty much the only time we get to see them all together hanging out and get a sense that they are actually really good friends having a good time. Except for Franklin, who's unable to explore the house with his condition, is worried about the blood on the van, and is eating maybe not the best of meat from the gas station. Things get moving, though, when Kirk and Pam go off on their own to try to find the watering hole that has since been dried up, but on their exploration, they do happen to find another house out here, one that may not be as abandoned and is using gas-powered equipment. Maybe these nice country folk would be willing to share some gas. Let's go talk to them. Now, this part, see, this is all Kirk's fault. He knocks on the door, and when no one answers, what does he do? He walks into their house. Not only is this trespassing, but he's also in rural Texas. To do this and not expect to get killed is just pure stupidity on his part. But he is responsible for giving us our first ever appearance of Leatherface on film. Him coming out of the doorway and bashing Kirk over the head with a hammer will forever be one of the greatest horror villain intros of all time, and my favorite part is when he drags the convulsing body into the room and slams that metal door shut. The door slam, the soundtrack that's used, and the terrifying thought of what is happening behind that door is the stuff that nightmares are made of. Then it's followed up with the sequence that people love the most, featuring perhaps the most iconic ass shot in all of cinema. And no, I'm not joking about that. This is not just a moment of me being perverted. This tracking shot in the movie is most people's favorite shot. It is filled with suspense and atmosphere and focuses so clearly on Pam's ass as she approaches the house. This shot's been talked about again and again and is said to be the best shot in the entire movie, coming from under the swing, following her all the way up to the doorstep, leading to the horrors of the entire film. I am not joking. This is the most iconic ass shot in all of cinema. I said it, and I believe it. Now, Pam is also stupid for entering the house, but at least she's only doing it to look for her boyfriend. And this is where we see our true Ed Gein influences. As she stumbles into the living room, we see all the furniture littered with bones and skins, items made from body parts, bones laying everywhere, chickens hanging in tiny cages, so sickening that she almost throws up. And then, Leatherface again. And this one is even worse. She almost escapes, but he grabs her at the last moment and takes her into that back room. Now, this is also interesting to know. Yes, he takes her here and he hangs her on a meat hook, but there is almost no gore in this scene. In fact, there's almost no gore in this whole movie. As a film that's so often imagined as a gore fest, there is very little blood or gore effects in the movie. The only blood in this scene is on the wall already as an aesthetic background choice. We don't see Pam get skewered, And we don't see Kirk get cut up with a chainsaw. It's all implied to our imaginations that take over, and then we remember the scene being very gory. But it's also because the situation at hand is terrible. Pam is stuck on a meat hook, helplessly watching her boyfriend get dismembered with a chainsaw. That's enough to make you want to throw up. Since they don't come back, Jerry sets off to find them, also coming by the house, and can you guess what happened? I guess this is why maybe I don't feel Jerry stands out much, because Kirk and Pam have these huge, horrific, memorable deaths that introduce Leatherface. Jerry does find Pam's body in the freezer, which is another staple of the franchise that would continue, but then Leatherface just knocks him out with a hammer. But the best thing about this scene is Leatherface's freak out and confusion. He may be a serial murderer and cannibal, but to his credit, all these people are coming into his house. He doesn't know what the fuck is going on, and I doubt he's had any communication with the old man or the hitchhiker to know these kids were coming. Leatherface was just at home, doing his job. He keeps getting interrupted by random teenagers walking into his house. I almost feel bad for him here. And if you want to get a little bit deeper and serious about the scene, as a character, he's probably worried about what the old man is going to say about it, since he seems to be the family leader and is pretty abusive. Well, finally, it's nighttime and Sally and Franklin have been left by themselves, so they have no choice but to go look for their friends. And after a suspenseful buildup, we get the only actual death by chainsaw in the entire movie, and it's Franklin. Yeah, we all saw this coming, but it's still pretty shocking both as a jump scare and to see somebody handicapped killed so viciously in a movie. After this, we enter into our third act, which puts Sally in the forefront and all that she goes through, which is more than any human being should endure. First, she's running from a maniac with a chainsaw in the woods. When she gets to the Sawyer house, she goes upstairs and finds the grandma and grandpa of the family that we assume are both just rotting corpses sitting in chairs, but oh, just wait. That's all a build-up for later. She manages to escape the house and somehow runs all the way back to the gas station from earlier. Thankfully, the old man is there that can protect her. Well, not really. This scene is also effectively creepy and slowly revealed. The actress Marilyn Burns does a great job in this scene as she subtly starts to realize that the old man is in on the whole thing. He beats her with a broom handle, which is another thing that the actors supposedly did for real, and then stuffs her in a sack. I'm not sure if this next part was meant for comedy or not, but one thing that always made me laugh is how the old man goes back into the building to turn off the lights, commenting about saving money on electricity. See, even mass murderers gotta save some money when they can.
Cost of electricity is enough to drive a man out of business.
After that, though, this is where the movie truly begins to get disturbing. The old man picks up the hitchhiker from the beginning, and they both take Sally back to the house, assembling our three brothers together at last. How do you even describe this scene? I don't know, but this is horror in every sense of the word. It's not about gore or kills, it's psychological torture. Sally is strapped to a chair made from human parts and forced to endure a scenario where three maniac cannibals mock and laugh at her as she screams her lungs out to no avail. And she really screams. The actress goes all out, and you really feel like she's fighting for her life. The soundtrack, the close-ups of her bloodshot eyes, the laughter from the family, it's what makes this movie truly scary. And I gotta be honest with you, I first watched this movie when I was like 12 or 13, and I literally had to pause it and take a breather during this scene. I've seen other horror movies and other killers and stuff, but up to that point, my young mind had never seen something quite as traumatic as this scene. And it all goes back to the idea that it feels so realistic. It feels like something that could really happen. But then it gets worse. They bring the grandpa downstairs, and somehow this nearly immovable corpse-like body is still alive, barely sentient and coherent, but still revered by the others. They cut Sally's hand, and the grandpa sucks the blood from her finger like a baby on the nipple, and it's so disturbing. They even want Grandpa to be the one to kill her. He can't even hold the hammer firmly, but they keep cheering him on to try. The whole scenario is just fucked up. The bucket under Sally's head, the hammer dropping over and over, the ranting and raving of the brothers. Dear God, just make this end. Eventually, Sally is able to push herself free and just jumps out the window. They have an interesting decision to make it sunrise when she jumps outside, assuming this lasted all night. But I did always find that odd because I always assumed it was still that night. That means that this dinner scene is actually a breakfast scene. But we get some final insanity as she makes it to the road. The hitchhiker chasing her gets run over by a huge truck in a pretty cathartic kill. I also feel bad for that truck driver. He's just on his morning route, runs over a dude, has a dude coming at him with a chainsaw, while some blonde chick is screaming her head off. What a weird day he's having. But he does throw a wrench that makes Leatherface cut himself in the leg, and I always wondered where he ran off to because he's not the driver that saved Sally. That's the second truck that comes by, that she jumps in the back, and the driver just speeds off. She starts laughing in victory, perhaps incapable of any rational thought at the moment, and it's a scene that really makes you cheer for her. In the final iconic sequence, Leatherface is raving in the rising sun, whipping his chainsaw around in frustration, and yeah, that is a live chainsaw that the actor was using. Then, as soon as the nightmare ends and Sally is far enough away, we cut to black, movie over. I truly think the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre still holds up to this day, and a lot of that is because of how gritty and realistic it feels, looks, and sounds. It's almost like watching a true crime documentary or maybe even a found footage film. If you want to give an example of a perfectly made horror movie that is actually scary, Texas Chainsaw has to be within that conversation. And it does it all with very little gore and, truthfully, very little body count. The movie is scary because of the psychological aspect. It's the realism of it, and our imaginations thinking what we would do in this scenario, where you are helpless to these deranged psychopaths. The film has terrified audiences for 50 years now, arguably began the slasher genre as we know it, and is something that you can never forget once you've seen it. Now, if you love the Texas Chainsaw Massacre and are hoping for the franchise to live up to this original, well, let's just get prepared. As I attempt to go into all of these sequels, remakes, and reboots, let's remember one thing. If psychological torment is a theme of the series, then keeping these future movies and their timeline straight in your mind is the purest example of that torment. The segment you are about to see is an account of a tragedy that befell one neurotic YouTuber. It is all the more tragic that he has had no social life. Had he been more extroverted, he could have lived a very, very long, happier life, and never could have expected, nor wished he had seen, as much as the mad and nonsensical sequels as he has witnessed through these films. For him, an idyllic spring movie marathon became a nightmare. The events of this month led to the discovery of one of the most bizarre movie continuities in the butthole of American history, the Texas Timeline Massacre. Okay, everybody, welcome to the segment of the video that I like to call the timeline board. Now, if you have watched any of my other horror retrospective videos, I usually introduce the timeline board right from the get-go. That way I can show you all of the films that we're going to cover and in the order in which we are going to cover them. So it's kind of like a setup for the video. Like I come to the whiteboard, I just like to use my whiteboard because I have a big whiteboard. Why not use it? Also, don't worry about Schnoz. He can't hurt you, but he will be here the entire time. Anyways, I like to kind of give a good encompassing view of everything that we're going to cover within the video itself by showing you all the films and kind of going over the different timelines therein. I originally started this because the first retrospective that I did was the Halloween franchise, a series that is very near and dear to my heart, but has several different timelines depending on which chronology that you want to follow, and I developed the timeline board concept as a way to make sense of that. Now, going through different horror franchises, some of them didn't really require the timeline board so much, like when I just did the Chucky Child's Play franchise, in which, other than the remake, it all just goes in chronological order and makes sense in one coherent timeline, and it was really, really nice. I had heard about the convolution of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre timeline, but little did I know the horrors that I would eventually get myself into trying to map this all out, binging all of these movies, watching most of them for the first time, and trying to figure out just where the fuck they fit. And really what I've come to is that Texas Chainsaw is a series about delving into the mad and the macabre, and basically all of the dinner scenes where you see a character tied to a chair descending into madness while other characters laugh, mock, ridicule them, shout in their face, and feed them human flesh. And that's kind of how I felt going through all of these movies and trying to make sense of them in any kind of way, because they make no goddamn sense. And then what I did was I went online to see what other people thought about the timeline, because to be fair, I haven't really bashed myself in the Texas Chainsaw franchise. Once again, obviously, I've seen the original a million times, and I think it is one of the greatest horror movies to ever exist, which is why I specifically reviewed that on its own first before we got into this madness. I've seen part 2 a number of times, and depending on your mood, that can be a really great movie that we'll get into. I've seen the remake from 2003, which I actually think is one of the better horror remakes to exist, and I've seen some of the Next Generation, before making this video, and it didn't get a whole lot better. But the point is that I wasn't really aware of this franchise's timeline, and to think a series that is just simply about a murderous cannibal family and a guy that wears other people's faces with a chainsaw, how could that possibly be confusing? How could you possibly mess that up? Even with like remake chronology, how could that possibly get confusing? Well, I am here to tell you that this is one of the most nonsensical, confusing timelines that I have ever encountered within the horror franchise. And this is coming from a massive Halloween fan and Evil Dead fan, so this is saying a lot. I don't even know if I can rely on the internet sources that I'm finding trying to tie these movies together, because everyone that I read and everyone that I see still doesn't make sense to me. So maybe somebody out there that's like a hardcore Texas Chainsaw Massacre fan that's followed these movies for years and years, decades and decades, can explain it to me better. I want to tell you guys that I am just a horror fan. I'm going through these franchises to make these long retrospective videos for fun. I enjoy doing them. I have covered probably my favorite horror franchises, and I'm kind of diving now into more uncharted territory, like with Texas Chainsaw. So this is kind of a first-timer's guide to the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. So I apologize if it's not as in-depth or as knowledgeable as perhaps other people could possibly be about this particular franchise. As I said, it's kind of one of those things where I just treat the original film like this iconic piece of cinema that just stands on its own, and I somehow forget that there are 8 other movies. So let's get right into this right now and try to make some sense of this. Okay, so listen. First, we have the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre from 1974, stands on its own. The original, sets the template. That is the movie. That is the main movie in the franchise, of which all of the others branch off from. Now, after that, there have been 8 sequels, but they are very, very different types of sequels. We have Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2 from 1986 that is also directed by Tobe Hooper. So he directs the first and second movie. However, the second movie's tone delves far into dark comedy, separating itself from the first one, that it's almost unrecognizable, that you wouldn't even believe the same director made it. So we're already starting off good. Then we have Leatherface, Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3, that you would think would be a sequel to Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2. Not really. And then we have Texas Chainsaw The Next Generation from 1995, which brings in the Illuminati. And then that was kind of it for a while. So that was considered like the Texas Chainsaw movies. There was 4 movies in the series. And then when you got to the 5th movie, they decided to do the remake route. So in 2003, there was the remake Texas Chainsaw, just called The Texas Chainsaw Massacre, same title as the original. And that was the remake that, for better or worse, some people like it, some people don't. But I think that it's pretty good for what it is. And then inevitably there would be a sequel to the remake, inventing this whole new timeline, right? So then there was Texas Chainsaw Massacre The Beginning, which is not a sequel, but a prequel to the remake. So there was that from 2006. Then we get Texas Chainsaw 3D in 2013. And you would think, oh, is it like, Friday the 13th, 3D? Like, is the 3 important? No. Really the movie is just called Texas Chainsaw, and it was in 3D because 3D was really, really popular at the time. And this is actually not connected to the remake timeline whatsoever, but in fact, the original movie that it's a sequel to, but not including the other movies. Okay? Don't worry. We'll get more in depth into this. I'm just going over the overview. Then we have a second movie that's called Leatherface. We've already had a movie called Leatherface, Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3. Now we have Leatherface from 2017. Is this remaking the Leatherface from 1990? No, it is actually its own movie. But guess what? It is not a sequel. It is a prequel to the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre, but also in the same timeline as Texas Chainsaw 3D. Okay, and then finally, there was Texas Chainsaw. Yes, Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Wait, now I have to double check the title. Okay, so it is just called Texas Chainsaw Massacre. They just take off the, which is a sequel to the original, and only the original, ignoring everything else. I think the easiest way to do this is to separate each timeline by itself so that we understand what we're dealing with here. Now, I think the first and most probably the original timeline, I would say, and maybe the most important timeline, because these are the Tobe Hooper movies. So the guy that created the original movie, directed the original film, also directed the second movie. And whether or not you love or hate the second movie, I think that you kind of do have to treat that within the same timeline for a couple of reasons. Tobe Hooper being one, also the actor coming back to play Dayton, which is the eldest brother of the group of characters from the original movie. He's back. Leatherface is back. They have the corpse of the hitchhiker that died at the end of the original, and they introduce a new character, but it's only one new character, so it's not that different. And though Leatherface acts a lot kookier, a lot differently, and the tone is completely different, it's still very hard to consider these two movies in the same universe. But between the recurring characters, returning actors, and Dennis Hopper plays the uncle of Sally that was the final victim in the original movie. And in the original movie, they do talk about how they had an uncle that worked at the meat processing plant or whatever that did all that. So it does make sense. The storyline does actually make sense in some kind of crazy way. So timeline one, let's see, timeline one. What is the simplest way to do this? Let's color code this. All right, so we're going to color code this. So the blue timeline is timeline 1. We have Texas Chainsaw Massacre 1 and Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2. And after this is where I see the massive amount of confliction. And a lot of this comes online with people trying to put the first 4 Texas Chainsaw Massacre movies within the same continuity. But after watching these movies and after trying to understand them, it makes no sense. None of them make any sense together, okay? And I'm going to tell you just a few reasons why. There's many reasons why, but they make no sense together. So after this, then comes Leatherface, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3 in 1990. And this immediately makes no sense connected to part 2, because it has, number one, a completely different cast of characters. Okay, so the entire family of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre changes in between films, but not the least of which is that Leatherface dies in part 2. He gets a chainsaw through his gut, and Leatherface is not some regenerative zombie like Jason Voorhees. He can't withstand a deadly blow. He's a very strong human. Okay, Leatherface is an extremely strong human, motivated, can handle a lot. He's very, very difficult to take down. But when you get a chainsaw through your fucking gut, that's gonna kill you. Also, there was an explosion. Okay, so he's dead. He's gone. So the Leatherface in Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3 can't be the same in part 2. At least if you consider it to take place afterwards. So maybe there's a loophole. Maybe you could say that Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3 actually takes place in between Texas Chainsaw Massacre 1 and 2. And some people point to this because Leatherface has a leg brace, and at the end of the first movie, he gets a chainsaw on the leg, so that makes sense. But what doesn't make sense is the completely new family. And it's not just like they recast. It's like there's new family members everywhere. Right? Like Leatherface has a mom, he has supposedly a daughter. And if you want to assume that Texas Chainsaw 3 takes place in between 1 and 2, then you would have to explain what happens to all of those family members, and then where the family members from part 1 go to, and then come back in part 2. So it would make no sense whatsoever for that to happen. We also get contradictory opening scrawls. Because in Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3, in the opening scrawl, they say that W.E. Sawyer was caught and sent to the gas chamber. And I was thinking, who the hell is W.E. Sawyer? Well, apparently W.E. Sawyer doesn't even show up until the next movie, but Part 3 says that he was sent to the gas chamber and killed, and in Part 4, he's just there. So this is a completely separate character and a completely separate tangent timeline. Also, the grandpa character is also killed in Part 2, but the grandpa character is also in Part 3 getting killed in a completely different way. So you can either consider Part 3 to be a sequel to Part 1, introducing random new family members, but we are talking about like a 15-year difference here, so maybe new family kind of, came up from, I don't know, Louisiana or some shit. Anyways, you can consider Part 3 either a direct sequel to Part 1 or just its own timeline. Even though it does mention Sally in the beginning, in the opening text crawl, it doesn't really have any relation to the first movie other than that. So we can consider the second timeline to be the first movie and the third movie. And this is where it gets confusing because some people like to try to put all of these first 4 movies in the same timeline. I can't see it being feasible at all. I can't see it being possible for those reasons. Because Part 4 does also mention the events of Part 1 in its opening crawl, but also says that none of the members of the family were ever captured, which would contradict W.E. Sawyer being sent to the gas chamber, which was talked about in Part 3. So all of those things contradict each other and make no sense. And I haven't even gotten into the characterization of Leatherface yet. Leatherface is a completely different character in all of these films, which is something I brought up in the introduction that I thought was interesting because unlike a lot of the other slashers that have this consistency from film to film, even Freddy Krueger, as he got kind of sillier as the movies went on, still kind of remained the essence of Freddy Krueger. Leatherface really changes movie to movie. He's particularly very effeminate in Part 4, and some people say that Leatherface just has a general personality disorder, and that's why he wears all the different masks, and when he puts on those masks, he kind of assimilates whoever that person was, whether it was his grandmother or the cook or this or that, and all of that can make sense. But the way that he is portrayed from movie to movie is radically different, and so it makes the movies feel even less cohesive. Like if Leatherface did feel the same from film to film, at least you could argue a little bit like, okay, maybe it's the same Leatherface, but all 4 of these original movies feel like different Leatherfaces, feel like different iterations of the character. Not to mention that in Part 4, we start adding in like the Illuminati and this big conspiracy theory thing. And it's like, what happened just to a group of cannibals with a chainsaw, man? I don't know what's going on. Anyways, there's no way that Part 4 takes place in any other timeline other than just on its own. You can't connect it to 2 and you can't connect it to 3. So this is going to start timeline number 4. And by timeline 4, I meant timeline 3. Anyways, all these movies do actually take place in the actual year that they came out, which I find to be pretty interesting. So none of that really conflicts, at least unless I'm wrong about that. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong about that. But I'm pretty sure they all actually, like Part 2, when that comes out, it's like 15 years later. It was 74, 84, 5, 6, so... okay, so it would take place about 3 years after. Anyways, the whole point is like, that's not really what's conflicting about it. It's the actual in-world continuity that is completely conflicted to the point where I don't think that you can get these movies to possibly make any sense with one another. And if you do assume that the movies take place in the year they came out, then also you can't kind of jump around. You have characters dying in different ways, characters showing up in different ways, and also, like I said, the entire family of characters of the Sawyers being different. Speaking of the Sawyers being different, let's talk about the Hewitts. Why change the name of the characters? I don't know. But now we're getting to the Texas Chainsaw Massacre remake timeline that is its own thing and is only 2 movies. They changed the characters from the Sawyers to the Hewitts. Again, it's a completely new, completely different family. But the general premise is the same. So we can put these 2 movies together in timeline number 4. But the only thing that we have to remember is that the beginning takes place before the Texas Chainsaw Massacre remake. So we put these 2 together in timeline 4, but we also have to flip-flop them. When it comes to timeline number 5, we are reintroducing the original film within continuity, except not really, because again, things just don't seem to add up or make any kind of sense at all. We have Texas Chainsaw 3D, which takes place in real time as a sequel to the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre, although they do something really, really weird that I don't understand, is that in a flashback, they show a bunch of the we're back to the Sawyer family now. They show a bunch of the Sawyer family members being taken down. However, in the beginning of the movie where they show a bunch of cops coming to take down the Sawyer family, it's filled with a bunch of family members that are never seen in the original movie. So is this yet another alternate timeline where they're only taking ideas of the original film, but not necessarily specifically counting it within its canon? It also does something that I hate when movies do, and they have actors from the original films, such as Gunnar Hansen, the original Leatherface, and Bill Moseley, Chop Top from Part 2, and have them play characters that are in the beginning of this movie that is supposed to take place after Part 1. But that makes no sense because they are playing different characters. I hate when they bring back legacy actors to play different characters. Like, if you can get Bill Moseley, why is he not just playing Chop Top? If you can get Gunnar Hansen, why would you cast somebody? It's just why would you do that? Now it just makes it 10 times more confusing because you're seeing recognizable actors in similar roles, but they're playing different characters. So that just like pisses me off to begin with. But you know, Alexandra Daddario is super hot, so whatever, I'll let it slide. She's so fucking hot, dude. Anyways, besides that, Texas Chainsaw 3D is supposed to take place after the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre, I guess. I've already used red. We have that one. But then we also have Leatherface from 2017, which is, of course, the same title as Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3, but has nothing to do with Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3. And Leatherface is the prequel to the original movie in the same universe as Texas Chainsaw 3D. So here we have the original film here, and then we have Texas Chainsaw 3D, which would be underneath it. But then Leatherface, which came out after 3D, would actually take place before this, and that would be our timeline number 5. And then we're not done. Because, okay, in recent years, we've already had this remake timeline. We've had a prequel to the remake, and then we've had a sequel to the original, and then a prequel to the original that is also a prequel to the sequel that we had. But then we have to have Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2022, which is titled the exact same thing. So you would think that this would be another remake, but it's not another remake. In fact, it's actually a sequel, but it's only a sequel to the original that ignores all the others, because now we have to do all these legacy sequels because Halloween 2018 happened, and we have to bring the character Sally back from the original 40 years later, although she's not even played by the same actor. So all these years where we actually had the same actress, that she would have been able to do it, but we didn't use her, and now it's too late, and so now they cast another actress, so you don't even have that resemblance. You don't even have the characters being the same. And, you know, it's just, I don't even understand. You know, I'll get into my review of this movie when we get there, but like, this one I think might be the most offensive to me. Because now you have to bring everything back to the original once again, and now we have timeline number 6. But I feel like it's ruined from the get-go because the entire premise, like the entire reason why it was fun, I guess, to have Halloween 2018, even though I personally like H2O better, but that's a whole other thing, is to bring the original actress, Jamie Lee Curtis, back. You don't have that here. You can't have that here. So it feels empty. It feels hollow. It doesn't feel right. It makes me feel icky. And in a franchise like Texas Chainsaw that has a lot of icky things in it, this is one of the most ickiest. So after all this time, now that we're looking at all the timelines and that we have 6 different timelines, what is going to be the structure of this video? How the hell do you actually do it? Well, listen, I'm going to make it as simplistic as I can possibly make it. I'm going to do my best here. But the thing is, I usually go through all these retrospectives in release order, which is why the timeline board's important, to remind us where we're at particular times. And hopefully you can make sense of this madness. I don't know if I can anymore, but we're going to go in order. So we've already covered the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre, so don't worry. We're going to go down release order because I always like to structure the retrospectives in a way where it's like you're experiencing the movies as they come out. You know, you're experiencing what was the next chapter in the Texas Chainsaw Massacre legacy, regardless of timeline, regardless of continuity. What came out next? How did people have to experience these movies as they were released? So that's what we're going to do. I also want to say, when it comes to my reviews, in particular is I don't focus on a ton of the behind the scenes stuff. I usually do a lot of stuff that is happening in universe and in story and in canon, trying to make sense of things, which is why a timeline board is so important to me, to try to figure all this stuff out. Really, at the end of the day, every Texas Chainsaw film just takes the general idea of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, a murderous family, Leatherface with a chainsaw, a bunch of teens to get picked off, usually a traumatic dinner scene at the end of the movie, none of them quite recapturing the majesty of the original film because that was so unique and original at the time it came out. All these other films, although there are some good ones in here, I do think are just kind of shadows of the original, right? Although we will get into the positives of them, don't get me wrong. But let's start with what perhaps could be the only one to be considered the true canon, the Tobe Hooper movies, which is part 1 and part 2. So let's get into part 2 and see how the original director decided to end this story before it was picked up again and again and again and again and again. So despite how successful the first Texas Chainsaw movie was, it would be a while before we got a sequel made. Tobe Hooper would have an interesting career, with some people considering him to be massively underrated as a director, while others think that he was kind of a one-hit wonder with Chainsaw. After a movie called Eaten Alive, he would actually step into the television world, directing the miniseries based on the Stephen King novel Salem's Lot in 1979. It's a pretty well-received version, and still the most definitive adaptation of Salem's Lot that we've had so far. I remember watching it once a long time ago when I was a kid, but it did scare me back then. He did a few more movies after that, but the big one to talk about is Poltergeist from 1982. But this one comes with a bit of a controversy. Not with the movie itself, it seems to be universally loved and enjoyed by horror fans, but some claim that it was actually directed by Steven Spielberg, or at least that he did the heavy lifting, with Tobe Hooper only being credited for it. Spielberg produced and worked on the screenplay for the movie and was apparently heavily involved within the production aspect as well. There were comments that Spielberg made specifically about helping Tobe Hooper with his decision-making and having people look to him with questions, as Hooper was a little bit more reserved as a person. A lot of people also consider the look, feeling, and tone of this movie to feel closer to a Spielberg film. And there's conflicting comments from those that were on set saying, yes, it was Tobe Hooper's movie, or that Spielberg adjusted many things while he was there. Personally, I think Tobe Hooper was the director, but he also is a very down-to-earth, nice person and probably recognized that Steven Spielberg's input was valuable and that he had more experience within making films that were fantastical like Poltergeist was. I assume that Spielberg probably gave suggestions and Hooper respected his input and used them more often than he didn't. Maybe there was some animosity on set too, or arguments between them, I'm not sure. But the takeaway is that a lot of people don't give Tobe Hooper the credit that he deserves for making yet another legendary horror film after the first Chainsaw movie. And I would say Poltergeist certainly is legendary and a Tobe Hooper movie, but it just so happened to have some collaboration with Steven Spielberg. After that, Tobe Hooper signed on for a 3-picture deal with Cannon Films, producing Life Force, Invaders from Mars, and then finally, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2, that he actually wasn't even going to direct at first, but then wound up doing it. And how do you decide to follow up a masterpiece of horror cinema? How do you continue that story? How do you recapture that magic? Well, Hooper's answer was, you don't. Instead, you go the exact polar opposite route. An incredible, bold, and perhaps confusing choice, but Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2 would have virtually none of the elements that the original had. That dark, gritty, documentary-like feel, gone for a high-energy, bombastic entry. The creepy, ominous tones that were used for the soundtrack, replaced with current modern-day 80s rock music. The film taking place in the deep rural countryside. Nope, instead we're inside radio stations and abandoned amusement parks. And the deep, realistic horror would now be pure dark comedy at its finest. Yeah, Tobe Hooper made the boldest decision he could possibly have made. Instead of trying to recreate or enhance the first movie, he just did the opposite Uno reverse card on it. Even the poster for the movie is the Sawyer family recreating the poster for The Breakfast Club, so you can't get more unserious than that. The movie is going to be a spoof of not just the first film, but also of popular 80s movies and tropes at the time. This was the era of the John Hughes movies, of Back to the Future, Teen Wolf, and all those classic 80s cheesy movies that we love. Not to mention that now this is 1986, 12 years after the original came out, 13 after the story of the original, and in that time, the rise of the slasher genre was in full force. So this movie also rode that wave while simultaneously kind of making fun of it. And I've gone back and forth on this movie over time for the choice of its tone and direction. You really have to be in the right mood for it. If you watched and loved the first movie and then decide to throw this one on right after, the tonal shift will drive you as mad as the Texas timelines themselves. The opening credits are no longer ominous. They happen quite quickly with big, bold text instead of the creepy way they were done in the first movie. And then the movie begins with two guys driving around acting like exaggerated movie douchebags, taking a gun and shooting mailboxes and signs as they speed by on the back roads. Also, look at this guy's yellow sweater. How did people in the 80s wear stuff like this unironically? Then again, I kind of think we should bring it back. They call into a radio DJ who is going to be our main protagonist of the movie named Stretch, and in terms of lead characters, Stretch has a lot more personality and a lot more to do than Sally did in the original film, but it makes sense for the new, more bombastic tone of Part 2. She definitely seems like a confident, fun-loving person, can handle herself, and she's made a name for herself as the local DJ. The two guys in the opening call into her show, and at that same moment, as they drive by a truck, that truck begins to chase them down, and all of a sudden, Leatherface emerges on top of the truck, handling a corpse like it's Weekend at Bernie's or something, and swinging around a chainsaw. Apparently, the corpse is supposed to be the hitchhiker, or his brother from Part 1, that got run over by the truck at the end, so it's nice to know that they're keeping him around all these years later. Also opposite the original movie is the gore. Whereas the first was much more subtle and psychological, this one just goes all out with the special effects and makeup effects, and this is a really gory movie. Actually, the makeup effects were done by legendary effects artist Tom Savini, famous for a bunch of films, not the least of which are working on the effects for the original Dawn of the Dead and a handful of the Friday the 13th movies. So yeah, dude gets half his head sliced off, blood spurts everywhere, and that's just the beginning. Our other lead character is a former Texas Ranger named Lefty, played by Dennis Hopper. He happens to be the uncle of Sally and Franklin from the first movie and has been trying to hunt down the Sawyer family ever since. Now, Lefty is a bit of a maniac in this movie, but Dennis Hopper plays it so well that you totally buy into it no matter how over the top he's going. You actually feel like he's putting in a legitimate performance, and no matter how wacky the movie gets, this character is in it for real. He wants revenge, and nothing's going to stop him. There's a great scene where he goes into a store to buy 3 chainsaws, fight fire with fire, I guess. He doesn't want to just shoot them down with a gun. He wants to give them a taste of their own medicine. He practices his chainsaw combat skills on a tree trunk outdoors, and yeah. Wait, what did that guy just say? Oh, my aching banana? What does that even mean? Now, the only returning actor from the original film is Jim Sato, who plays Drayton, and he slips right back into place, feeling way more consistent than Leatherface, but we'll get to him. We first see him at a Texas chili cook-off that he wins. Most disturbing because we probably know he was serving human meat to all of these people, and everyone loved it. Reminds me of that South Park episode.
Nya, 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 nya. I made you eat your parents. Nya, 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 nya. Jesus Christ, dude.
Lefty meets with Stretch and requests that she plays the recordings of the 2 kids getting attacked on her radio show, but mostly as a plot to use her as bait to lure out the Sawyers. Apparently in the first version of the script, there was a subplot that Stretch was actually going to be his daughter, but that was totally scrapped in the finished version, and I don't really think it's a connection that needed to be made, but I guess you could say it's a commentary on one family versus another family. Stretch does play the recording at the radio studio once again, and the first character that shows up is somebody entirely new to the audience. This is Chop Top, played by Bill Moseley, who apparently got the role because Tobe Hooper enjoyed a spoof video of the first movie that he was a part of called The Texas Chainsaw Massacre, where he played a version of the hitchhiker.
Hey, that's great, honey. We should celebrate with some head cheese.
Bill Moseley is famous for his many appearances within the horror genre, later going on to be the lead in Rob Zombie's House of a Thousand Corpses, Devil's Rejects, and Three from Hell as Otis. He's really great in those too, and since this movie was actually staying within continuity of the first, well, Bill could not be playing the hitchhiker since the hitchhiker was killed at the end of the last movie, but they just said fuck it. He's the twin brother of the hitchhiker. Yeah. And they even give a semi-explanation for him not being around in the first movie because he was in Vietnam during the war, which I can barely imagine having a guy that is this manic make it through military training, but hey, it's more effort than the other movies do for continuity. Personality-wise, he's similar to the hitchhiker, but he's way more expressive and way more hyper. Not to mention his defining physical feature, a metal plate in his head that he's always constantly scratching at with a coat hanger. But it all comes down to Bill Moseley's performance, making him the most memorable character in the movie, and probably, other than Leatherface, the fan favorite character of the entire franchise. Chop Top is darkly funny, he's over-exaggerative in the best way, and also completely intimidating. During the scene and interaction with Stretch, you're just kind of waiting for the moment where the switch flips in his mind and how he's going to attack her. It's a pretty suspenseful scene and works really, really well to build the tension. And then it ends with a pretty effective jump scare, bringing Leatherface into the movie. But okay, we gotta talk about Leatherface. He was recast to a different actor in this movie, which can be disappointing, but it's the least of my concern with the character. What always bothered me is that this was the first of many complete and total changes to his entire personality. He chases Stretch into the other room, sees her thighs and the jean shorts she's wearing, and basically he just gets incredibly horny. He starts humping her with a chainsaw and licking his lips, and intelligently, Stretch catches onto this and starts calling him a good boy, which would probably also work on me. I kind of like it, but like, of course, I'm a horn dog, but this is Leatherface. The whole movie, Leatherface's entire character is just that he's horny. He lets her go and even lies to Chop Top that he killed her. Like, come on. Even if this movie is meant to be a dark comedy, don't you want Leatherface to still be scary at least a little bit? In this movie, he's 100% in Simp City with no ticket to leave, and it's super disappointing. Meanwhile, there's another guy that works at the radio station with a crush on Stretch that gets the ever-living crap beat out of him with a hammer by Chop Top, but still manages to survive because a few scenes later, we see him at the Sawyer lair getting his face cut off, and he still even lives for a few moments after that. This guy's fucking immortal. Actually, this is one of the only truly horrific scenes because even without a face and his skin ripped off him, he wants Stretch to be okay and to get out of there. And of course, once he finally dies, Stretch thinks, oh yeah, I love you. Of course, lady. Yeah, wait till a man dies before you reciprocate the affection. Jeez. Anyway, Stretch makes it to the Sawyer lair, which is this abandoned amusement park-like setting, and it actually is a pretty well-executed set that works for this movie. There's some strange artifacts everywhere. It's kind of like a Where's Waldo, like you can spot all these interesting things that they probably took off all of their numerous victims. There's lots of tunnels to travel through, creative lighting techniques. I like it. I guess they assumed that their home was compromised at some point and have been traveling through Texas, but now have this appropriate evil villain home base. Just like everything from the first movie, it's the opposite. Instead of a nasty, realistic farmhouse, it's a legitimate evil lair. And Leatherface is still letting Stretch hide and run away just because he's horny. Drayton finds out and tells him to choose between sex and the saw, and it's just, it's something. They moderately recreate the dinner scene as well, strapping Stretch to a chair at the table. They even have Grandpa back, and he's still alive. Remember, this is like 13 years later. And he even looks better than he did in the first movie. Maybe all that human meat is actually pretty rejuvenative for him. Or maybe the Sawyers just have very good genes. I don't know. This is the only moment that is the same as the first movie, bringing Stretch down and attempting to have Grandpa kill her with the hammer that he keeps dropping.
Firmly grasp it in your hand. Firmly grasp it. Firmly grasp it!
Lefty shows up and is ready to throw down with the whole family, chainsaw versus chainsaw. I love how they play it too. Lefty is so serious, like he's like, I'm calling you guys out, and Drayton is just this confused old man.
Who sent you? Those sissies over at Del Mar Catering?
It's such a funny back and forth. Oh, and right before this, Lefty finds the corpse of Franklin from the first movie. I'm not sure why they brought this corpse with them, and they even brought the wheelchair too. It seems like a lot of effort for them to do, but hey, at least Franklin gets a cameo. Then Lefty shoves a chainsaw up Drayton's ass and then begins to literally duel with Leatherface in a chainsaw battle. It has to be seen to be believed, and you just gotta go with it. He manages to stab Leatherface in the gut, and the chainsaw gets stuck there, but not to worry though, because he pulls out 2 more chainsaws and starts to dual wield with them like some kind of madman. You'll love to see it. Now, this is mostly why I say this is the end of the Hooper timeline, because not only is this definitively a mortal wound that Leatherface gets, but Drayton drops a grenade that just blows them all up. The only ones that make it out are Stretch, who's being chased by Chop Top. And I actually like this sequence a little bit more than the chainsaw fight. It's a good chase scene, and when Chop Top takes out that razor and just starts cutting his own neck, it's one of those moments where the movie becomes legitimately creepy for just a minute. Stretch finds yet another chainsaw in the arms of their grandma's corpse and uses it in a one-on-one battle with Chop Top, cutting him open and then sending him falling backwards over the tower. Ending with her, probably driven a little bit mad by the whole ordeal, fueled with adrenaline, doing a similar chainsaw dance that Leatherface did at the end of part 1. And cut to black, ending the Tobe Hooper Texas Chainsaw timeline. Look, this movie requires a specific understanding to enjoy. This is not meant to be anything like the original and goes as far in the other direction as possible. But viewed on its own with that in mind, it is a pretty fun movie because all the performances are legitimately great. Stretch and Lefty are fantastic leads, while Drayton is a nice, memorable antagonist that ties it to the first movie. Bill Moseley as Chop Top creates a brand new, super energetic and entertaining new antagonist. The biggest downside is actually Leatherface. But it has nothing to do with the actor that's playing him. It's just that I hate how they make him hyper obsessed with Stretch to the point where he comes off rather pathetic instead of intimidating or scary. For being the face of the franchise, he's the weakest part of this movie for me. Obviously, this movie is incredibly mixed by fans, with most not knowing what to make of it, especially when it came out. And to be honest, I think if I had seen this at the time that it was released, I would probably think, what the fuck is going on? But since I wasn't even born yet, and I didn't see it until I had already became a fan of wacky horror movies like From Dusk Till Dawn or Reanimator and things like that, I would say this movie kind of has a similar vibe to those movies. For that, I can appreciate it for what it is. Tobe Hooper took a massive risk, swung for the fences, and gave us something completely different. And in a weird way, I think it worked out. Okay, now before I get into Leatherface, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3, we gotta look at the trailer for it because it makes no goddamn sense, and yet it's somehow the coolest movie trailer that I've ever seen in my life.
But a legend is forever.
Leatherface just stands there with his back to us, looking at a lake, reflecting on his life maybe. Then, for no reason at all, some lady's hand decked out in jewelry throws a chainsaw from underneath the lake. Leatherface catches it, and immediately the chainsaw gets hit with a lightning bolt, and then he turns towards the camera. Bam! That's it. Leatherface, Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3. Imagine seeing this movie trailer in theaters back in 1990. I wouldn't have any idea what to make of it, but I can't lie. It makes me want to see the movie.
Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3.
The reason the trailer makes no sense is because it was put together before they even had a director or even knew what the film was going to be. They were just like, hey, we're making Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3. I kind of wish they took inspiration from the trailer, to be honest. Who knows what they could have came up with. So, I had never seen this movie before making this video, and I didn't really know what to expect. The only thing I can say is that I do remember the VHS cover from back in the day at the video store when I was a little kid, and I remember it always freaking me out. But after the pretty definitive ending of Texas Chainsaw 2, where do you go from there? Tobe Hooper was done with the series, and so was Cannon Films that distributed it, who only contracted Tobe Hooper to make one sequel. But New Line Cinema, home of Freddy Krueger and the Nightmare on Elm Street series, saw potential in the Texas Chainsaw Massacre and thought about making it into another ongoing slasher series. After buying the rights, they got Nightmare on Elm Street Part 5 writer David Cho to work on the screenplay and Jeff Burr to direct. Jeff has spoken outwardly about the troubled production and the disputes that he's had with the studio, not the least of which is stating that they didn't even really want him as the director in the first place, and he was a final pick that they had after many more high-profile directors decided to back out. They even fired him and rehired him during the entire filming process. The MPAA forced him to cut out a lot of the more gory material in the movie in order for it to get an R rating, and the studio even changed the entire ending of the movie without his consent. On the behind-the-scenes documentary of the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre Blu-ray, they do briefly mention and touch on the sequels, and Jeff said that he was so upset by the whole ordeal that he wanted to take his name completely off the movie, but the studio denied him even that. God damn, it sounds like an absolute nightmare to work on, and I can't imagine how stressful it must have been for a young director just trying to make his name in the horror movie scene. I mean, at least he got to go on and make some other movies like Puppet Master 4 and 5. Damn, I am sorry, Jeff. It is not your fault, and I don't blame much of this movie's negatives on you. He actually passed away recently in 2023, so rest in peace to him, and I think he did his best. As I mentioned in the timeline madness, this movie seems to not be connected to Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2 in any way, and really the only thing that ties it to the original film is the opening crawl that once again recaps the first movie, but it also says that Sally died in an institution, effectively changing the continuity of Part 2, as well as talking about the W.E. Sawyer character that was executed. W.E. Sawyer is not a character until the next movie, but they would not have known that here because it's a completely different crew and director. So maybe this W.E. Sawyer is meant to be Drayton, since he's mysteriously missing from this movie, and if I remember correctly, he is not technically name-dropped in the first movie, so maybe they're calling him W.E. Sawyer. So that at least does connect it to the original. But really, this movie is kind of like a soft reboot, mostly going through all the same motions of the original in an attempt for New Line to start their own franchise for Texas Chainsaw. What they could have done is just called the movie Leatherface, instead of adding the subtitle Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3, because it's not a part 3 of anything. If anything, it's a part 2, or potentially even a part 1 if you want to look at it that way. Putting the number 3 in the title makes it deliberately confusing because you are assuming that it's going to take place after part 2. And they couldn't stop there because eventually there would be another movie called Leatherface that has nothing to do with this movie that is called Leatherface. But speaking of Leatherface, the character is recasted once again, and this time he's played by stuntman Kane Hodder, and Kane would famously eventually go on to play Jason Voorhees in 4 of the Friday the 13th movies, so he's the only actor to play both slasher icons, which is pretty impressive. He eventually returned to the role of Leatherface, but in video game form in the newest game that was released last year in 2023, doing all of the mocap for Leatherface, so that's pretty cool too. His Leatherface portrayal is pretty good. It's a step up from part 2 in my opinion, and is physically more imposing than the others thanks to Hodder's size and his body language. He's still portrayed as slow and obedient, but this time he does have a limit to the shit that he takes from the other family members.
Another toy. Well, you gotta learn. I'll tell you one damn thing, by God, if... Okay.
This Leatherface also canonically fucks, I guess, because it's commented on a few times and even alluded to that the little girl in the Sawyer family is Leatherface's daughter. So we went from simp Leatherface, who has no sexual experience in part 2, to part 3, where he's a confirmed rapist. Got it. He's also no longer named Bubba. Instead, in this movie, they call him Junior. But since, again, he was never officially name-dropped in the first movie, I suppose you can still connect it to the first one if you want to. Anyway, what's the story? Well, we have our protagonists, Michelle and Ryan. Ryan? Oh man, a character named Ryan? Is he going to be cool in this movie? No, he's just a total dork and he's murdered pretty easily. Michelle and Ryan are on a road trip from California to Florida and are currently in Texas, coming across a police scene discovering a bunch of buried bodies. I also have to mention this. During this scene, a shot lingers on one of the news reporters played by the same actress who played Stretch in Part 2. She has no lines, but the camera is clearly trying to get us to notice her. But the only stretch this is a stretch of the imagination because there's too many continuity differences and this is not in the same universe as Part 2. It just makes no sense. Unless we say that because of the different continuity, then this is the stretch of this universe and not the Texas 2 universe, well, maybe in this timeline, Stretch also exists and she got a job as a TV reporter instead of a radio DJ, and that's why she's here. So, sure, same character, just a different variant in a different universe. There you go. Michelle and Ryan stop at a gas station and are greeted by Viggo Mortensen, of all people. Yeah, Aragorn himself, playing a character named Tex that's part of the Sawyer family. Maybe yet another brother to Leatherface, I'm not exactly sure, but he definitely must have all of the good genetics of the family bloodline because he's the most handsome of all of them, and they didn't even really try to make Viggo Mortensen look ugly whatsoever. Similar to Drayton from the first two movies, he seems like the only one that could actually function normally in society, so it's easy for him to trick the people passing by and send them down the wrong road. But the other brother here named Alfredo, he's introduced first by taking photos of them and then peeping on Michelle in the bathroom. I guess he's the closest that we have to the hitchhiker character in this movie. He's funny, but in a different way. Instead of being over the top, he has this strange accent and he's always talking and singing to himself.
You motherfucker, don't tell me what I should do.
One thing I do like is because of the dynamic between them, it makes Tex look more trustworthy since he attacks Alfredo for spying on Michelle. But Alfredo then takes out a gun and shoots the back of their vehicle as they speed off, which I can only assume is just a standard greeting in Texas, but I'm not exactly sure. While fleeing down the road, they get into a car accident with another guy named Benny, played by Ken Foree, who you might remember him from the original Dawn of the Dead, or if you're around my age, your first exposure to him was probably seeing him as the dad on Kenan and Kel. Benny is awesome, okay? By far the best character in the movie. He's this survivalist dude in the woods with no connections to the Sawyers whatsoever. He wasn't meant to be a victim. He's not involved with the murders. He's just a guy that happens to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. After helping Michelle and Ryan out of their car, he meets yet another Sawyer brother named Tinker who has a prosthetic arm. Right away, Benny can tell that this guy is dangerous, and it isn't long before a confrontation happens. Only problem is, Tinker has Leatherface as his backup. But this is just how badass Benny is, because he's in the middle of the woods with a giant chainsaw-wielding maniac wearing a human flesh mask coming straight towards him, and he just decides to throw down with him. It's fight or flight, and he chooses to fight. It's super dark out, but he's dodging chainsaw attacks. He's even throwing punches and kicks at Leatherface, which is crazy. Hell yeah. Eventually, Leatherface does get the upper hand, but then is distracted by a girl in the woods that's taunting him. At first I thought this was Michelle, but no, this is a completely random new character.
Who the hell are you?
One that serves literally no purpose except for this very specific moment to distract Leatherface and give us a little bit of exposition. All she does is throw him off course, then decides to have a cigarette with Benny because, you know, the best time to sit and have a cigarette is when you know for a fact that at least two people in the woods are planning to kill you. But anyway, she gives exposition to Benny that there's a family killing people, so we assume that she was one of their victims, and then she gets killed by Leatherface. That's it. That's her whole character arc. She's in about 2 minutes of the film. I don't even remember her name. I'm not bothering to check. Meanwhile, Ryan gets caught in a trap outside and Michelle just runs away, leaving him to die in his most dire moment, just like all the women in my life. Maybe it's a Ryan thing. They just keep running away. Michelle sees a house and has the brilliant idea to go inside of it because there's no possible way that this random house in the middle of the nowhere could be connected to these murderers trying to kill you. She meets the little girl, which I don't think has a name. But I do like the idea of adding a child within the Sawyer family just to see how their murderous indoctrinations work, kind of treating killing people like playtime for them. Michelle is obviously captured and we get her strapped to the dinner chair, though this time it's by putting nails through her hands, which now I know where Rob Zombie got that idea for The Devil's Rejects. By the way, Ken Foree is also in The Devil's Rejects. So here we have a gathering of nearly all the family. We have Tex, who seems to be kind of like the leader, Tinker, Leatherface, the little girl, and their mom, who has to use a voice box to speak. Oh, and Grandpa is here too. Yeah, definitely looking the worst out of his 3 appearances, but hey, it's nice to see Grandpa once again. They don't make him try to hit anybody with a hammer this time, which I got to admit I was a little bit disappointed by, but at least he's sitting there with the family. They bring Ryan in and strap him upside down, forcing Michelle to watch as they set up this contraption to hit his skull with a hammer, even having the little girl be the one to do it. But this is where you can see the massive censorship coming into play. The MPAA were slapping this movie with an X rating, so it had to get toned down significantly to get an R, which means pretty much all the gore is completely cut out. I don't wish harm on another Ryan, but if he is going to die, I want to see it. Overall, the dinner scene is nowhere near as intense or traumatizing as the original. And I don't say that expecting any scene to realistically live up to it, but when you're watching this, it's hard just to not feel like it's a lesser version of something that you already saw. Whereas part 2 went in a completely different direction, part 3 did try to bring it back to its horror roots, but maybe it was just too far gone at this point. It was impossible to truly bring back that original feeling. Leatherface is gifted with a brand new shiny chainsaw, and he's pretty happy about it. There's also this funny moment with him playing with a children's toy.
Please choose an activity. What is it? D. Don't try again.
The best moment, though, is when Benny makes it to the house. He doesn't waste any time. He finds a rifle and he just opens fire on everybody through the window. He kills the mom, he kills Grandpa, he shoots off Tinker's fingers and his ear, and it's glorious. Michelle manages to break free. She runs outside, maybe driven a little bit mad by the experience because she straight up just taunts Leatherface to his face.
You sick fucker!
Benny and Tex get into a fight outside, and out of nowhere, this heavy metal guitar riff comes over the scene. When I watched this, I was wearing headphones, and I thought maybe I was hearing music from somewhere else, so I paused it, and no. All of a sudden, this heavy metal riff just comes out of nowhere.
I like liver. And onions.
Now, metal is my favorite genre, so I was kind of down with it, but I did laugh because it's the last thing I was expecting from this movie. Eventually, Benny is able to light Tex on fire and explode him with the truck, but no information is given as to what happens to Tinker. I guess he survives the movie because he only had his fingers and ear blown off, but he's got nothing else to do. I don't know, maybe he's just busy looking for his ear. The movie goes back into the woods, and it gets pretty dark, a little bit hard to see, but Benny manages to catch up to Michelle and Leatherface, wrestling with Leatherface once again, and need I overstate just how much of a badass Benny is for this. He literally could have ran off after the first attack, but he decided to come back, guns blazing and fists flying. Supposedly, Leatherface was meant to kill Benny here, but he was so popular with test audiences, no doubt why, that they decided to bring him back, in the end somehow surviving this encounter. The way Michelle defeats Leatherface is fine, I guess, but I still find it kind of lame. Before he can fully get out of the swamp, she just bashes his head over and over with a rock. I get maybe the intention of her going ultra primal with it or something, using the rock, but I still feel like they could have came up with something a little more creative than that. The ending we get is Michelle wandering out into the open, potentially the only survivor, until Benny miraculously drives up beside her perfectly fine. And you know what? Benny's so goddamn cool, I don't even care. But there's still one more Sawyer to deal with. Not Tinker, but Alfredo. He's obviously just there for a random last scare, and actually earlier in the movie it was supposed that Benny knocked him out and he drowned in the swamp. So they brought him back for the new ending. The survivors drive off, and we see Leatherface's legs come into frame, showing that he's still alive. But who cares? It's over, and so is this timeline. But let's talk about that original ending. So in this version, Benny would have been killed by Leatherface in the swamp. Michelle still takes out Leatherface, But this one also includes a burned up Tex who's still alive that continues to attack her until she manages to get him caught on a spike trap in the woods. Then she wanders by herself the next morning, a police car passes by her, and she notices the little girl is in the back seat, which I'm assuming is saying that whoever this police officer is in on it too. But then the car just drives off, which kind of makes no sense to me because whether this is a real police officer or another member of the Sawyer family, wouldn't they stop to get her? Why would they just abruptly stop and then drive away? I don't know. Maybe it's all an illusion. It's one of those moments where even though I normally side with the director's vision, I kind of prefer the theatrical ending when it comes to this movie specifically. So Leatherface, Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3. I think it's a pretty run-of-the-mill horror movie, to be honest, but it's not awful. It's generic, but it gives you the standard Texas Chainsaw formula, and it does it, honestly, while trying to be a legitimate horror movie. It's not trying to do anything too fancy or step outside of its genre or its bounds. It's just pretty much a straight-up Texas Chainsaw movie. But the problem is all the kills and gore are taken out to censoring, and none of the new Sawyer characters, not even Viggo Mortensen, are that memorable. Viggo Mortensen is a great actor, and he does the best he can with the material, but Drayton, the hitchhiker, Chop Top from all the other movies, they were such standout characters that you can never forget. The Sawyers in this movie are extremely forgettable and also kind of interchangeable. You have three guys that are all about the same age that look kind of similar, and there's nothing really to differentiate them other than Tinker has a prosthetic arm. But Leatherface, that the movie is named after, at least has a lot of prominent screen time and is an intimidating force. He's once again mostly portrayed as the family's muscle and the guy that does the grunt work, but he gets a lot to do, and I think with Kane Hodder being a stuntman, they were able to use him physically a lot more than they ever had before. And of course, Ken Foree absolutely kills it and makes the entire movie for me. If his character wasn't here, it would have been way less enjoyable for me. Overall, I think the movie is okay. I wouldn't recommend it to the average moviegoer, but if you specifically like these kind of movies, then it'll at least give you what you expect, minus the gore. But anyway, let's see that trailer again. Fuck yeah. Oh boy, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, The Next Generation. We are about to hit the dead center of the crap stack with this one, you guys. I don't know what the hell they were smoking when they made this one. Every single decision seems so weird, unnecessary, and even completely random at times. On one hand, it follows the Texas Chainsaw Massacre formula so well that you would think it would be hard to fuck it up. But then when you add in the absolute worst characters and worst twists in any of the films so far, it's actually astounding that the movie could end up this bad. Especially when you have this guy, Kim Henkel, who was brought on to write and direct the film. A guy that actually helped Tobe Hooper co-write the original film. And though you can see a lot of his ideas to expand the mythology at play here and maybe bring it back to a grittier indie film style, the execution just does not work, and this ended up being Henkel's only directing credit of his entire career. Damn. Yeah, so New Line's idea to turn Texas Chainsaw into an ongoing horror slasher franchise were kind of ditched after Part 3 was not as financially successful as they wanted it to be. So this movie was taken back to its independent roots, made for a significantly less budget, and distributed by Columbia TriStar. But there was apparently a lot of drama involved around this as well. The original title was Return of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and once again it acts as a sequel to only the original, or just an entirely new timeline with an entirely new set of murderous characters and another completely different interpretation of Leatherface that, well, there's a lot to say there, but we'll get into that. The movie was originally filmed in 1994 and premiered in 1995, but would not have a wide release until 1997, after they made significant re-edits and changed the title to Texas Chainsaw Massacre: The Next Generation. But also within that little bit of time, two of the film's stars, Renee Zellweger and Matthew McConaughey, were beginning to rise in their careers into some higher profile films. Yeah, Renee Zellweger and Matthew motherfucking McConaughey are in this movie.
I myself, I jerk off at least twice a day. Wow.
And they're not just in it. but they're the lead characters, with Renee being the main victim / final girl, and Matthew McConaughey playing this absolute unhinged maniac named Vilmer, who acts like he just did several lines of cocaine and is constantly screaming and beating the fuck out of everybody and everything, including himself. He's absolutely off the fucking chain here.
Get that bitch!
And because of this, he ends up being the only saving grace of this movie, just amping up its entertainment value tenfold. This movie needed a character like Vilmer, and if he weren't here, we would only be left with one steaming pile of dog shit. Watching Matthew McConaughey in this movie, it's no surprise that he would eventually go on to win an Oscar.
Matthew McConaughey.
He kills every single scene and every single moment, and almost single-handedly saves this entire movie from being unwatchable. Renee Zellweger also won an Oscar eventually in her career, 2 of them. Now, it's not uncommon for big-named actors to get their start in horror movies. Johnny Depp's first acting credit was in A Nightmare on Elm Street. Jennifer Aniston was battling leprechauns before she was in Friends, and Jack Nicholson started out in movies like The Terror. So this isn't exactly a weird or unprecedented thing, but the story goes that Matthew McConaughey's agents wanted this movie buried and to not interfere with his current success. They didn't want it to see the light of day. But what's even funnier about that is that McConaughey himself has talked openly about the film and admitted that he even wanted to play Vilmer because originally he only had a small non-speaking role, but he decided to say screw it and went back and auditioned for Vilmer.
And it was, I'll say carny, it was a lot of fun. And it was like anything goes. Go out, I remember I opened my truck door, started to step in, and I went, I want to read for that. Shut the door, I went back in, and I said, do you mind if I read for the Vilmer part? And he goes, no.
And so we threw furniture around, had her pinned up against the wall, acted like the spoon was a knife, da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
It's great. You want the part? And I was like, yeah.
Amazing.
So who knows what the real story is? Back in the 90s, there was apparently several lawsuits all going on at the same time surrounding this movie over its distribution and TriStar's handling of it, along with Matthew McConaughey's agents. And it's a lot of fuss over one little movie that probably not a lot of people remember at this point. On home video, they definitely capitalized on their stars, and to be honest, I don't blame them because that's literally the only thing this movie has going for it. Also, who the hell is this supposed to be on the other poster? Leatherface does dress like a woman nearly the whole movie, but this Leatherface on the poster looks nothing like the one that's in the actual movie. So swapping this out for putting Renee and Matthew's faces on the cover makes a lot of sense. There's also this other shitty poster with just lips and a chainsaw lipstick. Yeah, it's pretty dumb. The opening text once again contradicts any chance of tying it into part 2 or 3, but at the same time says that 2 minor incidents were reported and nothing else for 5 years, which would have been the time in between part 3 and this movie's original release. It's almost like they never even saw part 2 or part 3, but just wanted to vaguely reference them just to be like, oh yeah, there's some other movies that were made, I guess. The film opens at a high school prom featuring our 4 leads. One couple, Heather and Barry, get into an argument after Heather sees Barry kissing another girl, so they storm off to the car to have a talk, where the next couple, Jenny and Sean, were in the back seat smoking weed. As they drive off, we get some award-winning dialogue by Barry. He definitely seems like the kind of guy that's always filled with useful information.
Once, I kissed her once. What's wrong with that? Come on, it's like I can't even talk to my friends anymore. I can't believe how possessive you are. Look, guys need sex, okay? It's bad for you to get all worked up and then not get it. You can get prostate cancer.
Barry.
Girls have tits.
Oftentimes in horror movies or slasher films, you might expect the characters to be, well, stupid. But in this movie, they take that stupidity to an entirely new level. It's a miracle that these characters even know how to tie their own shoes. It has to be one of the dumbest group of kids I have ever seen in a horror movie, and I've been watching these kind of films for almost my entire life. For instance, this is the reaction that they have after getting into a car accident with another driver.
It's my fault. If he dies, I'll be a murderer. I don't know what to do. We've got to find some place where we can call an ambulance. Is somebody gonna come with me?
Jenny, Heather, and Barry decide to go walking off to look for help. while Sean stays with the unconscious driver. I will give them the benefit of the doubt that this is still before cell phones were prevalent because it's in the 90s, so they can't exactly solve the situation by just calling for roadside assistance. But when they reach an office building, none of them are even remotely acting urgent enough about the situation or the fact that they could have just murdered somebody on the road.
Somebody bring me a glass of water, please.
And instead of calling, an ambulance or the police, they call a tow truck. Okay, once again, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt because it's not technically them that makes the call, it's the worker there named Darla, a totally trustworthy character that is definitely not a murderer and who flashes her tits at random people throwing things through her window. I'm sure it'll be okay. And instead of staying there or asking her to call an ambulance or something, they just decide to walk back into the dark, creepy woods, and then Barry and Heather just abandon Jenny to walk by herself. What assholes. But before we deal with their story, let's check in on Sean and make sure that he's being smart about the situation. Like when Vilmer shows up to check to see if the other driver is dead by snapping his neck and killing him, so Sean runs in a panic. He runs straight down the only road where Vilmer's truck can follow him. Not by going into the woods on either side of him where the truck would not be able to follow. No, he just keeps running down the straight road. Well, I'm sure he'll be able to outrun the vehicle eventually, and he's run over. At this point, I was kind of wondering if this movie was meant to be a dark comedy like Part 2, because there's no way that you can have these characters be this dumb and also have the movie be taken seriously. Some sources indicate that the teenagers were written to be deliberate exaggerations of how teens at the time, or maybe a parody of how they were depicted in these kind of horror movies. But the whole movie also seems to subvert or make fun of the idea of Texas Chainsaw, especially with the inclusion of a secret society that we'll get into in a moment. Heather and Barry stumble upon the Sawyer home, and of course they walk right up to the property, because why not in the middle of the night in rural Texas just walk up to a house that you don't know? I'm sure you'll be fine. But Barry takes the cake, as far as I'm concerned, about being an absolute blundering dipshit. From his perspective, he's separated from Heather because they walk to different sides of the house. A man pulls a gun on him, and this is W.E. Sawyer, by the way, who is constantly speaking in random quotes from historical figures and philosophers. I guess they couldn't think of a quirk to give him, so they just decided on that. Or maybe it's just another subversion. Maybe it's to show his intelligence despite living in this backwoods archetype. But anyway, the point is, W.E. is literally holding a gun on Barry. Barry then hears his girlfriend Heather scream in the distance, and Barry responds to this by just walking into the house. Like, why would that be safe? Why would you assume that he couldn't just go in right after you, or shoot the door, or that he lives there so he would have a key? Okay, maybe Barry went in because he's concerned for his girlfriend. Maybe he wants to rush in to rescue her. But first, he needs to take a piss. What the fuck? Mind you, this man just had a gun in his face a minute ago. He walks into the gunman's house, he ignores his girl's cries for help, and then he just pisses in the gunman's toilet. I don't know if that makes him the dumbest or most badass character I've ever seen. Like, Barry doesn't give a fuck about anything. He's living life on the edge. Literally nothing bothers this guy. He's relaxed enough to take a piss inside the home of a raving lunatic without a care in the world. You know what? Shout out to Barry. This guy's hardcore. And then he gets killed by Leatherface. Okay, so Leatherface in this movie. This has got to be, by far, the worst depiction of the character in any of these movies. He first comes on screen sneaking up behind Heather, smelling her hair, which is, it's creepy, I guess. But he is totally inept in this movie. He has a hard time grabbing her and putting her in the freezer. Eventually, they do use the meat hook again, which is a nice touch. But Leatherface is nothing more than a screaming fanatic this entire movie. With a sharp, high-pitched voice and frantic in all of his movements, most of the movie he spends dressed up like a woman, even having a full montage of him putting on makeup. And sure, if you want to go along with the idea that he kind of becomes different personalities depending on the faces he puts on, and some of those identities would be women, that was even kind of suggested in the first film, that's fine. But here, Leatherface is only used for two things: to react like a screaming girl at things that are happening around him, and for whenever there needs to be a chase scene, of which he is horrible at chasing people. He's not scary, he's not intimidating, and he's almost inconsequential to the entire movie. Like, you could take Leatherface out of this movie and not much would change, especially when Vilmer shows up, because he completely takes over the entire movie, and it's easy to forget Leatherface is even there when Vilmer is on screen. For such an icon of horror, he is completely overshadowed by all of the other characters here. Eventually, Vilmer finds Jenny and picks her up in his truck, leading to some phenomenal exchanges between them in the dialogue.
What's gonna happen to me?
You think I give a goddamn what happens to you?
Are you letting me go?
You figured out it's your goddamn lie.
Yes, you can tell that these two are going to be Oscar winners. Jenny escapes the truck, and that's when Leatherface comes in, chasing her back to the office, where we learn, shockingly, the woman working there was in on the whole thing. I love Jenny's dialogue, too, when she gets to the office. This girl just found out her boyfriend is dead, and she was chased by a man wielding a chainsaw, and this is how she acts.
No, he's out there with a chainsaw. No, he had a chainsaw. He was chasing me with a chainsaw. Listen here.
Throwing Jenny into her back seat, the woman Darla stops to get pizza on the way home because in this canon, the Sawyers are not actually cannibals. They're just murderers, and they like pizza. Also, watching this, I actually got hungry for pizza, and I had to order some. I also just needed something good to help ease the pain of watching this movie. When they get back to the house, I honestly feel like they had no idea what to do with this story and just had to fill the runtime because it's filled with so much random shit. Oh, by the way, this is important. Vilmer's quirk is that he has a makeshift hydraulic leg brace that's constantly screwing up on him that he has a remote control in order to control it. Yeah, that's just in there. But yeah, Vilmer starts torturing Jenny and has this extremely toxic, abusive relationship with Darla. It's kind of weird to watch, but at the same time, I kind of think their sex life must be amazing. At one point, Jenny manages to get a gun, and instead of shooting them all, she just threatens to shoot them. And then Vilmer just... I don't even know how to explain it. He drinks a beer, he cuts himself with a razor, he starts dancing around, and he does this. God bless you, Matthew McConaughey. He really does make this movie tolerable because you never know what this fucking guy is going to do next. I'm sure there was a script, but it almost feels like he improvises everything. Like his only direction is that he was told, hey, Matthew, you're playing a crazy person, do some stuff. And he just does stuff. Jenny tries to escape a few times, but they bring her back for the dinner table scene, and there's really not much to say. Instead of the intense, up-close and personal, traumatic feeling of the original movie, it's just more of Vilmer being an absolute nut job and becomes so over the top that you just can't help but laugh at it. There's even a point where Jenny just stands up and starts to walk away. Like, not only was she not even tied down to the chair, but it's like she just got done with this movie and she wants to leave.
You sit the fuck down. And shut up.
Even Grandpa gets up and leaves during Vilmer's outburst. Yeah, the Grandpa character, or at least I'm assuming that's who this is supposed to be, he's just like, nah, I'm out, and walks away. Vilmer also kills W.E. for no reason, and he lights Heather on fire, who, to be honest, by this point, I thought she was already dead, and so she's just here, and then she gets lit on fire. But then we get the ultimate twist of the movie. Another dinner guest shows up, and it's some guy in a suit, but a very important guy in a suit. This guy represents the Illuminati. He's even named Rothman, which has got to be a not-so-subtle nod to the Rothschilds that basically own the entire world, but that's another video that would probably get me kicked off of YouTube or assassinated if I talk about it, so we're just going to leave it at that. Anyway, the idea, as far as I can tell, because it's not really explained well in the movie's dialogue, if you can imagine that, is that the Sawyer family is just one of many that work for this secret society. That they use these sadistic families and killers to spread fear and create transcendent experiences, and that this has been going on for thousands of years. Now, there are ideas here that could be cool in theory, none of which get a chance to be in the film, but if you did have horrific events play out on a global scale, creating experiences where only one survivor is traumatized and tells the tale, it could be both a cover-up to distract people from the real horrific events that the Illuminati is doing, and also, on a spiritual level, be a descending of the consciousness of humanity into something for perhaps a much darker ritual. No, really, let's get deep with this for a minute. They always say the Illuminati or the elites that run the world are always performing these dark satanic rituals to fuel their power and destroy the souls of the innocents. So if you created a mass-scale collection of murders that became so renowned that it scared the entire populace into being obsessed with serial killers and documentaries on them, and horror, and becoming desensitized to violence and gore, becoming paranoid of danger so they stay in their home, continuously consuming and buying more products, keeping themselves docile and drugged with fast food and alcohol, collectively rising the dark energy of each and every horrific event, effectively changing the consciousness of all of mankind to influence a mass ritual capable of destroying all that is holy and raising perhaps true demonic entities from the next dimension to terrorize mankind, all while rising to the highest echelons of power. Well, that could be an interesting story, but it's not in this movie. And it's also not something that I want in a fucking Texas Chainsaw Massacre movie. Yeah, all you get is Rothman coming in, licking Jenny's face, showing her his weird piercings, and that's about it. Nothing about the Illuminati inclusion is truly presented in an interesting way, or even in an understandable one. It's just like, hey, they work for me, you're having a horrific experience, that's basically it. Oh, also they don't like Vilmer because they think he's a little too out of hand. You think? Jenny escapes once again using the remote that controls Vilmer's leg. She runs until she finds this old couple in an RV. Leatherface and Vilmer chase her down until a plane that is flying overhead swoops down and kills Vilmer. I'm assuming this plane belongs to the Illuminati. I guess. Rothman picks Jenny up and is like, yeah, that Vilmer guy is pretty wild. Okay, you've had enough. I'll take you to a hospital. What a nice guy. The hospital scene is also confusing and annoying because as Jenny sits there, they wheel another girl by her that makes eye contact with Jenny, and it's Marilyn Burns, the actress that played Sally from the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre. But does that mean that this is supposed to literally be Sally? So much attention is put on her that you would have to assume that it is. The camera lingers on her for a while. We watch her go down the entire hallway. It actually is kind of similar to Stretch's cameo in part 3. Like, it's so deliberate that we are supposed to notice her. According to the timeline that we're in, Sally could definitely still be alive, but I'm not sure why she would be in a hospital 20 years after the events. Like, maybe in a mental institution or a mental hospital, sure, but this is just a regular hospital. So I checked the end credits just to see if this was meant to be Sally, and Marilyn Burns is credited as playing Anonymous. Great. Precedence for it not being her, along with it not making sense that she would be in a hospital, is that the actor who played Franklin from the original movie is playing the nurse that is talking to Jenny. And that's obviously not supposed to be literally Franklin because he's for sure dead in any continuity you talk about. So if Franklin is not Franklin, then is Sally Sally? I don't know. But what a waste of bringing Marilyn Burns back if it's not supposed to be Sally. Oh, and then we have the ending be Leatherface dancing with the chainsaw as the sun sets, and keeping with this movie being horrible, it's horrifically bad and a pale imitation of the original. So Texas Chainsaw: The Next Generation. I don't know what this movie is supposed to be. On one hand, it seems like it's a parody of the original. On the other, it seems like Kim Henkel wanted to experiment with bigger ideas, but either didn't let himself go all the way with them or was stopped by somebody else. I don't know. I love a good conspiracy or Illuminati discussion, but it's not really fitting for a Texas Chainsaw movie. You want them to be batshit crazy backwood cannibals that do their own thing, not connected to some larger organization. Both ideas are terrifying in their own way, but combining them together doesn't really work. The characters are awful, stupid, and poorly acted by everybody involved, except for McConaughey, who just goes for it so hard that you can't help but enjoy him. There's no good horror in this movie. There's no good kills. They're bland and boring. It has the worst depiction of Leatherface, and there's not much redeeming about this film. And that is the end of timeline number 3, and it was also the end of Texas Chainsaw Massacre as a franchise for quite a while until it was eventually rebooted nearly a decade later in 2003.
To that I say, all right, all right, all right. And that I say, just keep living, huh? Thank you.
Welcome back to the timeline board, everybody. And since now we are officially halfway through the multiple timelines, as well as after Texas Chainsaw Massacre, The Next Generation, or Part 4, that was kind of the end of Texas Chainsaw Massacre for a while, or at least the first run of films before we got into the reboot of 2003. The funny thing about that is the gap of time in between Next Generation and the reboot is only about 8 years, whereas the gap of time in between the first Texas Chainsaw Massacre and then Part 2 was over a decade. But for some reason, the gap between Next Generation and the 2003 remake feels longer. I don't know if that's just the huge tonal shift of those movies, or just those first 4 films are considered the first run, so they're kind of lumped together, or the fact that I wasn't born until 1989, so I didn't have to wait between Part 1 and 2, so maybe it doesn't feel as long because of that. I don't know what the reason is, but anyways, now that we have concluded the original 4 films, I do want to take a little bit of a detour, a little bit of a break between the film reviews, and get into a segment of the video that I like to call Other Media, where we just check out and look at some of the other things that have existed within this horror franchise. So this includes the comic books, the video games, parodies, and things like that. A lot of things that you maybe wouldn't expect would exist with Texas Chainsaw Massacre, but does here. So it's a little segment that I started incorporating in these videos during the Evil Dead retrospective, when I realized there was a lot of expanded stuff just beyond the movies. I'm not going to deep dive into all of them. Some things I'm just going to kind of mention that, hey, these things exist, so if you want to check them out, you can. But other things I'm going to dig into for the very first time and give you a much more fleshed out review of them. So if you want to skip this segment and just go straight to the movie reviews and skip the other media stuff, I got everything timestamped down below, so you can do that. Or you can just join me for the ride into the strangeness of the other things that exist within the Texas Chainsaw Massacre world. So it's up to you. Same thing the next thing I'm going to request, and this is again up to you. Remember, you're your own person. You can make your own decisions. You're not bound and gagged and strapped to a chair and force-fed a bunch of human meat while I mock and laugh you while wearing a skin mask of your friend. That could happen in the future, but it's not happening now. So it's up to you, but I'm humbly asking and humbly requesting, if you've enjoyed the journey so far, if you could give the video a like and a comment in order to help it out in the algorithm. I know it's always annoying and frustrating when YouTubers are like, you should like this video and yada yada, but at the end of the day, that's how we make a living, and that's how these videos get out there, and more interaction with the video helps the video be seen more, helps push it out there, helps create more content like this, because if we are able to get the videos out and things perform well, then we could take the time to create more videos of the same type of material that you enjoyed the first time. So if you enjoy it now and you want more, that's one of the best ways to do it. I also do have a Patreon, so if you want to support the channel that way, whether it's $1 a month, whatever, it doesn't matter. Everybody gets the same perk. You know, I give everybody equal treatment no matter what you decide to donate. So if you do decide to join the Patreon, if you like the horror retrospective videos, I actually upload each segment of the video on Patreon months before the full video goes up on YouTube. So basically how I make these videos is I do everything one segment at the time. So I'll do the review for the first movie as one full video and save it as one full video, and then the review for the second movie and yada yada. And I kind of just move down the list as I begin creating this full-length retrospective. But if you want to see each segment of the video as it's made and as it's created, I put all of those on Patreon before the entire thing is finished, and then I upload it on YouTube. So if you want to see it early, that's one way to do it. But again, that is your choice. You are absolutely free to enjoy all of this content for free if you want to, or hate it. I don't know. If you like it, do you not like it? Do you like it? I have no idea. Let me know. But regardless of what you do, I am endlessly appreciative that you've made it this far into the video nonetheless, and I thank you humbly. And so now let's move on to the other media that exists for Texas Chainsaw Massacre. To start off the other media segment of Texas Chainsaw, the big thing to talk about would actually be the Texas Chainsaw Massacre movie that was never released. Yes, alongside the 9 official Chainsaw movies, what we have here is an entirely completed 10th movie that never saw the light of day, called All American Massacre. In the late 90s, Tobe Hooper's son, William Hooper, opted to continue the franchise within the original Tobe Hooper timeline. At first, it was just going to be an independent short film, but then was expanded to be a full-length feature. And it starred none other than Bill Moseley, reprising his role as Chop Top from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2. In this continuation, Chop Top survived falling down the mountain and then was arrested by the police. It picks up about 13 years after Part 2, and Chop Top is set to be interviewed, in which we would also go into flashbacks featuring the extended Sawyer family and, of course, Leatherface, all leading to Chop Top escaping and then continuing his massacre. There was even a trailer for the movie that was leaked online in the early 2000s, and to this day is the only definitive footage that we have of the film. Oh, and it also includes a score from Buckethead. That also supposedly played Leatherface in the flashbacks. That's some wild stuff. And if y'all don't know Buckethead, you gotta get on that. Bill Moseley's Chop Top was the best part of Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2, and to this day, I think the best character of the Sawyer family besides Leatherface himself. The idea to center a movie around him is honestly brilliant and could have significantly changed the direction for the franchise rather than just having it repeatedly reboot itself. Now, this is obviously a super low-budget independent film, but there was a solid push behind it, and it looked like it was going to come out around the year 2000. But then it didn't, and all the reasons why seem to be very vague. The first and most likely come with it being a rights issue. Texas Chainsaw as a brand has gone back and forth between different ownerships and movie studios, and some say that William Hooper never had the proper rights to make the movie in the first place. Since it just began as a short film, that could very much be the case. Even though it was made by the son of the original man that started it all, and was starring an actual actor from Part 2, in the eyes of greedy corporate owners, well, none of that really matters. Further rumors say that the Texas Chainsaw Next Generation movie that came out right before this, the series had already developed such a bad reputation that they didn't want to continue to taint its legacy, but that would only make sense if All American Massacre was a bad movie, which maybe it was, but could it have really been worse than Next Generation? Now that's scary to think about. William Hooper eventually made comments about budgetary issues when it came to finishing the movie, being the reason that it was never released, and then in 2011, there was a Kickstarter campaign set up to help finance its completion that unfortunately did not reach its goal. And ever since then, it seems to be completely abandoned despite several fan attempts to get it moving again. What we do have is some strange grainy footage of Buckethead as Leatherface, so there's that. So I don't know, it seems to be one of the most infamous lost media items out in the modern horror world. For a while, I wondered if it was even a full movie, and it's crazy that it never managed to leak online, even in an unfinished format. Maybe one day we'll get to see it, but after this long, over 20 years, I really wouldn't hold my breath. While looking for some books on the Texas Chainsaw Massacre series, I was very shocked to find out that the only Texas Chainsaw Massacre movie that had a novelization was the 2003 remake. Normally, at least a handful of the horror films that I cover have a few, but no matter where I search, the only result that comes up is a novel for the 2003 film, so interesting. The only other novel that I can find is called Chainsaw Confidential, which is written by the original Leatherface actor Gunnar Hansen, and it recalls his experiences before, during, and after the filming of the original movie. The franchise has been featured in comic book form a couple of times, though none adapting from a specific movie. In the early 90s, there was a miniseries called Leatherface, written by Mort Castle, that particularly took ideas from Leatherface, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3, as it was the most recent film at the time. Castle worked from the script of Part 3, but due to it being in comic book form, he was free to go as wild and graphic as he wanted without any of the censorship restrictions of the movies. Also, in the mid-1990s, a 3-issue comic series called Jason vs. Leatherface was published by Topps Comics, obviously featuring a crossover with the Friday the 13th slasher Jason Voorhees. I mentioned this comic in the Friday the 13th retrospective that I did, but at that point, I still had not read it, so I figured now that I'm doing the Texas Chainsaw Massacre retro, this would be my last real opportunity, so screw it. I'm going to review this comic for you. So I read the Jason versus Leatherface comic, and it honestly surprised me the direction that it went in, because though they do fight a little bit, they kind of become bros for the majority of the comic's runtime. It's a 3-issue comic that came out in 1995, so this would put the continuity between both series after Texas Chainsaw: The Next Generation and after Jason Goes to Hell, which arguably are two of the worst of both of the franchises, depending on how you want to look at it. Although the comic goes into its own continuity and does not match up with any of the movies whatsoever, because you have the design of Jason from Jason Goes to Hell, but in the beginning of this comic, he is chained up at the bottom of Crystal Lake. Now, in the Friday the 13th movies, that happens after Friday the 13th Part 6, which takes place in like the late, well, actually, you know what? I'm not even going to get into the Friday the 13th timeline now, because I forget where all those movies take place, because there's insane jumps of time. I discussed it in the Friday the 13th video. I don't know. It's like in the late 80s or 90s at that point, canonically. Listen, doesn't matter, because he doesn't get out of that situation until Tina resurrects him in Part 7, and, you know, then he gets rid of the chain and swims back up to the surface. So if he is chained up at the bottom of the lake, that could have only happened in between Part 6 and Part 7, but it obviously can't happen because he doesn't get out until Part 7, and also this is a different Jason design where he isn't quite as, he's very battle damaged in Part 7, but he's not quite as Jason Goes to Hell-y as he's shown here. Now, obviously, I know they used the Jason Goes to Hell design because that was the most recent movie, and usually when they make these comic books, that's what they do. But that's not the case when it comes to Leatherface and the Sawyer family, or the Slaughter family that they're going with here, because they were called like the Slaughter family in the original before they gave them an actual name of the Sawyers. Anyways, the characters that are present with the Texas Chainsaw Massacre side of this story are the characters from the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre movie. So you have Leatherface as he was depicted in that movie. You have the hitchhiker, and you have, I'm assuming Drayton, the cook, is basically what they call him. They call him the hitchhiker and the cook. They call them their kind of code names before they were given actual names in Part 2. So if that were the case, then this would have to take place in the 1970s, because the hitchhiker dies at the end of the first Texas Chainsaw Massacre that is supposed to take place in 1973. In 1973, Jason was still a dead child, or a human living in the woods that was still growing up, because he drowned in the 50s, and he didn't have his first attack in Crystal Lake until 1981 after witnessing the death of his mother. So during the 1970s, there was no Jason roaming the lake. There was no Jason with the hockey mask, so it couldn't take place then. Why am I spending so much time talking about the continuity? I don't know. These things just kind of fascinate me, and I try to figure out where things can potentially take place, but there is literally no overlapping timeline in the Texas Chainsaw or Friday the 13th universes where this story could actually take place, especially the way it's depicted here. And there are significant changes to the Jason lore to begin with. I'm jumping ahead. The final panel of the comic shows a billboard for Crystal Lake saying that it is in Vermont when it's canonically in New Jersey, or somewhere around New Jersey. Also, there's this weird panel with Jason having a flashback of, I'm assuming, his father being abusive to him and him hiding behind his mother, but his mother is not called Pamela. It's called Doris, and she bears no similarity whatsoever to the Betsy Palmer actress that played Pamela in the original Friday the 13th. So this comic completely takes place within its own continuity, all right? So whatever that is. Anyways, the storyline is Jason is chained up at the bottom of the lake, and some greedy businessmen decide that they want to drain the lake, get rid of it, and build some establishment on it. It's just an excuse to get Jason out of the lake. So he gets scooped up when they're, taking all the shit out of the lake, and basically kind of gets aboard of a train and kills a dog right off the bat, which, that's like cardinal sin number 1 in horror movies, is killing an animal, but, he does. Maybe he's more of a cat person like me. I don't know. Sometimes dogs are really loud and they start barking a lot, and I just, I'm just like, man, if I had a hockey mask right now. So Jason boards a train to Texas, I'm assuming. From Vermont to Texas. I don't know how long that would take. Originally, I was thinking, how long would it take to go from New Jersey to Texas on a train? That's got to be quite a while. But I guess they move it to Vermont for whatever reason. Anyways, so Jason basically kills everybody on the train. The train crashes and explodes, and then Jason is perfectly fine. He's walking through the woods of wherever the train crashed, and some dude like runs up to him. He's like, "Oh my God, you got to save me," because if I was running from a crazy, manic, cannibalistic family and I saw a giant, hulking, super strong dude in a hockey mask holding a machete, I would obviously think that guy was there to save me. So he's like, "Yo, save me, bro." And then we get the hitchhiker showing up and Leatherface. Leatherface and Jason have a brief combat. They have a brief fight with one another, which, again, I don't know what continuity this is trying to follow, because if this was the case, Jason outclasses Leatherface in almost every realm, especially when it comes to physical prowess and strength and brutality. Like, Jason is so strong. Like, listen, Leatherface is cool, but he is a human, right? Jason at this point would be zombified and super strong, so there would be no chance that Leatherface would win. But whatever the case, they wind up killing the victim in the meantime, and the hitchhiker and Leatherface notice this, and they're like, "Oh, wow, you're pretty good at killing." And they actually start to like Jason. And here's the weird part of this comic, is that they have this kind of narration going on. It's not Jason's inner thoughts, but there's a narration through the whole. Basically, it's through Jason's point of view. Like, the whole comic, I would say that Jason is the main character. But it's through his point of view. And the narrator is always talking about what Jason is feeling in the moment. And he talks about how, Jason knows that he can kill these people, but something in him makes him not want to. And I guess they're appealing to the sense that Jason grew up in a similar abusive family, not a cannibalistic family, but they basically go the route where Jason has sympathy for Leatherface. And this is where their similarities as characters kind of gets brought up within the comic, because Leatherface, especially as depicted in the original film, seems to be abused by his family to a degree. Or they're always shouting at him or hitting him or telling him to go do this, or, you have to clean up that, or go cook us dinner. Like, he's kind of the grunt of the family, right? Even though he's the strongest physically, he's not mentally capable, and he's, used to that kind of Stockholm syndrome of, loving his family and, yes, okay, I'll obey you. He kind of just goes along with what they tell him to do. And so Jason picks up on this, and they give Jason the intelligence to recognize the similarities between Leatherface and himself. And there's all these flashbacks of Jason remembering when he was bullied as a kid, and when he was picked on, and when he was abused. It's this really weird, like, route of Jason just not killing anybody. Like, they bring Jason into their house and they're like, "Hey, this is our home. This is what we do here. You want some dinner?" And Jason's just like going along with it. There's this great moment where, I don't know if you can call it great, but it's a moment where Leatherface gets abused and he runs up to his bedroom crying like a kid, and Jason goes up to check on him like they're brothers. Like, he opens the door and he's just like, "Damn." And of course, there's no expression on Jason's face. You just see the hockey mask, but he like opens the bedroom door of Leatherface and stands there like, "Oh man, I'm sorry, bro. Like, I hope you're all right." And that's kind of how the entire comic storyline goes. In the second issue, it's literally just Jason hanging around the Sawyers, or the Slaughters. He's just hanging around, just watching what they do, watching them kill people. There's some victims, he helps them kill a traveling couple on the road. So he basically just becomes adopted into the family. And they're just like completely fine and cool with this giant zombified, hockey mask killer. They're like, "Oh yeah, you're all right. You kill pretty good. Like, we're going to feed you." It doesn't show Jason eating, so I don't know what he does at the dinner table, but anyways, so the hitchhiker is showing him all of his human furniture and sculptures that he's made, kind of similar to the Ed Gein kind of backstory. And then there's a moment that I don't know why I thought of this, but the hitchhiker starts abusing Leatherface, and Jason stops him. Like, there's a moment where Leatherface is on the ground, and he pushes the hitchhiker out of the way, and he like holds his hand out to Leatherface, and it totally reminded me of, like, I don't know, the Martha scene from Batman v Superman. Like, you were abused, I was abused, we're gonna be bros. By the third comic, this idea is still going on. If you're expecting it to build up to some kind of epic no holds barred, super bloody, graphic, people getting stabbed, limbs flying off, awesome battle between Leatherface and Jason. It does not happen. They fight for about one panel. So as you can imagine, the hitchhiker and Drayton, like, they're all continuously being abusive to Leatherface, and Jason steps in once more. But after Jason starts being a little bit too aggressive with defending Leatherface, Leatherface actually comes at Jason because, well, ultimately they are his family, right? So even though they're abusive, he's still got to protect his family. So he comes at Jason with the chainsaw. Yeah, after Jason gets hit with the chainsaw, he stands there super depressed looking at his wound. And the narration goes, for the first time in his existence, Jason has gone against his nature. Instead of destroying, he chose to defend another. And this is how he's repaid. Jason thought he had finally found someone who understood what it was like to be different, to be apart from the others, somebody like him. But Leatherface had one thing in common with all the others. He was alive and living new love, even if it was the love of a stunted, twisted family. And all that love must die. So you essentially have a story about Jason learning to care about somebody else and then eventually having that care betrayed. What an interesting emotional look at both of these characters. So the fight barely goes on, and Jason gets knocked out by the hitchhiker of all things. So yeah, you don't even get to see Jason or Leatherface win the fight. Jason gets knocked out by the hitchhiker. Is that what you want to see? In a comic called Jason versus Leatherface, do you really want to see Jason get defeated by the hitchhiker of all characters? Come on, man. Come on. What was that? And then the ending doesn't really do anything. They throw Jason in the lake because they were like, well, we kind of like him. We don't want to eat him. We can't. Plus, that's some tainted meat, man. Like, I don't know what would happen if you actually tried to eat Jason. You'd probably be sick for days. Then again, these people live in grime and filth anyway, so they probably have a pretty strong immune system. But regardless, they just throw Jason in the lake. Not Crystal Lake, but whatever lake was close to them. Jason, of course, eventually regenerates and resurrects, as he does. And he just kind of depressingly starts walking back to Crystal Lake. Like, he says, I could probably kill them, but whatever. Like, he's just too depressed. And it's so sad, actually. It's like, okay, so you have Jason that, like, finally found another, group of people as weird and twisted as him. And when he tried to do the right thing, he was betrayed and then thrown back into the lake where he always is, and he just can't connect with anybody. As for Leatherface, as this is a Texas Chainsaw Massacre retrospective, yeah, he is pretty much depicted as somebody that is pushed around and abused and, hurt by his family over and over again. And at first he enjoys that somebody is standing up for him and Jason, but when things get pushed too far, he instinctively goes to defend his family. And that's pretty much Leatherface's whole characterization in this comic. He's really just there as an outlet for Jason. So overall, it's an interesting look at Jason's character of all things. But yeah, it definitely did not live up to, I guess, the hype. I've seen this comic cover of the Jason versus Leatherface comic for years and years, and the artwork looks so cool, and it seems like it's so open for potential, but then once you actually read it, it's just kind of okay. But I read it for you, so you don't have to. So there you go. Continuing with comic books, in the mid-2000s, Avatar Press would release Texas Chainsaw comics set within the remake continuity. Again, the comics seemed to mostly go along with whatever the current iteration of the film was. The first one was a one-shot just called Texas Chainsaw Massacre Special, involving a group of escaped convicts stumbling upon the Hewitt General Store and quickly getting what's coming to them. Might be a cool premise for an actual movie if they ever wanted to do it. There was a Texas Chainsaw Massacre comic called The Grind, where the family attacks a group of choir girls, and Fear Book, where some teenagers in love get massacred by the Hewitt family on Valentine's Day. Oh, so it's a fun holiday special. That's so cute. After that, Texas Chainsaw would not return to comic book form until 2007, now published by Wildstorm. This also took place in the remake continuity, but decided to continue it like a traditional sequel, with FBI agents investigating the Hewitt's murders, including a family member that was related to the character of Pepper. Apparently, it gets pretty gruesome, but it was also canceled after only 6 issues. Then there were a few one-shots like Texas Chainsaw Massacre Cut, where a group of young filmmakers want to capture footage of the Hewitt house and end up in more than they bargained for. Texas Chainsaw About a Boy connects itself to the prequel of the remake, telling a story about a younger Leatherface. And the comic By Himself, which I think sounds the most interesting, expands the origins of Sheriff Hoyt and how he was a prisoner of war that was forced into cannibalism, which began his murderous intent. And then we have Raising Cain, a 3-issue series focusing on twins, Cain and Abel, separated at birth, with Abel growing up as a member of the Hewitt family. And finally, there's a one-shot comic called New Line's Tales of Horror that, judging by the cover, you would think, oh, cool, it's a Leatherface Freddy Krueger crossover. But no, it's just 2 short stories in one comic. One is a Texas Chainsaw story. One is a Nightmare on Elm Street story. It's complete marketing clickbait, and it's a total jip, because neither story is that good. For video games, the first one that we ever got was the Texas Chainsaw Massacre on the Atari 2600. Yeah, that's right. Atari had a Texas Chainsaw game. It was released in 1983, and it is questionable at best. You play, I guess, as Leatherface, walking around with a chainsaw that, okay, let's be real here. Is this Leatherface's chainsaw, or is this Leatherface's dick? All right, this is my first time playing Texas Chainsaw Massacre on the Atari 2600, and I really don't even know what I'm looking at right here. I think this is Leatherface, but is this his cock? I don't understand what this is that I'm... I guess, okay, wait, no. Here we go. Okay, I'm revving up my, I'm revving up my weapon, whatever this is. Okay. All right. I'm assuming, oh, I think I'm stuck. Okay. Oh, a wheelchair. Awesome. All right, so I guess the point of the game is to go around. Yep. All right, whatever that did. I guess the point of the game is to go around and kill people in wheelchairs. Yeah! Oh, wait, no. Come here. Come here, bitch. Come here. How is she getting away? Come here. Come here. Yeah! Oh! Dead. I think the goal of the game is you gotta be fast. Yeah. Oh. Come on. Ah! She just disappears. She's got, like, teleportation. Yeah. All right. And she booted me again. Look at the little pixelized boob. Do you see that? There's like one little pixel that goes further out. It's like a little boob. It's not my fault. It's the game. It makes you kill people in wheelchairs, or not even people in wheelchairs. It's just a renegade wheelchair. There's just wheelchairs in your way everywhere. They thought of, hey, what's something that we remember from the movie? Oh, I know. There was a character in a wheelchair. Let's have that be your biggest obstacle. Believe it or not, when this game was released, it was actually considered to be controversial because of the subject matter. And I guess when you consider the biggest games at the time were probably Astron Belt and Pac-Man, well, a game where you kill women and people in wheelchairs might have been a bit much. After that, it would be multiple decades before Leatherface returned to video games. Shockingly, no games for the NES, no games for the PlayStation or Xbox or any of those consoles were ever made. We would only see Leatherface featured in some other games, like a DLC for Mortal Kombat X in 2015, alongside Jason, actually. And of course, it features some pretty great chainsaw-based fatalities. He was also featured in the survival horror game Dead by Daylight in 2017, where you can play either as a survivor or as a killer. Also, both of these game appearances seem to be using, both in concept and design, the Leatherface from the original movie, which is what you want to see. I was always super disappointed that they used the remake version of Freddy in these games, so I like that they went back to the OG Leatherface. But the big one to talk about is, of course, the brand new Texas Chainsaw Massacre game released in 2023 from Gun Interactive, and also they are the same people that worked on the Friday the 13th game. Unlike the Friday game, though, due to rights issues, it was only allowed to include things from the very first Texas Chainsaw movie. But that's just fine by me. It doesn't need to be a franchise game, it just is a Texas Chainsaw Massacre, the original game. In all honesty, in my opinion, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre game is a huge step down from the Friday the 13th one, which already wasn't perfect. It's basically the same setup where you can play as a victim or a killer and you're given a location from the movie and a time limit to either escape or finish off all the victims. but you have no choice but to play online matches with other players. And personally, I've never been a fan of that style of gameplay. I don't know, maybe it's the single child introvert in me, but I just like playing games on my own. I don't want to have to play with other people. If I do, I like it to be a choice, not a necessity. I just want to play the game. At least with Friday the 13th, they gave you an option to go up against NPCs, but not here. As well as when you wait for it to load, you need 3 killers and 4 victims for a match to load, and because probably most people want to play as the killers, I sat there sometimes for 10 to 15 minutes at a time just waiting for people to join the match. I spent more time waiting than the length of time of the match itself. The actual maps that you play on are complicated to navigate, and you don't get an actual map to look at on the screen, so you basically just have to memorize the entire location on its own. The victims run way faster than the killers do and are difficult to catch up to, and you would think that in a Texas Chainsaw Massacre game, playing as Leatherface should be the most fun. But since his chainsaw is so loud, and because of his bigger physical build, he's the slowest, it's very easy for victims to know that you're coming and to get away from you. And it's really difficult to even catch up with them. The game wants you to plant traps and lock doors to keep them from going through different locations. You also have to continuously keep feeding Grandpa blood, because then he'll activate an ability that shows you where all the victims are located, but again, only for a brief period of time. I guess if you like this kind of game and are also a Texas Chainsaw fan, you'll find some enjoyment here, but for me, the novelty wore off really quick. I love the level of detail of the locations and the characters, and I appreciate that they got people like Kane Hodder to do the mocap for Leatherface, and they even got the original actor that played the hitchhiker to do the voice of his character here in the game. You can tell that authenticity went into creating it, but the gameplay style is more annoying than anything else. I don't know what I was expecting, but this really was a letdown for me, especially at the price point of $40. My first time playing, I played for about 2 hours and I could not get a single kill. Maybe that's just a skill issue and I need to try harder, but also at least 45 minutes of those 2 hours was just me waiting in the lobby for people to join. I don't know what the recent trend is with these horror games like this and Friday the 13th and even Evil Dead to a degree, having this kind of co-op gameplay, Fortnite style, everything has to be done in one match kind of thing. I wish we could get more horror survival or storyline based games in these horror franchises, kind of like with Alien Isolation that creates its own storyline. I feel like you can only really get enjoyment from it if you are a hardcore Texas Chainsaw Massacre fan. But if you'd never seen the movie or any of the franchise, then I could imagine you playing this for about 20 minutes and then getting extremely bored. I don't know if that's kind of harsh, but that was just my initial impression playing the game for the first time. I'll play it a few more times maybe to see if I grow a bigger affection for it, but as of right now, I would say, again, unless you're a hardcore fan, it's definitely skippable. When it comes to merchandise, there is no shortage of chainsaw items, and plenty of which do their best to make Leatherface, the murdering, psychologically wounded, chainsaw-wielding cannibal, look as adorable as possible. And they shockingly do a very good job at that. Texas Chainsaw has also been the inspiration for some music over the years. The Ramones have a song just called Chainsaw, where they mention the movie itself. There's a death metal song called Chainsaw Dismemberment by Mortician, which includes a spoken intro mimicking the opening of the movie.
Reports of bizarre, grisly chainsaw mass murders have persisted all across the state of Texas.
And of course, one of my favorite bands of all time, Ice Nine Kills, has a song called Savages about the original Texas Chainsaw movie on their album The Silver Scream, which is a concept album where every song is based on a different horror movie. I also need to discuss some of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre ripoff films, or at least a few of them, because there's plenty. Movies that have always attempted to capitalize on a series or a style that works very well, or just the idea of something like Texas Chainsaw Massacre. It seems to be a concept that you could easily make a similar horror movie from. Even my favorite horror series, The Evil Dead, has a lead character that uses a chainsaw as his primary weapon. Now, I would not say that's a specific Texas Chainsaw inspiration, but I do think that Texas Chainsaw put the idea of using chainsaws in horror movies into the spotlight in a way that they never had been before. Motel Hell is a movie from 1980 where victims are lured to a motel, captured, and then planted in the ground until they are ultimately used to make the farmer's famous smoked meat. So you have the cannibalistic group of characters, and at one point, the main killer, Vincent, dons a pig mask and wields a chainsaw. To be fair, this movie is pretty wacky, and some consider it to be a dark comedy. It's nowhere near as intense as the original Texas Chainsaw, and it doesn't try to be, but it does have some really dark shit going on, especially with the victims being planted in the ground and force-fed. When it comes to the physical chainsaw stuff, this was before Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2, so when you have two characters dueling it out with chainsaws in this movie, that's technically not a ripoff, since this movie came out first. So who knows, maybe Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2 actually ripped off the ripoff. Also from 1980 is a movie called Mother's Day. I have not seen this one myself, but it's another movie with a psychopathic family living in the woods where two brothers attempt to impress their deranged mother by kidnapping, torturing, and doing some other things to girls that they find in the woods. But it does sound more in line with the sexual assault revenge horror films like I Spit on Your Grave, or hell, maybe even Last House on the Left. I'd have to give it a watch myself to see which one it really seems to mimic more, but it is often compared to Texas Chainsaw Massacre by others. Some will also say that The Hills Have Eyes was a Texas Chainsaw ripoff in some way. Now, I'm a huge Wes Craven fan, so I hate the idea of calling one of his movies a ripoff, but you do essentially have a family of inbred, mutated cannibals living in the desert that torture and murder people, so I get the comparison. Great movie, though. You should check it out. So, this is a wild one. In the official Texas Chainsaw series, there are two movies called Leatherface that have no connection. But would you believe that there is another movie also called Leatherface, and on the cover, it features a masked killer holding a chainsaw? Yeah, but this is not a Texas Chainsaw movie. See, this goes beyond just being a ripoff. This is a pure, unapologetic attempt to trick you into thinking that this is a Texas Chainsaw movie. Even wilder is that this isn't even a standalone film. This is a sequel to a movie called Playing with Dolls. It is a horror movie from Germany written and directed by Rene Perez, and the sequel was originally called Playing with Dolls Bloodlust. Fantastic. Now, it's not particularly uncommon for films to get a title change when they're brought to another country, but since this movie was released in 2016, which was the year that Leatherface, the prequel, was supposed to come out, they changed the title overseas to Leatherface, The Legend Lives On, in a shameful display to capitalize on the official film. There's no subtlety here whatsoever. This is deliberately here to trick you. Now, I have not seen this movie itself, and I had no idea it existed until now. The synopsis says something about the plot being related to a reality TV setup in a horror setting that suddenly becomes real. Oh, great. So it's ripping off the worst Texas Chainsaw movie and the worst Halloween movie simultaneously. I actually can't deny that's incredibly impressive. But I think what really needs to be discussed are Rob Zombie's Firefly trilogy, as in House of a Thousand Corpses, The Devil's Rejects, and Three from Hell. Now, I am a fan of these movies, especially The Devil's Rejects, but there is no hiding from the fact that Texas Chainsaw heavily inspires them, and that Rob Zombie has probably always wanted to make a Texas Chainsaw movie. Even his Halloween remakes, at time, feel more like Texas Chainsaw than they do Halloween, especially his decision to give Michael an eccentric, abusive family. House of a Thousand Corpses is essentially the same setup, with a family of psychopaths that lure in, torture, and kill their victims. The movie is also even set in the 1970s, though the first movie is more heavily stylized visually. Devil's Rejects actually captures that gritty handheld style very well in a way that I would dare say is similar to the first Chainsaw film. The biggest connectivity is that one of the main killers in the family, Otis, is played by Bill Moseley, Chop Top from Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2. He's a brutal, unforgiving killer that waxes philosophically at times and creates weird artistic abominations out of his victims like Fish Boy.
Behold! Fish boy! Oh my god!
But he also cuts the faces off some of his victims and wears skin masks. Where have we seen that before? There's no Leatherface, but there is Tiny, who is a giant unspoken member of the family with some physical deformities, and though he seems to be the most sympathetic, I guess, so not related to Leatherface in terms of personality, but maybe a similar archetype. Captain Spaulding runs a gas station that gives people passing by faulty directions, luring them to the evil family, which is kind of similar to Drayton and the barbecue from Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Spaulding sells fried chicken, but is it really chicken? The original House of a Thousand Corpses is pretty similar to Texas Chainsaw Massacre until the final 10 minutes where it goes a little bit bonkers. The Devil's Rejects is one of my favorite horror movies of all time, and I do think that it branches off into a more interesting direction, having most of the family killed off with only 3 of them on the run from a police officer who's hell-bent on finding them and giving them a taste of their own medicine. Devil's Rejects is unique in the sense that it turns the killers into the protagonist and allows a chance to humanize them despite their murderous ways, also putting them in a desperate situation and at a disadvantage, which is much different than the traditional murderous family kind of trope. And if you love Bill Moseley, he absolutely shines in The Devil's Rejects, giving maybe the best performance of his entire career. So I'd say don't skip this one.
I am the devil, and I am here to do the devil's work.
But then 3 from Hell, I'm not much of a fan of. Devil's Rejects, to me, ends in such a perfect way, and the ending is kind of retconned to give us a little bit more of the same in the sequel. Actor Sid Haig, who played Captain Spaulding, also passed away in real life, and though he is in one scene of the movie, his presence is definitely missed afterwards. Even adding in a new family member with Richard Brake, it's just not the same. It begins with them in prison, then escaping, but it just feels like it's trying to do the same thing that Devil's Rejects did again without adding anything new. And since Rejects ended so perfectly, this whole movie to me feels very unnecessary. I hear Wolf Creek from 2005 is another film that is similar to Texas Chainsaw, taking place in rural Australia, where a psychopathic killer tortures and murders a group of young characters. I have to check it out. It's been on my list for a while, but it's another example of a similar film. And if you really want to hit the bottom of the barrel, you gotta check out Skinned Deep. One of the worst yet most hilarious movies that I have ever seen about a family of murderers. Warwick Davis is in there and he throws plates at people's faces. There's an insane amount of gore. There's a main killer called the Surgeon General with this metal mouth swinging blades and chains around. Oh, and also a guy named Brains that has a giant brain and sometimes runs around naked. No, really, this movie is amazing and you should probably watch it. Also, for purely research purposes and no other reason whatsoever, only for this video, I did find out that there are some Texas Chainsaw porn parodies in existence, such as the Texas Vibrator Massacre from 2008, and the Texas Dildo Masquerade that features Ron Jeremy playing a version of the Franklin character.
That's the old dildo house. That's what Grandpa used to sell us plastic. Then they try out these dildos on the girls that work in quality control. Or they have a dildo at the same time. They might try maybe one in the mouth, 2 in the mouth at the same time. One guy goes like mouth, pussy, and he changes places every 2 seconds. They don't have any boyfriends, so the only thing they can really do is play around with dildos.
That's horrible. Women should not have to use dildos for pleasure.
Yeah, I couldn't rely on it.
It actually follows the story pretty well. The hitchhiker gets picked up and starts having sex with some of the characters.
And my grandfather too. Well, my whole family's in dildos.
Now, I can't show you much else, but Leatherface wears a vagina mask, and instead of a chainsaw, well, you can probably guess he has a giant vibrator. They even do the dinner scene, which quickly, develops into a gangbang, but it's there. In many ways, this is more disturbing than the original, since nobody in the porn version is that attractive, and there's also way too many close-up shots of disgusting things that you don't want to see, but at least they did attempt to follow the storyline. And who doesn't love a little Ron Jeremy in their life?
You're getting the girls all upset with you. Stop with all the dildo stuff. Talk.
All right, Gio.
Not doing much for me either.
I'm sorry.
Anyways, with that lovely image in your mind now, let's just cut back over to the timeline board. All right, welcome back once again to the timeline board. We're going to get right back into the movie reviews, and now we are going into timeline number 4 Timeline number 4, the reboot timeline. The only timeline that has nothing to do with the original films whatsoever and creates its own timeline and its own characters, changes the names of the characters from the Sawyers to the Hewitts, and just kind of was this little era in the mid-2000s that did its own thing that some people really like, some people don't like it. I do enjoy the original remake. I'll tell you a little bit of the history I have behind it before we get into the review very briefly, is that since this did come out in 2003, this was kind of around the time where I was first really deep diving and getting into horror movies in my life. I was about 13 years old at the time, and I would say I probably started getting into horror movies and slashers and stuff like around 12, 13, 14. Like this was the time that I was really heavily into it. So at the time that this movie was coming out, I was renting all of these slasher movies from the video store back when they existed. And I was also really excited that year for Freddy vs. Jason, also came out in 2003. And I do remember the movie trailer for the Texas Chainsaw Massacre 03 version, I still think is one of the best movie trailers I've ever watched. That trailer kicked ass. So seeing myself as a little horror obsessed 13-year-old getting super excited about these movies, and now seeing this trailer for a new Texas Chainsaw Massacre, it would be the Texas Chainsaw Massacre of my generation. It would be brand new. Could see it in theaters, if my parents took me, right? So I was so excited for it. And when it came out, I loved it. I absolutely loved it. I adored it. I think even at the time, I didn't like it more than the original, but I was so excited to have this brand new, fresh, Texas Chainsaw Massacre to kind of represent the era of which I was really getting into these movies. So that's kind of like the history I have with it. Again, same year as like Freddy vs. Jason and stuff. So these were the movies that I was the most excited for back then when I was a weird little kid. And now I am a weird little adult. But anyways, this will be my first time revisiting the 2003 Texas Chainsaw Massacre in quite a while. I actually bought the Blu-ray to revisit it because I hadn't owned it, and I realized I've probably not seen this movie for at least like 15 years. So it's been a long time. So I'm excited to revisit it, and I'm going to let you know exactly what I think about it all these years later. So in the early 2000s, it would finally be time to officially reboot the Texas Chainsaw Massacre franchise, even though almost every sequel is basically a reboot anyway, but now we're doing it for real. Having a traveling van of 5 youths, setting it back in 1973, and trying honestly to make it an effective, scary horror film. But the first thing that you would think is, how do you remake what is essentially a horror masterpiece? Can you even begin to recapture that kind of magic? Well, no. However, I think the most shocking thing about the remake is that it actually turned out pretty good. Sure, it's nowhere near as good as the original, but it somehow manages to defy all reason and become arguably the best Texas Chainsaw since the original. It has the scares, it has the unnerving atmosphere, and that foreboding sense of dread before the horror actually starts. It has characters that, while maybe not the best the genre has to offer, are actually understandable and engaging in their own way. They have personality to them. The family of killers now changed from the Sawyers to the Hewitts for some reason that I still don't understand, but all of them offered their own kind of creepy, unique personalities to the film as well, and Leatherface is actually a powerful and intimidating force to be reckoned with. Yes, his character and personality is once again massively changed, but if you wanted Leatherface to feel scary and like a physical threat again, I would say this is the most menacing version of him, maybe of the whole series. Now, this movie does have its faults, and I'll get into some of those, but after the 3 original sequels, this one kind of feels like a step in the right direction. It all starts with Michael Bay.
Michael Bay presents Explosions!
Okay, listen, regardless of what you think of his movies, he at least had a good idea with starting the production company Platinum Dunes, a movie studio that's prime focus was meant to be doing high-concept films at a lower budget, an outlet to let filmmakers stretch their wings, give first-time directors a chance to do something, keep the budgets down, and without the corporate BS breathing down their necks like with the higher-budget projects. So obviously, Platinum Dunes was a perfect outlet for horror films to be made, and a new Texas Chainsaw film is exactly what they had their sights on that would turn out to be the very first film that was produced by the Platinum Dune studio. It would then be picked up and distributed by New Line Cinema, who ironically already had a history with Texas Chainsaw releasing Part 3. But making this movie was a huge risk in several ways. It was a first-time studio, a remake of a wildly beloved classic, and a first-time director with Marcus Nispel. He originally didn't even want to direct a remake, instead wishing to do something original, but was helped be convinced by Daniel Pearl, who ironically was the cinematographer of the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and he was coming back to be the cinematographer of the remake as well. And this turned out to be a little bit of a double-edged sword, because as a fan, you think this would be exciting because it would be making the film go back to that gritty, almost snuff-like looking handheld vibe of the original. But actually, Daniel did not want to do the same thing twice. And instead, on this film, he made it look much more cinematic and stylized. Now, that's not to say this film looks bad, not at all. It actually is a pretty damn good looking film. But it definitely feels like a movie, whereas the original felt like it was just some guy with a camera capturing these lifelike events. So yeah, I obviously prefer the original style, but I still like how the remake looks as well. And due to the success of the remake, director Marcus Nispel would team up with Platinum Dunes once again when it was time to remake another horror classic with Friday the 13th in 2009, which, similar to this Texas Chainsaw movie, is mostly considered to be one of the better horror remakes out there. And yes, I have made the Friday the 13th retrospective if you want to see all of my thoughts on those movies. So Scott Kozar was brought on to write the film and made a story that works well on its own, but I think works much better if you have seen the original first, because a lot of the film actually plays on some of the familiarity that we would have with it and subverts our expectations along the way. They also chose to write completely new characters for the movie, so even though we still have a van of 5 people, they are not the same 5 characters from the original film just reimagined. There's no Sally, and I know upsetting to many of you, there's also no Franklin. On the flip side as well, the entire family of murderers is also changed up, but that's pretty normal for the series by this point. Leatherface is the only character from the original that is featured in the remake, but in this version, he is named Thomas Hewitt, as opposed to being named Bubba or Junior. And in fact, the entire family has been changed from the Sawyers to the Hewitts, and I have no idea why, other than just keeping in line with doing all new characters and differentiating it from the original. But it is kind of strange. Imagine if they made a Friday the 13th remake and they changed Jason Voorhees' name to Timothy Edwards. Yep, that's his name now. New continuity, so now it's Timmy haunting the lake. But anyway, I do like that it's new characters for the protagonists, mostly because it allows them to be their own people without automatic comparison to the original. Jessica Biel is the leading role as Erin, who is a really engaging and down-to-earth protagonist and completely different than Sally. Jessica Biel does an amazing job in the movie, and it's funny because at the time, a lot of people were concerned because she comes from starring in a more wholesome TV show called Seventh Heaven. But it's funny looking back on it now because today, a lot of people actually remember Jessica Biel specifically for this movie and not the TV show. I'm sure that couldn't have anything to do with the wardrobe that she wears in this movie, but that's besides the point. The film also brings back the marketing tactic of telling the audience that it's based on a true story. Instead of the text on screen in the opening, its narration is overtop selected crime photos and video footage of the aftermath of a bunch of murders. The narration is actually done by the same guy that did the narration for the original, John Larroquet, and we see footage of the cops entering into the basement of the murder home, and they really play up the fact that this is supposed to be real footage that we're watching. Definitely gimmicky, but if you truly went into this movie without knowing any better, it's decently convincing. The movie begins and we meet our main cast, and the scenario is also different. There's no grave robbings this time, but instead the characters are coming back from Mexico with a bunch of weed on them and heading towards a Lynyrd Skynyrd concert. I suppose you can't get any more 70s Texan than that. But some have pointed out that some of the songs that they talk about were not released until after 1973 when the movie takes place. but I would only consider that a legitimate gripe if you're some kind of hardcore Lynyrd Skynyrd fan. Erin is our leading girl, and she's here with her boyfriend Kemper driving the van, her brother, who's not in a wheelchair, Morgan, and the other friend Andy, and I guess a girl that they just picked up on the road somewhere along the way named Pepper, who sort of goes along for the ride and is now making out heavily with Andy. Damn, just picking up a hitchhiker girl who starts aggressively making out with you? That sounds nice. I wonder if it could happen twice. Oh, hey, look, there's another hitchhiker girl. Let's see if it does.
Grab it.
I guess it only happens once. Truthfully, I really like this setup. The hitchhiker scene in the original film is one of the most iconic moments, and instead of attempting to replicate it and failing, they instead subvert the idea by having the hitchhiker in this film be an escaped victim of the Hewitt family. She's obviously been psychologically broken and has difficulty communicating with the cast. When she sees the direction that they're driving, she pulls out a gun out of her, that is one creative place to stash it, and effectively shoots herself in the head. I love this shot of the camera going back through the head and then out the window. It works so well as a what the fuck kind of moment, and their beginning of a descent into horror. Not only would watching somebody blow their brains out in front of you be horrific for a group of kids, but now they are left with the moral conundrum of, what do we do about it? Placed in the movie in 1973 before cell phones or Google, it's not like they can just call 911 or map out the closest police station. They are stuck in the middle of the countryside with a dead body in their van. I really like the discussions that the characters have about if they should try to find help or if they should maybe leave the body behind or if they think they would be blamed for it. The screams of disgust from Pepper and Erin thinking about whoever this girl's parents are. They would want to know what happened to her. It's actually a lot of really good stuff. And what I like about it too is they ultimately do decide to do the right thing. But it's that decision that causes them to become the Hewitts' next victims. They didn't really do anything wrong, and they're harshly punished for wanting to help, and to me, that just makes it all the more tragic. The first place they find to stop at is a gas station where they get an old woman to call the cops for them, who completely is unconcerned with the situation. It's their first step into almost an alternate dimension where everybody they interact with is so dismissive and cruel and uncaring. She says that the sheriff is going to take a couple of hours to arrive and that he wants the kids to go to a separate location to meet him. It's another chance for the characters to decide what they want to do if they're going to leave, but again, even though they argue against it and are frustrated, they comply in order to try to do the right thing. As they wait, they find a bunch of strange artifacts all around the mill, not the least of which is this little boy named Jedediah who seems kind of friendly but also a little bit feral. Erin and Kemper go off on their own to find somewhere else to call the sheriff again and stumble upon the Hewitt house. And even though I've mentioned this in all the reviews so far, I do think this is the most apparent to be a bad house because it just looks like an evil house from the get-go. The man that comes out to greet them is a disgruntled old man named Monty with no legs. He allows Erin to come inside of his house to use the phone, but tells Kemper to stay outside. At that point, I would just say, forget it. Letting your girlfriend go inside this obvious murder home all by herself, that's wild. Well, to be fair, Kemper does go inside to look for her after a little bit of time, and then our Leatherface introduction mimics the original, and though not quite as effective, it still works pretty well for this film. Meanwhile, with the other three kids and the dead body, the sheriff, or at least a man saying he's a sheriff, it's not specified in this film whether he is or not and is more elaborated on the prequel later, but regardless, we have this symbol of authority that shows up that the kids are hoping are going to help them, and what we get is actor R. Lee Ermey. This guy elevates the movie to a whole new level. Ermey is most famous for playing the drill instructor in Full Metal Jacket, a performance that is so unforgettable it's what he will be known for forever. In fact, I think he has a line in that movie about Texas.
Where in hell are you from anyway, Private? Sir, Texas, sir! Holy dog shit! Texas, only steers and queers come from Texas, Private Cowboy. And you don't much look like a steer to me, so that kind of narrows it down.
I wonder which of those he would consider Sheriff Hoyt to be. But his scenes are my favorite in this movie. He's not bombastic and over the top like McConaughey was, but he's equally as entertaining because he actually feels like a threat. Yes, no offense to McConaughey or Viggo Mortensen or the original Drayton played by Jim Sato, but if we are talking about people who actually make you feel like you're gonna shit your pants in real life if they threatened you, R. Lee Ermey takes the cake by a mile. Again, just starting out acting dismissive to them and weird, but he makes all these kind of strange and perverted comments towards the dead body and then takes out saran wrap and forces Andy to help him wrap up the body with it. It is such an uncomfortable scene, but Ermey is so direct and intimidating that you completely buy into Andy helping him despite how absurd this is. And then, of course, having them stuff the body in the trunk of the cop car before he drives off. We also see glimpses of Leatherface's workplace as he strings Kemper's body up. The Hewitt house definitely looks run down and dirty, but it's nowhere near as elaborate as the original one was, with the furniture of bones and lampshades of flesh, chickens in tiny cages. Maybe it's because there's a much bigger family this time and they keep it a little bit more together. Or also it seems like the house is set up this way on purpose with spy holes in the walls and things like that, maybe to make it more inviting for the victims to come in. Erin does manage to leave, but after she realizes that Kemper never returned to the group, her and Andy go back to the house to find him. And this is where we get the big moment. When Monty sees them lurking in the home, he bangs his cane on the floor, signaling Leatherface. And when that door slides open and he revs up the chainsaw, okay, it might not be as subtle or scary as anything the original did, but it is a great shot in its own right. Nothing says you are fucked like witnessing a gigantic man in a skin mask rev up a chainsaw in an instant with intent to kill. Although they try to flee, Andy's leg is hacked off in the process, and Leatherface drags him back to the back room, getting the reverse of the original, now having a male character get stuck to the meat hook. But the thing that gets the most reaction is when Leatherface takes a handful of salt and shoves it into the leg wound. Something about that just feels so much more viscerally painful than the hook in the back. Coming back to the van, the sheriff returns and refuses to hear Erin's pleas of terror. In probably my favorite scene, the sheriff forces Morgan to reenact the hitchhiker's suicide by handing him the gun and telling him to put the gun in his mouth. This is a hauntingly effective sequence that both of these actors absolutely nail.
Stuck the goddamn weapon into her mouth. Show me how she did it. By herself. You ain't lying to me again, are you? No. Because I have never seen a weapon go off without somebody's finger on the fucking trigger.
Ermey in this terrifying and dominant pose while Morgan's fear and uncertainty shifts to desperation and he finally turns the gun on the sheriff. But of course, the gun was never loaded in the first place. The sheriff takes Morgan away just before Leatherface comes back in order to attack the two girls. He manages to kill Pepper, and that's also when we get the reveal that he's currently wearing Kemper's face. Incredibly disturbing moment, especially for Erin, and we get our first of many chase scenes that I'll get into here in a second, but I guess let's talk about Leatherface in this movie a little bit more. As Erin finds a trailer, she runs inside to meet two women that are completely unconcerned with her ramblings. They speak about Leatherface being a good boy, somebody that's misunderstood. In this continuity, Leatherface is disfigured and was mocked and ridiculed as a child. Maybe too similar to Jason, but essentially it comes up with the alternate reason why he wears skin masks in order to hide his own face, which we actually do get to see in this movie. When before, it was always as if he had different masks for different jobs or different personalities that he would act out. I guess the change in lore doesn't really bother me personally because, well, every Chainsaw movie changes Leatherface. Like I said, he's never the same character film to film anyway, so I don't treat the remake any different in that regard. I do understand the criticisms of making him too similar to Jason, but it doesn't really bother me. However, this is also about the time the movie starts to fall apart a little bit for me. So Erin is forced to drink some tea and makes her pass out just after seeing a baby that she knows does not belong to these women and actually belong to the hitchhiker. She awakes in the Hewitt home, and instead of going for the traditional dinner sequence where she's forced to endure the manic family, instead we just get an absolute fuck ton of chase scenes, which disappoints me because it was proven in the gun scene that this movie can get dark psychologically and build some great tension. And the most horrific aspect of the original film is not the violence or the killing or the chase scenes, but the mental torment that Sally goes through at the end. With the actors that they have as good as Jessica Biel and Arlie Ermy, I really wish we would have got more interaction between them or would have gotten a dinner sequence like that. Instead, Erin is taken to the basement where she sees her tortured friends. Andy asks her to kill him, which is a decently effective moment, except for the fact that she stabs him in the stomach, and I don't think that would cause instant death and instead just cause him a lot more pain, but yeah, whatever. She then finds Morgan in the bathtub, still alive, and with the help of the little boy Jedediah, he shows them a way to escape, but Leatherface revs up the saw once again and chases them down. And yeah, the rest of the movie is basically just a gigantic chase scene that goes on a little bit too long for me. Now, it does have some great moments, don't get me wrong, especially when Morgan, who has been beat up, bound, had a hook in his back, and is still handcuffed, he just decides to square up and try to fight Leatherface to protect Erin. It doesn't work, and he gets absolutely killed, but I respect the effort. But yeah, there's a chase scene through an empty house, chase scenes on the road, a chase scene in a meat factory, and it's all fine, but nothing too special. Erin finally gets the jump on Leatherface, and I have no idea how, but she manages to chop off his entire arm with a meat cleaver. She hacks at him several times, and I don't know how he doesn't have enough time to just turn his body and swing the chainsaw at her. He just kind of lets it happen, but yeah, now he's got one arm. Anyway, Erin gets picked up by a truck driver, the first guy in the whole movie that isn't some kind of psychopath, but he drives her to the same gas station as in the beginning. She basically uses the truck driver as a distraction so that she can sneak in and rescue the stolen baby, and she does. But the film does give us a final victory moment as she manages to run over the sheriff with the car that she stole, and she even backs up to run him down a second time. Leatherface pops out kind of to mimic the chainsaw dance of the original film, this time one-handed, but Erin does manage to get away from them for good. Right before the movie bookends, with going back to the supposed real footage of police officers investigating the murder, and all of them being attacked by Leatherface before the film fades to black. Like I said, as far as remakes go, I do think this is one of the better ones. Not as good as the original, but a solid horror film in its own right. I think it looks good. The characters, both the protagonist and the antagonist, are well done. I like the premise of them figuring out what to do with the dead body. I like this depiction of Leatherface, despite the backstory change. His physicality and the scares work very well for me. I think he's probably the best Leatherface since Gunnar Hansen in the original. Arlie Ermy absolutely kills it as the sheriff. My only real gripe is that the final chase scenes just kind of go on, and I think it would have been much better if they had truly gone all the way and given us that more psychological horror with the dinner scene. But just judging the movie on what it is, I think it's a good one. And so did audiences. Only on a budget of just about $10 million, it made over $100 million at the box office, which caused a little bit of a pro and con because in the wake of this film, the 2000s decade continued to pump out as many remakes of 70s and 80s horror films as possible, and unlike this one, most of them ended up sucking. Also, perhaps similar to the original film, this remake was intended to be a standalone, but with the great box office results, of course, they had to think of a way to continue it. And the way that they decided was to go even further back in time and make a prequel.
My money says your dead body's right there in that van.
So 3 years after the Chainsaw remake, we got Texas Chainsaw Massacre: The Beginning, a prequel to the remake in an attempt to answer all of our burning questions from that movie. Like, wait, what questions? I mean, I would think that Texas Chainsaw is pretty self-explanatory. It's a family of inbred cannibals living in the backwoods of rural Texas that kill and eat people. But this movie attempts to answer why they do what they do, or at least how they got started, as well as fill in other gaps that we desperately needed to know, like how did Monty lose his legs, or how did Hoyt lose his teeth? I mean, I guess those were burning questions. I don't know. Did anybody care? But even going with that origin premise, it doesn't take long for this movie to devolve back into a typical standard Texas Chainsaw plotline, going through the same beats that we've seen 5 times previous. Marcus Nispel did not return to direct this installment, and although they tried their best to continue the same look and feel from the 03 version, the directing style takes a bit of a nosedive, now being helmed by Jonathan Lebsman, who had only directed 1 film before this one, and then eventually went on to make Battle Los Angeles, Wrath of the Titans, and the Ninja Turtles reboot.
What do you mean,
I don't know, I'm just not a fan of this directing style. It doesn't really linger on a single shot more than like 3 seconds before cutting, and oftentimes that ruins the immersion of the scene. Your eyes are always constantly readjusting to a completely new angle and a completely new shot, and it's hard to feel the horror the characters are experiencing if we don't get a chance to live in the moment for at least an extended bit of time. On a positive side, most of the actors within the Hewitt family return for this one. Andrew Bryniarski, I don't know how to pronounce his last name, but he reprises his role as Leatherface. And the best part of the 03 version, R. Lee Ermey, is back once again as Hoyt, and no surprise, he's once again the best part of this movie. On the protagonist side, I was a little surprised to see Jordana Brewster in the lead role. She's probably most famous for being a part of the Fast and Furious franchise, but I have always had a crush on her since watching The Faculty when I was a kid.
I know you want me, Casey. Let's do it together.
Dear God. The movie starts out in 1939, where an overworked woman in a meat packing plant gives birth to Leatherface as she's working, and they won't allow her to go to the bathroom. Goddamn. And she promptly dies immediately after. It's absolutely disgusting, and the baby Leatherface looks like the demon child from Berserk, and I guess it's one hell of a way to open a movie. The baby is immediately thrown into a dumpster from the management and then found by Luda Hewitt, and she was the woman that owned the gas station from the first movie. She takes the baby home in an attempt to raise it on her own. So this would mean that Leatherface's origins is not that he is a Hewitt by blood, but that he was adopted by them, and in a way, had he not been, he would have died in that dumpster. So it makes you think, which fate ended up being worse? And maybe that also lends itself to an explanation as to why Leatherface is so loyal to his family beyond just his mental limitations. Even though he's easily physically superior to all of them, if you look at it this way, he literally does owe his life to them. We then cut to 30 years later in 1969, which would be 5 years before the last movie took place, and Leatherface is working at that same meat factory. But then he gets fired. It would have been really funny if the thing that caused Leatherface to start killing people was literally that he was so upset that he lost his job that he just wanted to continue to slice up meat all day long. But you do kind of feel bad for him. There's an undercurrent of this movie that's really only explored here in the beginning, that this entire small town is emptying out and everything is closing down, all the businesses are gone, and it's being lost to time. There's a slight story idea of how the Hewitts managed to take over this town for themselves, but it's very quick, and you really only get that idea explored in the first 15 minutes of the movie, which is a real shame. What's not a shame, depending on how you want to look at it, is that this movie is definitely the goriest of the Texas Chainsaw films so far. There is a lot of graphic detail and blood splatter to behold, and it's immediately apparent when Leatherface returns to the slaughterhouse in order to kill his boss. I love when the boss character tries to call 911 and the person on the phone calls him ma'am.
You're gonna have to speak more clearly, ma'am.
And then there's this big swelling of music as Leatherface chooses his iconic weapon for the first time. It also continues to set up the origins of the sheriff from the first movie. As suspected, he was only imitating a sheriff. There's a real Sheriff Hoyt that takes the then-known Charlie Hewitt to get Leatherface, but Charlie just decides to kill the sheriff and then steal his identity. So yeah, the idea is that the town is so empty and broken that the Hewitts can easily take it over. And sure, there's a huge suspension of disbelief here, like nobody ever coming to check on the police force, but Ermey's performance of explaining to the family that they'll never go hungry again, opting to manufacture their own meat and food from victims, and also protect their town from the invading bikers and hippies, which is a noble cause if you ask me. You don't want too many hippies around. But this is essentially it for the origin story, and then the movie falls right back into the standard Texas formula. I would have liked to see an entire movie of them taking over the town, or even, as it's explained a bit later, a flashback of Hoyt's origins. He tells a story later about how he was imprisoned during the Korean War and forced to eat human meat to survive, and also developed a bloodlust for it in the process. It explains his militant personality and psychotic edge, and also why he lights up so much when he finds out that the movie's victims are soldiers themselves. I would have liked to seen it explored further, rather than just being a quick line of dialogue later in the movie. But yeah, the main cast. Well, it consists of two couples, Eric and Chrissy, as well as Dean and Bailey. Eric and Dean are brothers and are driving across Texas to their destination, where they will be sent off to Vietnam to fight in the war. But the dynamic is that Dean is deciding that he wants to dodge the draft, but is uncomfortable confessing this to Eric. So there is definitely a commentary here somewhere about the effects of war and the anxieties around it, and with the parallels of an honorable guy like Eric alongside the sadistic Hoyt, you could also look at that as some kind of generational gap when it comes to war as well. Both are military men, but completely different in realms of morality. I also like how the group of four are initially attacked not by the Hewitts, but by a biker girl attempting to rob them. They try to outrun her and then cow. Oh, also, if you want yet another example of Rob Zombie ripping off Texas Chainsaw, this movie came out in 2006, and Rob Zombie's Halloween 2 was released in 2009 and had this scene.
Ow! Ow!
Chrissy is flung from the car in the crash, but the other three are subject to the biker girl's robbery until Hoyt arrives and then just blasts the biker girl away. I'm not sure what else they could have done with this moment, but I was kind of excited to see something different happening here with the biker, but then nope, back to formula. Hoyt is very upset to see someone dodging the draft, and so Eric tells him that it's him in order to protect his brother. When they're brought back to the Hewitt home, Bailey is taken indoors and tied to a table as the two brothers are hung up outside. There's some good scenes here of Hoyt monologuing to them and wrapping Eric's face in saran wrap. If anything, I think it works well because you don't normally get the torture scenes until nighttime, so seeing this level of suffering during the day, it does catch you off guard a bit. Eventually, Dean confesses, saving Eric's life, and Hoyt forces him to do push-ups, telling him if he can do 10, then he can leave. Sure, he's beating him with a stick, but come on, man, it's only 10 push-ups, just do it. Of course, it doesn't matter, because once he gets to run away, there's a bear trap. Eric eventually breaks free and has a brief moment of victory rescuing Bailey, and I'm sorry, but am I a bad person for laughing at this moment with the fat lady? Anyway, the Hoyts call for backup, and Leatherface obliges. As the only one not trapped in the house, Chrissy flags down a second biker, the boyfriend of the one from earlier, and requests some help. The biker, well, he doesn't give a shit about Chrissy, but he wants to save his own girlfriend, so he's willing to sneak into the house of murderers to find her, and that's something. He provides a decent enough distraction for Chrissy to go in on her own and look for them as well, and the biker really is the MVP for a while here, because he manages to infiltrate the house, he shoots Monty in the leg, and he gets the jump on Hoyt. But instead of just pulling the trigger, Hoyt manages to call old Leatherface again, and we get our first chainsaw kill.
Tommy, get over here! Get that thing going!
Right in the middle of the living room, right on the rug, man. That's going to take hours to clean up. Chrissy finds Eric strapped to a table in the basement, still alive, but barely. She isn't able to get him free in time, and she's forced to hide as Leatherface comes back down in order to finish the job, chopping him up and taking his face off for a new mask. It's pretty gruesome, and as I said, this is the goriest chainsaw film so far. But after that is a really darkly funny scene. Monty is in pain from being shot in the leg, and Hoyt's brilliant idea is to use Leatherface and his chainsaw to amputate Monty's legs.
You get over there and hold Uncle Monty.
Why?
Because he ain't gonna like this much, that's why.
Really, they only need to cut off one leg, but Hoyt wants it to be symmetrical. That's hilarious.
That'll get infected. Even him up. Come on, come on.
There's literally no reason for this to happen. Just take the bullet out, but no, we need to do some surgery instead. Chrissy doesn't get to sneak around forever, though. Eventually, she is caught, and finally, we do get a dinner scene within the remake continuity. It's not that great, though, and it's pretty short-lived, but it was the one thing that I thought really could have benefited the '03 version more. Mostly because Hoyt is such an engaging character, and the actor does an amazing job in the performance. But dear God, I wish the script was better because he doesn't really have much to say. I thought there was so much potential here for Hoyt to go full hardcore psychotic, explaining his worldview and philosophy and being intimidating as hell. You have the perfect opportunity to recreate at least a semblance of the original Chainsaw dinner scene because you have such a good actor, but everything comes out kind of bland. And then Chrissy gets to say this line, which I can't tell if it's a brilliant line or just incredibly cringe, but you be the judge.
You guys fuck all your cousins or just the ones you find attractive?
Bailey is killed at the table and Leatherface takes Chrissy, but she manages to stab him in the back and run out of the house, bringing us into our final chase sequence as the angry Leatherface grabs his saw. So this part is also kind of dumb too because we have Dean who wakes up and lashes out at the family, and it could have been great as he's rising up to bravery and avenging his brother and girlfriend, but because this is a prequel, none of these killers can die. But it also doesn't make sense because he does get the jump on Hoyt and starts bashing his head into the ground, breaking his teeth, but then, it just cuts away. And we never see Hoyt again for this movie. But we do see Dean again. And my question is, why did he not kill Hoyt? I guess you can say maybe he thought he did, but really just knocked him out. But Hoyt is responsible for killing your brother and your girlfriend. Would you not make sure he is definitively dead? Why would you leave him alive in any capacity? And if this was the only movie that you saw, maybe you would think that he did kill him, because that's the last we see of Hoyt. For all intents and purposes, they make it look like Dean killed him, but he obviously didn't because he's in the '03 movie. Something just really annoys me about this, and I don't know if it bothers other fans or not. I have no idea what the consensus on this is, but it seems really stupid that Dean would not finish the job before leaving. Because Dean shows up at the meat factory and gets killed by Leatherface a little bit later. So why not just have Hoyt kill him if that's the case? I don't know. The final confrontation is pretty similar to the last movie, Chrissy running into the abandoned slaughterhouse and Leatherface kind of chasing her. There's a few back and forths, but it's not really that compelling. She does manage to escape to get into a car to drive away, and after she's a little bit down the road, they show Leatherface was in the back seat all along. What the fuck? How? Are there two of him? Can he teleport?
Well, you got me. By all accounts, it doesn't make sense.
Okay, I guess somehow he just managed to get into the car first and was completely silent the whole time holding his chainsaw until the right moment where he's able to sit up, turn on the saw, and then stab her before she could just stop the car or jump out the door or anything. So yeah, Chrissy actually dies. There's a car crash into an actual police officer, but Leatherface emerges as the only survivor, walking steadily back home as we get the narration at the end of the film instead of the traditional beginning.
From 1969 to 1973, the Hewitt family murdered 33 people across the state of Texas.
I get that she probably had to die because this is a prequel and she can't survive to tell the authorities, but I couldn't help being a little bummed out by it. Maybe that's also because I have a huge crush on Jordana Brewster because of The Faculty, but who knows? I don't know how I feel about this one. I think the tone and consistency from the '03 version was nice since it's the most amount of continuity that these movies have ever had. Leatherface is still powerful and intimidating since it's the same actor, and Arlie Ermey is as menacing as ever. I guess I'm a bit disappointed because as an origin of the family, it's done so quickly, and I felt like you could have explored that a whole lot more or made a whole movie out of that instead of just going back to formula. The victim characters, though not the worst we've had so far, and they did try to add some depth to them with the brothers being soldiers and all that, so I'll give the movie that. But I do think the movie is poorly directed and doesn't really dig into the overall premise the way that I wanted it to. Overall, I'd say this one is just okay.
What do you mean,
All right, so now with the remake timeline complete, we are getting into timeline number 5. And to be honest, This is the territory that I am not experienced in whatsoever, okay? Have not seen anything from this timeline or the final timeline with the 2022 version, so I don't really know what to expect moving into this. All I know is that Alexandra Daddario is an extremely attractive woman, so I'm excited for Texas Chainsaw 3D. But that's about it. I also wonder what the decision was. I'm going to do some research before I get into the review of this movie, but I'm not sure why they would have decided to not continue the remake timeline, because it seemed like that had a pretty strong fan base, especially at the time it came out. We talked about in the other media segment, there were a lot of comic books that were within that timeline. That was kind of the look and image of Leatherface for quite some time. I'd say throughout all of the 2000s, the standard image of Leatherface that you would see switched from the original to the remake version. Now we've kind of come back full circle, and now the usual images of Leatherface that you see are back to like the Gunnar Hansen original 70s version. But throughout all of the 2000s after the remake, that was the definitive Leatherface of the time. So deciding to switch all of a sudden and go back to trying to connect it to the original was an interesting choice. And I guess let's try to figure out why. So, surprising absolutely nobody, eventually the Texas Chainsaw franchise would once again switch hands, now with Twisted Pictures and Lionsgate purchasing the rights from Platinum Dunes. So this meant goodbye to the remake timeline, and that they would once again be starting with a brand new continuity. But instead of rebooting the entire franchise from scratch, they did decide to make a film that would act as a direct sequel to the original Tobe Hooper film. This at least gave them the opportunity to do something great with the best possible starting point. But that potential seemed to be squandered right from the get-go when the excitement to cash in on the current 3D craze happened. Yeah, every 30 years or so, 3D movies being released becomes a huge gimmick, and I never really cared for it much. Whenever you follow specific trends of the time, the movie never manages to hold up quite as well, and looking back on it, it becomes even more dated than it would have if you just made it its own film. Also, calling it Texas Chainsaw 3D is initially confusing because it's almost like saying that this is the third movie in the series. It's just like when they made Friday the 13th 3 in 3D or Jaws 3 in 3D. You have the 3 in the title that can be a little bit distracting, and especially since the last two Chainsaw movies were connected, if you didn't know any better, you might think that this was part 3 of that universe, but it's not. Or you might also think, since they're going back to the original timeline, maybe it's a part 3 taking place after Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2. But no, Texas Chainsaw 3D is essentially Texas Chainsaw 2 3D in a new timeline. But even if you took the 3D off the title, just calling the movie Texas Chainsaw is also kind of confusing because it almost sounds like a complete reboot once again, just without Massacre in the title. Anyway, this movie is partially written by Adam Marcus, the guy who wrote and directed Jason Goes to Hell. The guy that 9 movies deep into the Friday the 13th universe shot without permission a scene where it shows the Necronomicon from Evil Dead in an attempt to try to change the origins of Jason to make it seem like he's a Deadite or a product of the book, which I always hated because even though I love both the Friday the 13th and Evil Dead franchises, I can't stand the idea of making Jason subject to another franchise instead of him having his own origins. I want Jason to stand on his own within his own lore and not be dependent on another movie. And ever since Jason Goes to Hell, I still hear people saying Jason is a Deadite. And nowhere is that ever stated in the movies, nor is it part of Jason's lore that he had for his entire run up until that point. Jason being a Deadite only comes from one source, and that's Adam Marcus. Not any of the Friday the 13th original creators or the creators of Jason or in any of those original 8 movies was there anywhere close to any sort of connection, and I hate the confusion that this 5-second shot in one of the shittiest Jason movies has created within the Jason lore. Now, having ranted on that again, Adam Marcus himself seems like he's a pretty cool guy. He's always really chill in interviews. He seems to be very knowledgeable about horror movies. I think I would like him as a person. But Jason Goes to Hell creates so many issues for that franchise and its lore that I just can't stand it. Also, Texas Chainsaw 3D pretty much sucks donkey ass. Now, it wasn't directed by him. It was directed by a guy named John Lucenhop, who I have never heard of before or since, and looking him up, it seems like he's made about 3 movies, and the other 2 besides this one I have never heard of. The opening credits show clips from the original Texas Chainsaw with voiceover of Sally calling the cops after she escapes, so I'm glad that the movie at least establishes the idea right away that it's meant to connect to the original and not any of the others. So the cops, or I should say the one cop, drives to the Sawyer home and a standoff ensues. It eventually ends up in a shootout, which is also exactly how the movie The Devil's Rejects opens up, but hey, this time, Rob Zombie's movie came out first. Good job, Rob. It's gone full circle, and now you being inspired by Texas Chainsaw has inspired the Texas Chainsaw series. Even both of these openings have Bill Moseley, but we'll get to that in a second. Because a major pet peeve of mine, and maybe this doesn't bother anybody else, but I personally hate when movies do this. So, inside the Sawyer home, besides adding a bunch of characters that were never featured in the original movie, we also have actors from previous Chainsaw movies, but they are playing different characters than their original selves. For instance, Gunnar Hansen is here, who played the original Leatherface, and this is the first movie that he had returned for in all of these years, but guess what? He's not playing Leatherface. But why? Not only would he be appropriate age-wise once they switch to modern day, but Leatherface wears a mask, so he could have been playing Leatherface in the flashback too. And if you have the actor here and he was willing to return to the franchise, why not use him? Also, they have Bill Moseley here, and he's actually playing Drayton Sawyer. And I guess this one is a little bit more forgivable because the actor that did play Drayton before had passed away in real life, and Chop Top was not featured in the original movie, so there's that. But why can't Chop Top be here? You already add in a bunch of these random Sawyer characters that we don't know, so if you're going to add in a bunch of other characters that weren't in the original, why not add a character in that we do know from part 2, especially if you're going to bring in Bill Moseley. Also, they kill off everybody here in the beginning, and it's like, you don't realize that you have Bill motherfucking Moseley here? You have the perfect actor for this franchise. Why don't you use him? But they don't. The only actor that reprises his original role is John Dugan as fucking Grandpa, who does nothing but sit in a chair in the background for about 3 seconds of screen time. What the fuck? Then a bunch of rednecks show up to the house and a shootout begins, killing all of these characters anyway, except for Leatherface, who gets away, and a newborn baby that will become our lead character of the film. So yeah, this will be our first Chainsaw film without an entire family of killers, and absolutely turning it into a standard slasher movie with Leatherface being our only killer, but not our only antagonist. I guess the idea of it is interesting. What does Leatherface do without his family? Well, he actually just goes to live with another family member that takes care of him until she dies. Okay, anyways, I'm sorry I'm spending so much time on this, but I hate seeing the wasted potential of all of these actors, and if you have a chance to reboot the series yet again where you could do anything that you wanted, going in this direction seems like such a massive mistake. And while I'm on the topic, I may as well just talk about this now. Not only are Gunnar Hansen and Bill Moseley wasted, but the actress that plays the grandmother that passes away is revealed at the end of the film to be Marilyn Burns, the actress that played Sally from the original. So once again, they're bringing back a classic actor to play a completely different part, and I hate that. Remember when they made that shitty Ghostbusters reboot and the original Ghostbusters actors were in it, but they were all playing different characters than their original selves, and it annoyed everybody? Well, I feel that way about this movie. If I'm watching a Texas Chainsaw movie and I see Bill Moseley, I want to see him as Chop Top, not as Drayton. Oh, and speaking of the name Drayton, so Leatherface's name in this movie is changed once again. Instead of Bubba, he's called Jedediah, which is totally not confusing at all because the little boy from the remake continuity is also called Jedediah, but those movies have nothing to do with this movie, and the original Leatherface's name was Bubba, but I guess technically he wasn't name dropped until part 2, so technically you could have him be named Jedediah here and it wouldn't really destroy any continuity. But why would you take a name from a completely separate continuity and a completely separate character instead of just using the name that was already established in the first place? What the fuck were they doing with this movie? Anyways, this is only 10 minutes into the film, so is there anything that can get me away from feeling so goddamn annoyed with it? Yes, there is. Alexandra Daddario plays the lead character Heather, and I'll try to keep my simping to a minimum here, but this woman is so drop-dead gorgeous that just looking at her makes the whole movie bearable for me, and I could probably watch it again just for that. But, believe it or not, the sheer magnitude of her hotness actually causes a plot hole. See, for some reason, they decide to have this movie take place in present day, which would be the year 2013 when this came out. The original took place 40 years earlier. In the opening, we see Heather as a baby, which means, bare minimum, Heather would have to be about 40 years old, and they cast Alexandra Daddario. I'm not trying to sound sexist or something here. I know that if you continue to work out really hard and eat right and get good nutrition, a lot of girls can still look pretty damn good into their 30s and 40s. But there is no 40-year-old woman on the planet that looks this good. I am sorry. And even if she did, why is her boyfriend and all the friends that she hangs out with also in their mid-20s? Yes, this is a major plot hole that the movie totally ignores and wants you as the audience to completely forget about. But anyways, what's the story? Okay, Heather finds out that she's adopted once Marilyn Burns' character dies, and she has now left her estate to Heather. So Heather, her boyfriend named Ryan, hey look, another Ryan in the franchise. I hope he does something cool. Damn it. Oh, I guess Ryan is also played by some famous musical artist, but I have no idea who he is because I listen to metal, but that's a thing. And her two friends, Nikki and Kenny. There's also this super small subplot about Nikki and Ryan fucking behind Heather's back, but it never becomes important, and both characters die before Heather even finds out about it, so it's kind of absolutely pointless. On their way to the estate, they pick up a hitchhiker, which is standard formula, but they try to subvert the expectations again in that this guy is actually just a hitchhiker, but he's also a thief. Once they get to the estate, the main cast has the brilliant idea leaving the hitchhiker that they just met there at the house, and then he starts stealing stuff. But not to worry though, because in the basement of this mansion, that's where Leatherface has been living for the past 40 years, and he goes full Texan on the intruder. The worst part about this, besides thinking Leatherface would probably be like 70 years old at this point, is that Heather got sent a letter from her grandma who gave her the house, literally explaining in the letter that Leatherface lives in the basement and that she was taking care of him. But Heather just actively decides to not read the letter because the movie refuses to not be stupid. The locals find out about Heather being a Sawyer and are suspicious of her right away, even though it's been 40 years, and the lead redneck guy from back then has now become the mayor, and the police officer from the beginning is also still working at the same precinct. When they get back to the house, Kenny is the first one to get killed, but also for plot reasons, Leatherface can't kill Heather, but he also doesn't know at this point that she's his cousin, so he knocks her out and doesn't tie her up, which is against how he's acted with literally every other victim for the history of Leatherface, but whatever. Heather watches him slice Kenny in half, which is actually a pretty good special effect, and that's one of the best things I can say about this movie. I wouldn't say the kills are all great, but some of them are pretty decent. Heather manages to run away during this time, and Ryan and Nikki that were fucking in the barn, they hear Heather's screams, and when they come out, Leatherface attacks all of them. They get into the van to drive away, and I do like this little moment of breaking the cliche of ramming the gate to escape, because they try that, and the gate just doesn't crash down. Leatherface slashes their tires, causing the van to actually crash, which kills Ryan in the process, RIP. And using his saw, he then kills Nikki right after. It's an interesting choice to basically kill all of the main characters back to back to back, rather than throughout the movie's runtime, but that's basically because we have to begin to shift to our real antagonist, the townspeople, leaving Leatherface to be some kind of sympathetic or misunderstood anti-hero of the movie. But before we get to do that, he does chase Heather through a carnival, which I guess was going on just right next to her property or something. At this point in the movie, I almost forgot that it was supposed to be in 3D, but then there's a moment where Leatherface just throws the chainsaw at the screen. He's really throwing it at a cop that ducks, and then the chainsaw comes at the camera. But it's literally one of those moments that's so out of place and cheesy that you go, oh yeah, I forgot, this was a 3D movie once. At the police station, Heather is able to look through files that the cops just leave on the desk, and she learns all about her family history. Meanwhile, the mayor is determined to end the Sawyer bloodline for good. He sends a cop to investigate the home, one cop, who is quickly killed by Leatherface. Heather runs out and the cops pursue her. She briefly meets with her grandmother's lawyer who gave her the key to the house, and he's just like, bitch, why didn't you read the letter I gave you? Even so, he does try to give her time to escape. However, she is picked up by the mayor's son, played by Scott Eastwood. Yeah, Clint Eastwood's son, following in his father's legacy of only appearing in the best of films. He takes her to the classic abandoned slaughterhouse and ties her up, and that shirt is just hanging on for dear life at this point. But there's actually no nudity in the movie. It's actually interesting. Of all things, the Texas Chainsaw series was never known for having much nudity or sexual scenarios. And this is even a 3-for-3 run of some of the hottest final girls in cinema history, but all fully clothed, or pretty close to fully. Because Leatherface is always listening to his police radar, he finds out that Heather is at the slaughterhouse, and he goes there. And before killing Heather, he sees her birthmark. I guess that's why her shirt needed to be open, maybe, I don't know. Which is really a burn mark of a Sawyer family necklace. So Leatherface puts on his thinking cap and realizes this is his cousin. Of course, according to the other movies, that wouldn't stop any romantic prospects in the future. He frees her, but that's when the mayor and the other cops come in and they just start beating the shit out of Leatherface. Heather has a chance to escape, but, I mean, that is her cousin, right? Her cousin that she literally just watched saw her friend in half and is responsible for the deaths of her friend and boyfriend. So wait, was the idea of making her boyfriend cheat on her supposed to be incentive for the audience to side with Leatherface over her friends? But Heather never even finds out about the cheating. It's also not like Leatherface killed them for that reason. And even so, even if he did, that's worth them breaking up, not necessarily worth both of them dying. Even if she wants to get back at everybody there, why with sympathy of Leatherface in the process? Maybe if she went back in, she should try to kill everybody, including him. But nope, she kills one of them, and then we get the greatest moment in Texas Chainsaw history. I know that when we watched that original dark and brutal film filled with psychological torment and nightmare fuel, I know that we all dreamed we would eventually get a scene like this.
Do your thing, cuz.
I feel like there should have been some kind of heroic music alongside this. A Leatherface theme song, maybe. I mean, after all, he is the Chainsaw Man.
Do your thing, cuz.
So yeah, Heather finally reads the letter explaining Leatherface is just a sad, misunderstood 70-year-old boy that wants to be left alone. So the two of them go back to the house, and Heather just decides she's going to live with him. Perhaps restarting a new family of killers, not that it took much convincing. And that's where we leave her. Leatherface goes back to his basement, and she forgets all about her dead friends and starts a new life. And it's over. Minus the post-credit scene. Because, remember, we're in 2013 now, and thanks to Marvel, every movie needs to have a post-credit scene. And it's literally just her foster parents that were presented as maybe not so good, but we don't really get a whole lot of them. They show up to the house, and Leatherface jumps out in order to kill them. She's my family now, bitches. At least that's what I assume he's saying. So yeah, that's Texas Chainsaw 3D. Yes, this is not a good movie. It's filled with stupid decisions, both in story and behind the scenes. It's extremely forgettable. The characters all suck. It's filled with wasted opportunity after wasted opportunity, and it doesn't feel in any way like a Texas Chainsaw movie, but rather a random slasher movie that you would pick up out of the dollar bin. But having said all that, I do appreciate one thing about this movie. Alexandra Daddario is hot, and it really helps the quality of the film, and as a man of culture, I can't take that away from it. So yeah, good movie. Leatherface from 2017. Not to be confused with Leatherface, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3 from 1990, because why would this series ever try to be confusing? This movie is a prequel that has nothing to do with the prequel called The Beginning, because that was the remake continuity, and because this is a prequel of the original 1974 continuity that I guess also connects to the Texas Chainsaw 3D continuity, of course, not the Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2 continuity. Yeah, before watching Leatherface 2017 for the first time, I had an odd thought, and that's that I don't think that I have heard anyone ever talk about this movie. I've never heard anybody bring it up in conversation. I've never seen anybody talk about it on the horror circles that I follow on Twitter or any other social media. I don't recall watching any movie reviews of it when it came out. And every other Chainsaw movie, I've at least heard somebody say something about it. I've heard people rant about not liking 3D or the 2022 movie, but for this one in particular, everything about it seems to have disappeared. And now, after watching it for the first time, I think I understand why. But I must not be the only person to hate this movie, because even Lionsgate and the distributors shelved this movie for an entire year and then released it exclusively first on DirecTV. Yeah, premiering a movie on DirecTV. I guess after that, it did have a very limited theatrical run, but I still don't know anybody that actually saw this movie. Next Generation is a terribly bad movie, but Matthew McConaughey's performance and its absurdity kind of make it bearable. Texas Chainsaw 3D is also a bad movie, but it's closer to that so bad it's good category that it becomes entertaining. Leatherface is a movie that fails to have anything entertaining or stand out about it and becomes the worst thing that a movie can be, and that's boring. This movie is an absolute dog turd sandwich served on a silver platter with a horrendously stupid storyline, obnoxious characters, frustratingly bad camera work, and an unnecessarily complicated plot that changes the lore of something that should be the most simplistic character to explain and makes it overly convoluted. This movie doesn't even feel like it was written to be a Texas Chainsaw movie or a Leatherface story at all. It feels like they took a completely different movie script and then reworked it last minute to turn it into a Chainsaw movie. Kind of like they do with a lot of the Hellraiser sequels, where it's just a generic horror script that they find, and then they throw in a little Cenobite flavor in there to make it a Hellraiser film. I had that same exact thought about this movie because it doesn't even feel like a Texas Chainsaw Massacre movie in any way other than maybe the final 10 minutes. But I guess it was all planned from the get-go, with writer Seth Sherwood planning to expand the origins of Leatherface and how he came to be. Again, I feel like it's kind of self-explanatory. The films all show that the family raises them to behave the way that they do, and Leatherface has always been depicted as somebody who is a bit mentally challenged, perhaps bullied by the family into doing all their grunt work, as depicted in the original. And perhaps he copes with this by wearing various masks and adopting different identities for the different tasks that he does. But I suppose an origin movie focusing on watching a mentally challenged main character be abused and manipulated by his family might not have been that great of a movie to watch, but this one really isn't much better. This one was directed by Julien Maury and Alexandra Bustillo, who are French filmmakers, and they actually directed a movie that I think is quite good called Inside, but I can't say the same about their Leatherface movie. Speaking of the title, if you're expecting to see any moments of a recognizable Leatherface with a full face mask and chainsaw, you're going to be left extremely dissatisfied. But if you want to see an entire movie about a bunch of insufferable escaped mental patients trying to run from the cops with some of the most poorly paced, boring screen time being wasted on watching two of them fuck next to a dead body or wander around aimlessly in the woods for a while, well then you're in luck. Also, if you thought you were going to get some insight into Leatherface's childhood or his upbringing with the Sawyers, you're also completely wrong. Because if there's one thing that fans were waiting to see, it's exploring all of his years in the mental institutions and his escape from them. And it kind of feels like once they turned Halloween into the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and now they're turning Texas Chainsaw Massacre into Halloween. The opening scene was my first sign that something was wrong here. It opens in 1955, and it's Leatherface's birthday, but he's named Jedediah in this continuity. We see younger versions of Drayton and the hitchhiker at the dinner table, along with a young Verna, who was the old lady in 3D that died and then gave her house to Heather. Right off the bat, the camera style was annoying the hell out of me with its close-ups and wide-angle lenses, fisheye lenses. I don't know what was going on here. It looks more like a Are You Afraid of the Dark episode than a chainsaw movie. They make young Jedediah use a chainsaw that is way too big for his size to kill a victim, and he's very reluctant to do so. You know, as far as prequels go, I much prefer the beginning. I like Leatherface being slow and deformed from the get-go. I liked Leatherface choosing his own signature weapon rather than the family just giving a small child a chainsaw rather than something like a knife or a hammer or literally anything else that would make sense for small hands to use. And I like that the beginning at least attempted for a little while to explain why the family started killing people. Sure, it was rushed, but here there's no attempt whatsoever to explain anything. Also, the actor that they got to play Drayton acts way more like Matthew McConaughey's Vilmer than he does Drayton. He even looks like Vilmer.
You arrested me for finding a body? That ain't no crime I heard of.
Like seriously, this guy could be a stuntman for Matthew McConaughey, but he's not playing Matthew McConaughey's character. I have to imagine the look-alike was intentional, but do we need any more reason for these movies to be confusing? Speaking of which, I was looking at the poster for this movie, and doesn't it look familiar? Yeah, Leatherface walking down a road holding a chainsaw, kind of like the same exact poster for the beginning. Even the house in the poster looks like the remake continuity's house from a distance. And there's no way this wasn't intentional just to confuse people further. Early on, and maybe the only thing I like about this movie is when young Jedediah is wearing a severed pig head as a mask. It looks creepy as shit, but it's only on screen for a couple of seconds. He gets a couple to chase them to a barn where the girl ends up being killed, and since this is the new timeline where the townspeople hate the Sawyers, the cops come and one of them is the girl's father. They can't prove that the Sawyers did it, but I guess they do have enough probable cause to take their kids away. Well, they don't take Nubbins the hitchhiker away, but, you know, he gets to stay for some reason, but they do take Jedediah away and send him to a mental hospital where the film jumps ahead to 1965, which would be 8 years before the original movie takes place. And here's the true intent of the movie. Okay, so at the institution, all the patients are given new names because without that, the entire premise of the movie falls apart. Because the idea is that we're not supposed to know which patient is Jedediah, and it's supposed to be some big mystery as to who will turn out to be Leatherface. But it falls apart completely because it's the most obvious fake out of all time. And I'm going to spoil this right away. So they introduce a kid named Bud. He's overweight, mentally slow, doesn't speak, and also incredibly strong, and when they eventually break out, he kills a bunch of people. They give you the body type and the archetype for Leatherface right here with Bud. But it's so obvious that they're trying to hide who Jedediah is that you know it's going to be some plot twist and it's not going to end up being Bud. Then the other characters, you have this sick, twisted couple of Clarice and Isaac who act more like they should be in a Natural Born Killers movie than this movie. They're obsessed with murder and violence and are always fucking each other, so it's probably not Isaac. Also, Clarice is introduced shoving a mouse into another patient's mouth.
Gotta lie. You're not allowed to smoke in here.
No smoking in here? How about no putting mice in other people's mouths in here? How about telling her that? And then finally we have Jackson, a well-spoken, awkward patient who's a stand-up guy defending Nurse Lizzie from the other patients. I wonder if this gentle, good-intentioned main character of the movie is going to have a fall from grace. Yeah, he is. This is Jedediah. But this is the problem, that this movie's entire premise is based upon having a twist. It has nothing more going for it than that, and the problem with this is that the things that turn him into Leatherface don't even stand out and aren't really that interesting and never really explain anything signature to the character. Why he uses chainsaws was just forced on him by his family. Why he wears people's faces and takes on different personalities, the title of the movie, Leatherface. Maybe they would attempt to explain that, but they don't really. There's an implication in there that I'll get to, but they don't go out of their way to explain anything. There's a big escape sequence where Isaac and Clarice kidnap the nurse and Jackson, as well as Bud coming along for the ride, and we spend pretty much the next hour of the movie on the road with them, just doing horrendous yet uninteresting acts of murder, as well as trying to avoid the cops. It kind of sounds like The Devil's Rejects, doesn't it? Look, I really don't have much to say here, but I found all this to be incredibly boring. They go and kill a bunch of people in a diner. Jackson is kind of the heroic guy protecting the nurse. They find a dead body in the trailer, and Clarice and Isaac have a threesome with it. I don't know, standard stuff. And as much as I love me some nudity, I was a little bit disappointed that there was a sex scene in this movie because the Texas Chainsaw series up until this point never really went for that. They always had very attractive protagonists, but unlike something like Friday the 13th, it's never been known for its nude scenes or sex scenes. So I was a little upset that the series finally broke the seal on that. Also, we see Clarice has a bunch of burn scars all over her body, but it's never really explored. There's some other scenes of the Sawyer family trying to find Jed, as well as the main police officer character played by Stephen Dorff taking some extreme measures to find them. After Isaac threatens and insults them too many times, Bud takes it upon himself to kill him out in the woods. More misdirect that this is going to be Leatherface. The next morning, Clarice forces the others to look for Isaac, and they search in the woods for him. But this moment, how did this cop sneak up on her? They're out in the woods. You can see all around you 360 degrees, and you would think that he would make some noise with his footsteps with all the twigs and leaves and grass below them. I don't understand how he got this close to her without her noticing. The police officer Hartman comes over, hits her over the head, and then jams his thumb into her wound because we need to know that he means some business, but pretty soon he just shoots her anyway. So with the two most annoying characters out of the way, what happens to the Leatherface red herring Bud? Well, when they find a police car, the nurse flags it down, and Bud runs to attack the officer, and then gets shot in the head. This causes Jackson to fly into a rage, killing the cop and then taking the car with the captive nurse, and I guess this was his breaking point of emotional distress.
Just like everybody else, you fucking liar. Why do you think you're any different?
Okay, so maybe losing Bud caused him to adopt Bud's persona, and that's the Leatherface that we're used to. I don't really like that it comes from an outside source rather than just being part of the actual character, but if you are determined to put a twist on it, I guess that is fine. But during this breakdown, Jackson, now revealed to be Jedediah, curses out the nurse, and both ideas of seeing Leatherface as a gentle, normal, functioning guy or as a raving, angry guy in a car just feels very wrong. During this moment, he's also shot in the face by Hartman, who's pursuing them, which gives him a bit of a deformity. So everything that turns him into Leatherface all happens right in a row within 5 minutes. As Hartman takes them back to the barn to enact his own justice, the rest of the Sawyers find his location from another cop before feeding that cop to pigs, which is pretty funny.
Let's go get Jed.
So be wary of any man who keeps a pig farm.
Then after rescuing Jedediah, they give him some stitches and a mask to help his face, and we sort of have the beginnings of Leatherface. Still nothing like the skin mask that we're accustomed to, and at this point, he just kind of stops speaking. Whether that's from being shot in the face or just the mental distress, I'm not really sure, but now that he's back home with his family, that he hasn't seen for 10 years, I guess he just decides to fall into place. But you know how Leatherface has always been depicted as a big and powerful force? I couldn't help but laugh a little bit because the actor playing Jed is pretty skinny in comparison to how we've seen Leatherface always depicted. And when he walks into the living room with the chainsaw, they have this echoing, stomping effect for him walking. And it's just kind of like, what? His persona changed, so now he walks with the weight of somebody who is like 250 pounds. Okay then. Once again, there's nothing special about him having the chainsaw. It's just the weapon handed to him by his family, and then he kills Hartman with it. And finally, there's the nurse that makes a run for it with Jed chasing her. She pleads for him not to kill her, trying to connect to the gentle, caring patient that she knew, but with some minor coaxing from Vera, he just lops the nurse's head off. Film ending with him making a mask from her face without any real explanation as to why he's doing it. I assume, going with the idea of losing Bud, it's all about him adopting the personalities of people that he knew, and I guess the idea alone is interesting, but its execution here just makes me roll my eyes a bit, because the mental health aspect of these characters is either extremely disregarded or forced. They don't really focus on any of the whys, and it's all kind of generic. Well, he has trauma, so now he's gonna kill, and that's about as far as they go with it. Instead of showing glimpses of it along the way within the entire movie, it all happens within a 10-minute period because the movie is so desperately trying to make it a twist, more so than trying to build up a character. It's not about the mental sanity of Jedediah and the things that make him tick or what could potentially make him break. It's about the fake out. It's about showing Bud and then killing him off and making Jed the actual Leatherface. We can't explore his mental health because if you did, the fake out and twist wouldn't work. So the surprise ends up feeling so abrupt and out of place that it makes it so hard to buy that this guy would ever become this guy. It also feels like because of this twist aspect, only the opening and the ending of the film are anything close to a Texas Chainsaw movie, where the entire middle portion feels either like filler or a completely different movie script crammed in just to buy some time. I guess if I can say anything positive about these last two movies, they did attempt to do something different with the franchise, but with this one, its biggest sin was just being so damn boring that I couldn't care less. It's not the type of origin that I would like for Leatherface, and even going by the one that they chose to go with, his transition just feels so sudden and random for it to make too much sense. I'm going to have to say that this one is garbage. It's bottom of the barrel, but then again, I have one more Chainsaw film to watch, and I thought that we couldn't get worse than Next Generation, so I'm not even going to say anything yet. Also, a side note, but Tobe Hooper is credited as an executive producer for this movie, and it was the last Chainsaw film to come out before he passed away in the same year of 2017. I don't know how much involvement or input he had over this story, probably not much, but if there was any time that it would have been appropriate to let the series rest, it would have been now. But sadly, it wasn't. Regardless, rest in peace, Tobe Hooper. You were a major part in creating a legacy, and your input in the horror genre will forever be felt. And now, at last, my friends, it is time to get into the final Texas Chainsaw Massacre timeline and talk about Texas Chainsaw from 2022, which again, I have never seen. And now that I've experienced pretty much most of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre sequels, I do want to say something. I might have mentioned this earlier in the video, and although there are some movies here that I genuinely like or think are pretty good, I want to go back to the idea of the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre and how I really don't think this movie, the original movie, was ever suited for sequels. I think that turning Texas Chainsaw into a franchise, again, not that I don't enjoy some of these sequels, but it was just a very strange idea. It feels like such a standalone movie about just a family of psychopaths, a family of killers, but like it seemed to be this just horrific experience that you go through with Sally as a character, just entering an absolute nightmarish hellscape of what humanity is capable of, but then twisting and turning that into an ongoing slasher series and just swapping out the family members and adding different psychopath characters, not even keeping the same characters film to film, except for like part 2, which completely changes the genre into extreme dark comedy. It just seems to be a futile endeavor, and maybe that's why none of these timelines ever really worked out, and no series of Texas Chainsaw films were able to satisfy many of the fans. I mean, you can enjoy the films just as they are, but as far as an ongoing series or an ongoing franchise, It's no wonder to me that there actually are so many different timelines, because there's so many different attempts to try to turn this singular story into a series that was never equipped to be a series to begin with. I mean, something like Halloween is a little bit more simple. I mean, you have just a guy in a mask with a knife that can continuously stalk and try to kill people as you try to fight back against him. And if you give like the slight, even if you go into the motivation of him trying to kill his family or whatever, you have that. The family of cannibals, sure, you could always have new victims and stuff like that. But even the first film kills the hitchhiker character. So they create Chop Top, who is great, but, you know, like a more exaggerated version of the hitchhiker. And then in every subsequent sequel, they could never figure out quite a way to continue one singular storyline. And then they think of doing prequels or going back and rebooting it, doing the remake timeline, but nothing really panned out more than 2 movies. So there has to be a reason for that. And I think at the end of the day, that if you create a classic, a masterpiece like the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre, it's just really hard to come up with ideas for a sequel. You know, I would put it in the same vein as like, you know, Jaws or The Exorcist, where the original film is just so 10 out of 10 perfection of horror filmmaking that no matter what you attempt to do as a sequel, even if you kind of have good ones like Exorcist 3, it just never is able to be within the same level of that original, if especially the original does not lend itself to having sequels, like none of these movies really do. Now, to be fair, I don't think that the Texas Chainsaw series is as bad as some of the other horror series out there, like Hellraiser. I'm not doing a Hellraiser retrospective. I'm not doing it. Unless, see, I've already reviewed Hellraiser 1 and 2, and I made a deal with my audience, and that is I refuse to do a Texas Chainsaw Massacre retrospective unless you can get both those Hellraiser reviews up to 10K views apiece. If both my Hellraiser 1 and Hellraiser 2 reviews get 10K views apiece, then I suppose there is enough of a demand there to warrant me suffering through every single Hellraiser sequel. But dear God, I'd rather do Texas Chainsaw over again a second time than even attempt that. So that's up to you. But regardless of whether or not Texas Chainsaw should have or shouldn't have been a series of movies, we have a bunch of them, and we have one final movie to check out and dissect that I have never seen. So let's get into the Texas Chainsaw Massacre from 2022. Now we have come to 50 years since the original film. Well, 49 to be exact, because the final movie was released in 2022 and the original took place in 1973, but let's just round up to 50 because it sounds better. 50 years. 50 years and 7 attempts to continue the franchise with various degrees of success and failure. We've basically done the same film over again. We've turned it into a comedy. We've remade it. We've made prequels to the remakes, and added many new memorable Sawyers to the family within different continuities. So, where could the series go from here? I guess it went to the only place it could. Direct to Netflix. To no shock to anyone, the franchise would once again switch studios, this time being bought by Legendary Pictures, and just like in the past, they had high hopes on milking the franchise for all it's worth, but it doesn't look like it's going to ultimately go in that direction. A bit of good luck dropped in, though, with Fede Alvarez coming in as a producer and helped push a little bit of credibility to the project. Alvarez was the guy who directed the Evil Dead remake in 2013, which I think is a really good horror movie in its own right, as well as directed the horror thriller Don't Breathe, which I also think is excellent, and his next project is releasing this year with Alien Romulus, and I cannot wait to see this movie. But Fede Alvarez did not direct this new Texas Chainsaw movie, although he did have some input in the story, which, I'll get to the story in a moment. The production of the movie was supposedly a nightmare as well. The whole movie was filmed in Bulgaria, not in Texas, and pretty much only takes place in one location that's meant to be an abandoned town, but it's just like one street and definitely looks like a movie set. But it may all be forgivable because whatever small budget they did have to work with, they did put work into the cinematography and the gore and kill effects. It's actually a pretty visually interesting movie to look at It's competently made, and it does have some incredibly intense kill scenes, so that kind of balances the low budget out. It also switched directors after already beginning production. Originally to be directed by Ryan and Andy Tohill, apparently the studio did not like whatever they were cooking up and replaced them with David Blue Garcia, which might have been a better choice because David was also a cinematographer, and it definitely shows in the film's visuals. As well, he is from Austin, Texas, so at least, even though it's filming in Bulgaria, there's somebody from Texas making a movie that's supposed to be taking place in Texas. And although the original intent was to get this movie a theatrical release, maybe after seeing the finished product and also getting bad test audience reactions, they decided instead to just premiere it on Netflix. But okay, here we go. This movie, just titled Texas Chainsaw Massacre, this time removing the from the title, which is our only way to differentiate it from the other two movies called The Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Anyway, this movie would once again serve as a direct sequel to only the original film, taking place in real time 50 years later. And this causes so many problems, but let's start with this. One of the big marketing plugs for this film is that it was going to bring back the original final girl, Sally, now a grizzled old woman who has trained herself with weapons and dedicated her life to finding the Sawyers and getting revenge for her brother and friends. A rebooted timeline connecting only to the original, featuring an old female protagonist preparing for another confrontation with the killer. Seems a little familiar. Yes, it's no surprise that this aspect of the movie is in direct response to Blumhouse's Halloween movies beginning in 2018, where they took the same approach and rebooted Halloween once again just from the original in order to bring Jamie Lee Curtis back as Laurie Strode and have her and Michael Myers face to face once again. I have a lot of issues and mixed feelings on the Blumhouse Halloween movies and their approach to the franchise, but what you can't deny is at least the first movie they put out was very successful. The fact is, people love seeing characters that they grew up with back in action, at least in theory. Most of the time it ends up turning out horrible, like Mark Hamill in the new Star Wars movies or Linda Hamilton in Terminator Dark Fate. It is a current trend in Hollywood right now to drag these old actors out of retirement and put them into a new movie in their most popular franchises so that they can slap them on the poster for some better marketing and play on that nostalgia bait. And hey, it works. But here's the major problem. It's not just about the character, it's also about seeing the actor again. The idea to bring Sally back is fine in and of itself. I was actually always surprised that they never did that in any of the other sequels, or that it took 50 years and then witnessing another horror series success at it in order to try to do it. But the original actress, Marilyn Burns, sadly passed away in 2014. So they casted another actress to play Sally. And look, she's fine. There's nothing wrong with this actress, but not having Marilyn Burns ruins the point of bringing a legacy character back. Halloween 2018 worked because we got to see Jamie Lee Curtis in the role. If they had casted another actress as Laurie Strode, it would have defeated the purpose. And I understand that you can't cast an actor who's dead, but if she were still alive, she probably would have been cast. And my thing is, if she did pass away, don't give her character to somebody else. It ruins the wow moment for the audience because when we see Sally again, well, it's just an old woman. Again, nothing against this actress, but it causes that detachment from the impact of seeing the character again in which it was intended to have. It's equally frustrating in that Marilyn Burns did come back in Texas Chainsaw 3D, but only as a brief cameo, playing a different character other than Sally. It all just feels like wasted potential alongside playing into the current Hollywood trend of trying to get people to tune in, bringing back these old actors. The next problem you run into is Leatherface. Remember, this is supposed to be 50 years later. How old do you think Leatherface was in the first movie? Well, let's ballpark it, and let's just go with how old Gunnar Hansen, the original actor, was at the time, which would have been about 27 years old. That would bring current-day Leatherface to around 77 years old. So you would have to imagine that he would be slower, weaker, more seasoned, and just not quite up to par with what he used to be. But you would be wrong. Leatherface, as depicted in this movie, has literal superpowers. Leatherface in this movie is not only strong, he's immortal. He is stronger, faster, and smarter, more capable than he's ever been depicted before. I knew something was odd when his first kill features him breaking a man's bones with his bare hand out of the man's wrist and then stabbing him with it. Great kill, but it establishes that this Leatherface has super strength. He's invulnerable. He tanks every single attack towards him, including multiple shotgun blasts and a chainsaw to his face. All logic and continuity went out the fucking window. They literally just decided to turn Leatherface into Jason Voorhees. They said, fuck it, he's immortal now. With no explanation as to why. I'm surprised they didn't show a shot with the Necronomicon in the house in this movie. Who cares that Leatherface is only supposed to be a human or that he's approaching his 80th birthday? Fuck it, let's give him every single slasher trope imaginable and turn him into an unstoppable force of nature. Let's forget everything about his character, or that in the first Chainsaw movie, it was grounded in reality. This movie throws all that out the window and just says, hey, anything goes now. I was not expecting this at all. Speaking of how all these different movies have different Leatherface interpretations, this one takes the top spot when it comes to power and lethality. This Leatherface could kick the shit out of every single Leatherface incarnation combined. I don't know what happened or what steroids he was taking over the last 50 years, but Leatherface in this movie is an absolute menace, and I don't know how to feel about it. On the one hand, I do find it extremely disrespectful to the character, but on the other hand, as a diehard slasher horror fan, I have to admit, look, okay, I know this movie is dumb. This movie is dumb.
Hey, Patrick, what am I now?
Stupid?
No, I'm Texas.
What's the difference?
I completely agree. This is a stupid movie, but I had fun with it. I know it's not what a Texas Chainsaw movie should be, and it ruins the character and just turns him into a Jason Voorhees clone, but I had fun with this movie. I was laughing, I got hyped up with the kill scenes, call me juvenile, call me whatever, but after the last few abominations in this franchise, this movie was so silly and ridiculous, it just felt like the kind of generic stupid slasher movie that I needed, and I kind of liked it. But this movie isn't necessarily about Sally versus Leatherface. Instead, we have 4 young main characters that are our protagonists that are a group of technologically dependent influencers traveling to an abandoned Texas town that I guess they bought with their TikTok money or something in order to auction the town off in order to make something out of it. But here's the really funny part, is that this movie uses these characters in order to attempt to tackle various social issues, and they don't pick just one. They go for all of it. We're in Texas, right? So guns and people having guns on them are pretty prevalent, and the main character, Lila, is a survivor of a school shooting, which I don't know if I can even say those words together on YouTube. Yeah, did you ever think you would tackle a topic like that in a Texas Chainsaw movie? Her narrative is basically feeling as though she escaped death once and that it's coming back for her. As well, I guess there's some parallel you could say she has with Sally, having that in common. She has her sister Melody, who is extremely protective over her because of her history, and they're also traveling with a couple named Dante and Ruth. When they get to the town, Dante notices a Confederate flag on one of the buildings and wants to take it down before people show up, and it might dissuade some of the investors. So, as another social commentary, well, they discuss why this old woman in the building has the flag up, about what it signifies, and how she only has it up because of her family's history, and she claims she's not racist at all, she just likes to remember them. Now, if you're wondering why all this social commentary is here, my guess would be that it's an attempt to relate to the original film because Tobe Hooper was commenting on the increasing real-world violence of the time, as well as the technology taking people's jobs, such as within the slaughterhouse. So you could say a similar theme is running here with the shootings and modern violence, the old generation versus the new with the flag, and so on. I don't hate the attempt, honestly, but whereas the original movie did it with subtlety, This one just hammers you over the head. The old lady living here, though, was supposed to vacate the area, and she hasn't. She's also been taking care of Leatherface. Yeah, so the elderly woman has been taking care of the elderly man. If Leatherface is pushing 80, then this woman would have to be in her late 90s at best, but whatever. The confrontation of asking her to leave leads her to have a heart attack, and she's taken away in an ambulance with Leatherface going with her. Yeah, Leatherface's first reveal in this movie is just him coming downstairs to take care of the old lady. Now, this isn't supposed to be his literal mom, but since the rest of the movie turns him into Jason, I can't help but see the parallel of him caring for her and then going on a rampage after her death. Feeling somewhat responsible for her heart attack, Ruth rides along in the ambulance, and when the old woman dies, Leatherface decides that he hates Gen Z and that they all must die, of which I completely understand and respect. The ambulance crashes, and Leatherface cuts the skin off the old woman's face and dons it as his new mask. Personally, I don't really like the look of him in this movie with this, but I like the concept. He's getting revenge for her, so he's wearing her face as if she's the one getting the vengeance herself. There's also actually some pretty good tension in this scene, as Ruth is still alive and tries to stay silent watching all this, but eventually does get killed. Leatherface makes his way back to the town as the others go inside the old woman's house to see if she really does have the deed to the house or not. Dante's death is pretty great, seeing it happen within a swinging door and his face getting slashed up. We also see the practical effects of his jaw getting slashed open, which is pretty cool. Melody has to hide underneath the bed as Leatherface breaks open a wall to get his trusty chainsaw. I don't know why he keeps it inside of a wall, but, you know, it's there, it's cool, and now he has his signature weapon. While all this is going down, there's an entire group of young people that show up, and as it starts to rain, they go inside the bus to party. One moment here is so stupid, though, because they decide to show this girl who literally sees Dante's dead body, and then she goes onto the bus and just doesn't tell anybody. She's just like, hey, you shouldn't go outside. Not that there's probably a psycho killer out there and maybe we should try to leave. She just doesn't say anything. There's no point because she gets killed not long after, so why even show the scene? Why even show her? There's also a character named Richter who is like the resident Texas stereotype. He's got a big truck, he's got a disgruntled attitude, he collects guns, and he's got a heart of gold. He has a moment connecting with Lila earlier in the film. He also cared about the old woman that was being evicted. And when he sees Dante's mutilated body, he rushes to the building to see what happened, only to be confronted by Leatherface. In one hell of a brutal kill scene where he gets his legs snapped in half and then his head bashed in with a hammer, all while Melody is forced to watch while hiding underneath the bed. This sequence is very well constructed and actually works pretty good in the movie. But soon we get the big scene of Leatherface taking his chainsaw onto the party bus, ready to exterminate all of the TikTokers.
Try anything and you're canceled, bro.
Oh, fuck. And honestly, it's kind of cathartic. I just imagine all these characters are a collection of some of the biggest, most obnoxious streamers I've ever heard of, and I just let my imagination run wild with Leatherface going in there and killing all of them, making a better world for all of us, both on and off the internet. A distress call is sent out, and Sally, now a badass Texas Ranger, is notified. She gears up and heads to town, and miraculously, the only survivors of the bus incident happen to be our main characters, Lila and Melody, who escape. That's pretty convenient. Sally rescues them, putting them into the back of her car, but she doesn't drive away or get them to safety at all. No, she's got to leave them in there in order to face Leatherface once and for all. Here's another moment that's incredibly stupid. There's a scene where Sally has a gun right on him, but instead of pulling the trigger, she just keeps asking if he recognizes her. Sally, this guy was mentally stunted and incapable of speech 50 years ago. Do you really think he's going to recognize you now? And then she just lets him walk out of the room for no reason. I was dumbfounded by this scene. At least have him knock her out or something before he leaves the house. She just lets him walk away. But he needs to walk out so that he can attack Lila and Melody once again. And this is where you really see that we're in pure fantasy land, because Sally does shoot him and he just keeps going. The man is tanking multiple shotgun blasts, and then, oh god, yeah, So much for bringing Sally back, because he just chainsaws her through the gut, lifting her off the ground. 50 years of wanting revenge, you don't shoot him in the face when you got a chance, and you still somehow manage to get killed by a chainsaw. If this movie wasn't so dumb, I might be offended by the way that they decide to kill Sally off, but because it is so dumb, I just laughed. Oh, and I love how afterwards there's still some shots of her alive, just coughing. You were chainsawed through the gut, so you're definitely gonna cough a little bit after that. The final chase and confrontation scenes are comparable. It's Lila and Melody getting chased around by Leatherface, and it's centered a lot on Lila picking up a gun, the item that represented her past fear and trauma, and using it to fight back against her current fear, which I think is actually kind of a great idea. If, Leatherface was a human and, this gun could actually kill him, but apparently he's immortal, so it doesn't really matter. She manages to shoot him a few times, and then Melody grabs the chainsaw and slices open the bottom of his face, causing him to fall backwards into the water, supposedly to bleed to death or drown to death or both. That's what you think would happen. And in the ending, it has the two sisters get into a car to leave as they speed out of the town, and I swear, this is so stupid but so awesome. As they drive away, Leatherface the Immortal grabs Melody out of the moving car and instantly slices off her head with the chainsaw, proceeding to hold the head up in victory and then do the classic chainsaw spin dance as it cuts to credits. I'm sorry, but I love this moment. I know it's stupid. I know it makes no sense. But having the sisters' victory ruined by having Leatherface perform one of the most ruthless and gnarly kills of the entire franchise, something about that I just enjoyed. Also, there is this brief post-credit scene of Leatherface walking back to the original house from the first movie, maybe in an attempt to set up more sequels. I don't know. So wow, I did not expect this movie to go in the direction it did. I know I remember hearing people say they hated it, but I wasn't sure why. This is almost just as far removed of the Texas Chainsaw series as the last one, but in a completely different direction. This one just decides to make a bloody, intense slasher movie using Leatherface as its killer. None of it makes any sense, and viewed as a Chainsaw movie, you have no psychological aspect to the horror, you have no Sawyer family, no dinner scene, no gritty realism, but what you do have is a pretty well-shot, generic slasher movie with an intimidating killer and a bunch of creative and well-executed kill scenes. Judging by what everyone said when it came out, I was kind of expecting to hate this movie, but it's kind of like Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2 in that if you view it with the right mindset, it's at least an enjoyable experience. But if you're hoping for it to be anything like the original, you're shit out of luck. And that brings us to the conclusion of all 9 Texas Chainsaw Massacre films. But there's still a little bit more to discuss. So when it comes to the future of the Texas Chainsaw franchise, what's going to happen with it? Well, I have no idea. It seems to be a series that's officially been run into the ground several times, but like all things, never say never, and I'm sure someday it'll have a revival. As of right now, I cannot find any information about an official continuation of the series, and the most recent event the fandom had was the video game in 2023. As of right now, Legendary still has the current rights, so if they were to make another movie, it would likely follow the 2022 movie continuity, but then again, since it was so disliked by fans, I don't think they would have any problem rebooting again because that seems to be what this series does. The most recent article I could find is from February of 2024. It only speaks about a rumor and nothing official, but it is from bloodydisgusting.com, so you never know. It says that there might be a movie in the works right now, tentatively titled Texas Chainsaw Legacy, which I'm assuming would continue the 2022 timeline. The article says that the plot is supposedly going to revolve around a gated community in rural Texas, featuring a protagonist family enjoying suburban bliss that becomes entangled in a harrowing battle for survival as they confront the infamous Leatherface and his macabre kin on an abandoned property nearby. So if that did continue the 2022 continuity, then maybe that abandoned property would be the house that Leatherface goes back to at the post-credit scene, but then that would also assume that he has more family members and, it's been 50 years, so where have they been? I don't know. It also mentions that the director of the 2022 movie, David Blue Garcia, was enthusiastic about directing another film if he could, but once again, these are just rumors, and as of the making of this video, there's no definitive movement on a new project. I guess the real question is, do you want one? When you look back at the catalog of films that have come out over the last 50 years, some good, some bad, some really bad, do you think it's possible in 2024 and beyond to make another great Texas Chainsaw movie? Or should we just leave it stranded somewhere in rural Texas for good? I think they should take the best elements of all the previous movies, the gritty realism from the first film, Chop Top from the second, a badass protagonist like Ken Foree from 3. This would be impossible to find, maybe, but if anybody had the same kind of intensity and energy of R. Lee Ermey from the remakes, and then maybe just kill some more TikTokers like they did in 2022. There's so many great pieces from all of the different sequels, but it's always just like a single element and not all together. So just like a skin mask, let's cut up and stitch together the best moments of Texas Chainsaw and give us a greatest hits kind of movie. All right, so I have finally reached the point where I can officially rank the entire Texas Chainsaw Massacre series. And to be honest, I was very, very excited to get to this point because I had no idea what my ranking would be, considering this is the first time I've experienced a lot of these movies. With the other horror franchises I've covered so far, I kind of had a general awareness of where they would rank on the list. Sometimes certain movies would shift spots or one would be a little bit higher than I thought it would be. But with Texas Chainsaw Massacre, I really had no idea whatsoever. So let's get into it and let's rank these films. And then you guys can let me know your ranking down below as well. We're going to start off strong, and I don't think it's any surprise to anyone that the only S tier that we are getting on this list is the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre. It is an appropriately rated one of the greatest horror films ever made. When it comes to just sheer visceral, in-your-face, gritty, realistic horror, I mean, this movie is terrifying. And I think for the most part, it still really does hold up to this day. The soundtrack of this movie is brilliant, and I just don't understand why none of the other Texas Chainsaw movies ever tried to do that strange, ominous tones and sounds that you would hear in a slaughterhouse and all of that kind of stuff, because it works so well. It works so well at amplifying all of the horrific scenes. I don't know why they never try to do that again. It's the best depiction of the family, best depiction of Leatherface. Sally is a good protagonist. It just is one of those movies that stands the test of time and always will. And, I think is worth going back to. If you haven't seen the original in a long time and you're tired of jump scare, generic horror movies, I think going back to the template, going back to the original Texas Chainsaw is definitely worth it. So, yeah. Only S tier we got on this list. But let's see where the others go. So, Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2, still directed by Tobe Hooper, has some great stuff to it. I think it has some really good dark comedy. Dennis Hopper is just fucking crazy. It's got Chop Top. It's the only Texas Chainsaw movie with Chop Top, which is a huge travesty, if you ask me, because Bill Moseley is the man. It's the only one that has the returning actor of Drayton Sawyer. So I think that viewed with the right mindset, Texas Chainsaw 2 is a lot of fun, but it depends on what you're going for. So this is what kind of makes it hard to rank because, this is not a horror movie. This is not scary. It's not in any way anywhere close to the original, but if you go into it with the right state of mind, it's a lot of fun. So I think that I might give it a B tier because, overall, it's probably not a movie that I would go back to often, but I do think every once in a while you need that Texas Chainsaw 2 flavor, and it's pretty good at what it is. As more of a dark comedy, as more of a off-the-wall, bonkers kind of film. And I do appreciate taking the series in a completely unexpected direction. Whether or not it works for everyone, I don't know, but I'm going to put it around a B tier. For Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3, this is a movie that I thought I might have ranked lower as I first got to it, but as I went through the series, reflecting back on it now, I kind of really enjoyed this one because I think it is the closest to the original, but then again, it's kind of just a carbon copy. It pretty much just does the same thing, but The Leatherface depiction is really good. And Ken Foree, dude. Ken Foree is such a motherfucking badass in this movie. I love how he has nothing to do with the plot. Like, he just runs into the main characters, you know, they get taken away captive and killed, and then he just shows up with a rifle, and he's just like, fuck you guys, and he just takes everyone out. He fights Tex, Viggo Mortensen's character. He fights Leatherface. Like, he just throws down, and he was so good that they let him live to the end of the movie where he was supposed to be killed off. And I think that most of these Texas Chainsaw movies actually have one character or one actor that just makes the entire experience worth watching. For 3, it's Ken Foree. For 4, it's Matthew McConaughey. For some of the remakes, it's R. Lee Ermey. Like, they all have just that one actor or that one element that just makes it so worth it. And, you know, I might put 3, I'm going to put it also in B tier, but I guess I'll put it right behind 2. I'll put it right behind 2 because I just, you know, it doesn't have Chop Top. It doesn't have some of the elements from 2 that are really crazy. But I do really enjoy it. I actually really do enjoy the third one now looking back on it. Part 4, I cannot say the same about. Wow, this movie was horrendously bad. Other than Matthew McConaughey, who is the only saving grace of this movie, everything else is terrible. Pretty much, it's comparable to me with the worst depiction of Leatherface, along with the prequel Leatherface, but this one may even be worse because he's not intimidating, he's not scary, he's just kind of like a whiny little, like, annoying character in this movie. He's kind of inconsequential to the entire movie. He doesn't kill anybody the whole movie. I don't think, like, the chainsaw isn't used. And then tying it into the Illuminati and some kind of overall conspiracy, and as a conspiracy theorist, you would think I would like that, but not in a Texas Chainsaw movie. The acting is atrocious. It is so bad. It is so bad that I thought it would be the worst Texas Chainsaw movie. Little did I know. I gotta give it a D tier. And the only thing that brings it out of F is Matthew McConaughey. Everything else is F tier, far and away. But then we get to the remake in 2003. And shockingly, this movie I think is awesome. I think it's great. I don't think it's as good as the original, but I do think it is a worthy remake and one of the few instances where a remake actually turns out to be pretty fantastic. And when you look at all the remakes of these, 80s or 70s, 80s slasher movies between Halloween and Nightmare on Elm Street and all those movies, Texas Chainsaw is the best one. You could argue the Friday the 13th one, but I think Texas Chainsaw is the best remake of the slasher, the main, slasher holy grail, of characters. I think this is the best one. R. Lee Ermey is just terrifying in this movie. They actually take it seriously. Like, it's not cheesy, or it's not supposed to be, and it's not intended as a comedy. It's intended as a, straight up in your face horror movie. It does have, whether you consider this a positive or negative, it does have that early 2000s horror movie flair to it, and some people like that style and some people don't. I don't mind it, you know what I mean? Like, I think that style works fine because it's a little bit flashier, it's a little bit more, I guess, mainstream than you would consider the original. I know that sounds weird, but, like, this movie was definitely meant to appeal to mass audiences, where I think the first movie was kind of an unexpected hit with people. But I really enjoy it. I think the Leatherface depiction is great, and I have a lot of fun with this movie. It is the one I'm most likely to rewatch other than the original. Then when you get to Texas Chainsaw, the beginning, the prequel of the remake, I think they kind of botched the premise. I really like the idea of figuring out why this group of the Hewitts, not the Sawyers, decide to revert to cannibalism and kind of take over this town as their own. And I thought it had a lot of really great elements. But to me, I think the best part of the movie is the first 15 minutes. And then after that, it just kind of falls apart for me. I think there's good stuff in it, but, I really wish they would have doubled down on the premise more and kind of covered maybe more of R. Lee Ermey's backstory, or something involving, more reasons as to why they did what they did, as it is the beginning, as it is the prequel. They cover Leatherface's birth and who he is in the first 3 minutes of the movie, and then that's kind of over. So I wish they would have expanded more on that. So although there is stuff I like in this movie, it just isn't up to par, I don't think. So that's where I would rank it there. But then you get to Texas Chainsaw 3D. Holy shit. I was not ready for this one. Wow. This is the first attempt to turn Leatherface basically into your standard slasher character, whereas all the other movies involve the entire family. This is the first attempt to say, no, the family's dead. It's just Leatherface now. And turn him into like a weird anti-hero because the town is actually really bad. And I don't know, man. This one, but I will say, okay, what I will say about this one, other than Alexandra Daddario being like one of the most attractive women I've ever seen in my life, if you look like her, hit me up. Anyways, but besides all that, I will say that I did find this movie to be entertaining. So I actually liked watching it more than I liked watching Next Generation and The Beginning. Because it is stupid, but it's fun, right? And we'll get into that with the 2022 version too. But I think that I'll have to put it in C. I have to still put it in C tier, but it's above The Beginning for me. And even that, that might even be too low. No, it's fine. Yeah, that's where it belongs. It belongs in C tier. All right, so that's where it's gonna go. But Alexandra, I love you. Next one is Leatherface. Yeah, this is the one that surprised me the most in the worst way. We got the last two here, and one surprised me the most in the worst way, and one surprised me the most in the best way. And this one was the worst way because this does not feel like a Texas Chainsaw movie, but it also doesn't feel creative or innovative. Oh, sorry, I can't speak. It also doesn't feel like it's, respectful to the Leatherface character. It just decides to change him completely into being, he was just a normal person, got put into an asylum and escaped. And then when he saw his friend die, he went mentally insane. And it kind of ruined every aspect of Leatherface that I enjoyed, because the whole idea behind him is that he is this mentally stunted person that is kind of pushed and manipulated by his family to do the tasks that they need him to do. He is kind of a tragic character in many ways. Like, he's terrifying, but he's also kind of tragic. And I think this one just kind of takes all that away. And, to me, it was the worst thing a movie could be, which is boring. Like, I didn't find the story of Leatherface or the twist, because this whole movie is based on the twist. And if the twist falls apart, which it does for me, it doesn't work. And I didn't find, the rest of the story to be interesting. I didn't find any of the characters to be entertaining. The kills weren't very good. The movie was very bland and bleak, and it just kind of felt forgettable, which makes sense because I've never heard anybody ever talk about this movie. If you like this movie, that's fine. Let me know in the comments, but I've never heard anyone talk about this movie. I've heard people talk about every single other Chainsaw movie, but I've never heard anybody talk about this one, and I understand the reason, because it's instantly forgettable and super boring. It is F tier. It is the worst Texas Chainsaw movie, I think, in my opinion. All right. And then finally, with Texas Chainsaw 2022, the Netflix version, like we just discussed recently in the video, this is a stupid movie. And I fully admit and understand that this movie is stupid. All right. It is nonsensical. It turns Leatherface into an absolute invincible, like, undead creature. I don't know what he is, but they just decide to not make him human in this movie because he starts tanking shotgun blasts. He gets a chainsaw to the face. He just keeps coming. He's supposed to be like 80 years old. He has super strength. He is Jason Voorhees. They turned Leatherface into Jason Voorhees in this movie. But I think this movie is fun. I think as just like a generic slasher movie, this movie is fun. The kills are cool. It is competently shot. I enjoyed it. I had fun watching it. Like, here's the thing is, I've heard so many people talk so much shit about this movie, and especially after watching Leatherface, I went into this movie thinking, oh God, here we go again. Like, it's going to be Leatherface Part 2. It's going to be just another shitty Texas Chainsaw movie. And watching it, it was enjoyable. Like, I had fun with it. I was enjoying what I was watching. I recognize that what I'm watching is stupid, and it's not, what you want in a Texas Chainsaw movie. And it's as far away as the horrific, psychologically traumatizing original is, but it's kind of awesome. I'm sorry. I am sorry. I'm sorry. I thought this movie was kind of awesome. I enjoyed watching it. I can't give it an A tier because it's not a a good movie. But this is gonna piss a lot of people off. I think I would rather watch it than part 2. I know. I'm sorry. I know. I'm getting all the hate, dude. I'm sorry. I know. It's blasphemous, to put it over Tobe Hooper's movie, but I think it's fun. I think that if I were to rewatch any of these movies, I think that I have to be in a very specific state of mind to watch Texas Chainsaw 2 and enjoy it because of its, specific type of humor. But whereas Texas Chainsaw, the 2022 version, it's just a straight up slasher movie. Like, it's just like we're going to watch Leatherface kill people for an hour, and not even an hour and a half, like an hour and 20 minutes of just a slasher movie. This is something you could put on in the background at a Halloween party and it would work perfectly. It's not a good movie, And I would say that like the original and the remake are good movies. I think those are competently made, fantastic horror films. The rest, maybe not so much, but I was so entertained by 2022 that I got to put it third. So I'm sorry. I know that Texas Chainsaw purists are going to hate me, but that is my ranking. So number 1, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre original. Number 2, the remake from 2003. Number 3, unapologetically, Texas Chainsaw 2022, just because it's so stupid and fun. Then number 4, Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2. Number 5, Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3. 6, Texas Chainsaw 3D. 7, The Beginning. 8, Next Generation. And bottom last, Leatherface. That is my ranking. Let me know yours down below. And with that, we have reached the end of the video. Unfortunately, I don't have any skit for you guys to do in this video like I did with the Chucky one. I guess I just don't have any tools at my disposal that would make sense for it. Although I do own a chainsaw, but I couldn't really think of a way to incorporate it into this video that would be funny and not just completely dangerous. Because I thought about doing the chainsaw dance. I really did. I really thought about doing the chainsaw dance to end this video, but then I thought I would probably not come back from that because I am particularly clumsy at times, which means I probably shouldn't own a chainsaw to begin with. But I had a tree that needed to come down and just like I needed it. Anyways, besides that, guys, thanks for watching this video. I really do appreciate it. This is the 6th retrospective I've done now on this channel, and it was never I never created the first one intending it to be a series. I just wanted to talk about the weird Halloween timeline and review all the movies, but I had so much fun with it and I had good reception from you guys that I just kept picking horror series to do. I did Evil Dead next, which was my favorite, and then I was like, well, I got to go through the other slashers, right? So I did Freddy, I did Jason, I did Chucky, and then I landed on Leatherface. And the thing about this franchise is this was a lot of first timers for me, man. So, and as bad as this series got along the way, and it did get really bad, I can't lie that I had a lot of fun just doing the video in general, but also having that anticipation of not knowing what to expect. It's a little bit different than, going back through all of the Nightmare on Elm Street movies that I was very familiar with and being like, okay, I know I'm going to get to part 5, which is kind of, and I'm going to get to part 6, which I'm going to rant about. Then I got to get to the remake. I'm like, oh, fuck, I don't want to watch that again. But with Texas Chainsaw, every new installment, after part 2 and the remake, I had no idea what to expect. So it was kind of fun going into it with fresh eyes without any kind of expectation as to what my review was going to be and just experiencing it for the first time. So with that, I will definitely do that with other horror franchises in the future because there are plenty out there that I'm not as familiar with that I would love to experience, or plenty of them like Texas Chainsaw where I've seen the original but didn't dive into all the sequels. So, that will definitely happen in the future. As for the next retrospective, here's the thing, is I know the next big slasher one would be Scream, right? But I don't want to do Scream right away because they are going ahead with Scream 7, and I think it would be more appropriate to try to get the video out around the time that comes out, and that won't be until next year. So probably will not do Scream until next year to help try to boost the video and the algorithm and all that kind of jazz, and it'll be more relevant because what would be the point of reviewing 6 movies and then, 6 months later, the 7th movie comes out, I could have put it in the video, so I'll do it that way. As far as the other big ones I want to get to, I have been dying to do the George Romero Living Dead zombie series, because it's been a long time since I've watched some of those, and I've just been itching to kind of go outside the slasher genre a little bit and do zombies a little bit different, you know. I did do Alien, which you could say is outside of slasher, but the first movie is still kind of slasher-ish. I don't know. But I kind of want to do like a different vibe, a different genre in the horror genre, a different subgenre within the genre. And I'm really, really dying to do the George Romero zombie ones. But also along with that, for some reason, I feel like that should be my Halloween video. I don't really know why. I don't have an explanation for this, but I feel like that retrospective needs to come out in October. I don't know why. I just think that that would be the most appropriate. And there's a lot of remakes and spin-offs and stuff to cover, so that would be a long endeavor. So the question is, do I have time to make another one in between this one and the Living Dead one, which I want to come out in October? So I know it seems like a long time that we're in the end of May, early June right now, but you know, it goes fast, especially when you're working on projects this big. Again, I don't have like any help. I don't have any editors. Like, I do everything myself. I record everything myself. I write all the scripts myself. I do all the editing myself, all that kind of stuff. Watching all the movies over again, you know, and so you could probably see that in the videos. It probably looks pretty shitty and amateurist, and like, why don't you hire an editor? It's just like, well, I don't know. I just do it all myself. So yeah, so the question remains, do I have time to do a franchise in between? And I think I might have time to do like a shorter one. If I can pick a movie series that has like 5 movies in it or less, you know, then I might be able to do it. But the question is which one. And then I've also, I don't want to give anything away, but I've also thought about completely going like in a unexpected direction and just throwing a retrospective out there that is like completely opposite of everything I've done so far, still involving monsters, but like completely out of left field. And so, but I don't know how that video would do. But then again, I don't know how any of these videos are going to do, because YouTube is a cruel mistress and you never know how a video is going to do. Like, you know, you throw something out there, and that's all my channel is. My channel is just literally, I'm going to talk about what I want to talk about. I'm going to throw it out in the world, and we're just going to see how it does. Usually it doesn't do that well. Sometimes it does well. Sometimes it unexpectedly does great. So, you know, and I just, I can't just do the same thing over and over again. I can't just talk about the same things all the time. So I have to just keep throwing shit at the wall. It also keeps me like creatively invested. It also keeps me just kind of on my toes. Like I want to do different things, right? So I have an idea for one that would be radically different that I would throw in the middle if I can feel like I can get it done. Other than that, the George Romero Living Dead series will be next. Scream will be next year. And I also kind of want to, I don't want to make all these announcements and then fail. That's the thing. But maybe if I make them, it'll give me more motivation to do it. I also feel like it would be appropriate to get a Leprechaun retrospective out by or around St. Patrick's Day next year. So I'm also going to shoot for that. So if any of those excite you, well, they're coming. And the big one right here behind me. My number one, the big G over there, Godzilla. That is also one that I want to do. However, there's like 30 some Godzilla movies, and it would probably take an entire year to do that entire video. So what I will probably do is break it down into segments and do like the Showa era, the Heisei era, Millennium era separately. But that's a big project idea that I want to do. But then that also, you know, Toho with Japan with copyright is way more restrictive than America is, because here it's like fair use. As if you're doing reviews, commentary, criticism, you're changing the medium, you're creating a different experience. You know, it can fall within fair use. Although the guidelines are very vague to begin with, but you know, that's the general idea. But with Japan, you know, Toho, Shueisha, all those Japanese companies, there's no like fair use over there. So like, you know, that flags automatically. So I don't know how that'll work on YouTube. I mean, I'll do the same things I do with these ones, you know, where it's just a review, it's commentary, it's criticism, it's only using a few clips here and there. But yeah, who knows? But that's a future project. So if you guys enjoy all that stuff, I appreciate it, man. And thank you guys for watching this video. Give it a thumbs up, give it a comment, because all interaction helps it out in the algorithm. I'd be very, very appreciative of it. You know, I'm very grateful that these videos have done well, and it's really motivated me to make them, and I have a lot of fun making them. They just take a really, really long time to do. So if you want to support the channel, easiest way to do it is just obviously liking and commenting to help the videos do better. But if you want to support on a deeper level, I do have a Patreon, which is linked down below. On the Patreon, as I make the horror retrospectives, I upload all the segments periodically as I get them done, so you get to see them early. So if that's an incentive, that would be in the Patreon. Channel memberships are also a thing that you can do if you want to help out. I do have a merch store down below, but it's mostly like anime themed stuff. So if you're a horror fan, and probably nothing in there yet for you, but I'll try to come up with something. But yeah, thanks for watching, guys. I do appreciate it. It was a wild trip into rural Texas and experiencing all of these different Sawyers and Hewitts and different incarnations of Leatherface. I had a lot of fun with it. I really did. So let me know what you guys think. And thanks for watching, guys. And I guess I'll try to see you sooner than later with more horror retrospectives. Thank you. Come on. Leatherface. Go, 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 go. Come on. Yeah. Come on. Oh, shit. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Come on. Hey, Grandpa. What's up? Feed Grandpa. Yeah. Sounds of affection. Yeah, good Grandpa.